If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 66, Sealing Jutsu, 5 Elements Seal. In a brightly lit room, as soon as Kakashi entered, he was greeted by a strong smell of alcohol and disinfectant. He couldn't help but frown, indicating that this bright room seemed to be involved in some kind of experiment. Orochimaru-sensei. Inside the room, there was only Orochimaru, who was observing the test tubes in front of him as if recording some changes. When Yoru entered, Orochimaru gently nodded without turning his head. "Yoru, let Kakashi lie down first." On a prepared bed, Kakashi respectfully said, "Yes, Orochimaru-sama." The title Sunin was second only to the Hokage's name within the village. Even the ministers of the 6 departments showed great respect towards the Sunin, as they had all demonstrated strength comparable to Kage level. Kakashi lay on the chair, his exposed right eye appearing somewhat empty and indifferent as he looked at the bright white light emitting from the room's lamps. However, he was secretly surveying his surroundings. After a quarter of an hour, Orochimaru finally put down the data he was recording and turned to Kakashi, revealing his characteristic horse smile. "Hehe, the Sharingan is truly an object worthy of research." Orochimaru's tone and smile might easily be misinterpreted as wicked, and Kakashi couldn't help but furrow his brow. To him, his own life might be indifferent, but the Sharingan was an existence more important than life itself. "Orochimaru-sensei, your laughter can easily be misunderstood." At this moment, Uchiha Yoru shrugged and said with a smile. The two of them came to Kakashi's side, and upon Yoru's signal, Kakashi slowly removed the headband, revealing the Sharingan that could never be closed. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with curiosity and greed, as if he was admiring a rare treasure. However, only those familiar with him would know that Orochimaru was purely interested in this unique research subject. At this moment, Orochimaru felt proud. Although the bloodline limit was powerful, it hadn't completely consumed Kakashi. After all, the 3 Tomo and the Mangekyo Sharingan were incomparable existences. Uchiha Yoru's hands glowed with green chakra of medical ninjutsu as he placed them on Kakashi's eye. He then said in a concentrated voice, "Although the transplantation surgery was rough at first, now that it's repaired and connected to all the nerves, the Sharingan has become one with Kakashi." Yoru truthfully reported Kakashi's condition. After hearing this, Orochimaru nodded slightly. With the non-bloodline body possessing an awakened Sharingan, there is a conflict between their constitutions and bloodline, which makes the body unable to control the Sharingan like how the Uchiha clan can control them. The experienced Orochimaru directly revealed Kakashi's current situation, then shook his head and continued, "This situation is not unheard of, the village has conducted experiments on bloodline transplants before." After a brief examination of Kakashi's Sharingan, Orochimaru lost interest and waved his hand casually, saying, "Yoru, your suggestion is good. We can use the sealing jutsu to seal the Sharingan. When needed, we can simply undo the seal." With a gesture, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, removing the headband on Kakashi's forehead. At that moment, Orochimaru formed seals with his hands, and instantly, purple chakra flames appeared on his 5 fingers. Sealing Jutsu, 5 Elements Seal. The chakra concentrated on Orochimaru's 5 fingers and instantly imprinted on Kakashi's left eye. Strange black sealing patterns appeared, and at the same time, Kakashi endured the discomfort. His left eye's powerful vision was gradually fading away, as if shutting down, leaving only a trace of chakra. The 3 Tomos seemed to lose their vitality, and Kakashi's left eye slowly closed, while a small black sealing pattern appeared on his eyelid. Many people knew the 5 elements seal technique, but those who could precisely control it on a specific part of a person's body were extremely rare. This showed how terrifying Orochimaru's chakra control was. This is a sealing symbol, a key to the 5 elements seal. Normally, this seal will suppress most of the chakra flow of the Sharingan, leaving only the necessary chakra for the eye's activity, similar to hibernation. When needed, just follow the seal method to undo it. A plain yellow sealing symbol appeared in his hand. Uchiha Yoru smiled with satisfaction, it seemed to work. After all, in the original work, Kirigakuru's Ao could use sealing symbols on his ears to suppress his Byakugan. Similarly, sealing a Sharingan shouldn't be a problem, especially when Orochimaru was the one doing it. As Kakashi covered his left eye, it seemed as if he was trying to open it, but he couldn't exert any strength. After the burning sensation subsided, his left eye constantly consumed chakra, as if a valve had been added, closing it off. Or, one could say, only leaving a trace. Feeling the changes inside his body, Kakashi got off the bed and bowed respectfully to Orochimaru. "Thank you, Orochimaru-sama." Looking at Kakashi, Orochimaru licked his lips with interest and said with an evil smile, "Genius ninja Kakashi, you're impressive. You possess all 5 elemental affinities naturally. If you want, you can come and work for me." Recruitment. Orochimaru admired geniuses the most, especially someone like Kakashi, who became a chunin at the age of 12. He was confident that under his guidance, Kakashi would definitely become an outstanding ninja of Konoha. However, Kakashi remained silent and bowed his head in response to Orochimaru's recruitment. After all, he was a student of the 4th Hokage, and now, joining Orochimaru represented a different meaning. "Hehe, Yoru, although you can only follow a step-by-step approach in your research, your thinking is the most exceptional I have seen from a student." Orochimaru wasn't angry with Kakashi's response, instead, he turned to Uchiha Yoru and revealed a satisfied smile. His research might need assistance, but sometimes those unusual thoughts were the most crucial. Without those unusual thoughts, how could he find the way to open another unknown door? After his eye was properly treated and no longer a burden to others, Kakashi expressed gratitude towards his classmate, realizing that their relationship had become even closer, though he might not have noticed it himself. In the dense jungle, outside the snake-shaped cave entrance. "Kakashi, this is the scroll for sealing jutsu, 5 elements seal. After all, your eye can't trouble others all the time, it's better to rely on yourself." Seeing Yoru handing him the ninja scroll, Kakashi hesitated. Sealing jutsu was a rare and valuable skill with few users, and the 5 elements seal was an A-rank, forbidden, super high-level ninja art, technique. Kakashi knew how precious it was. Seeing his hesitation, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and chuckled, "Kakashi, don't worry. This is my personal gift to you. If you feel indebted, then just consider it as a gift from an old classmate." Kakashi was moved by Yoru's words and gesture, and the feeling of guilt in his heart increased. Some ninja techniques couldn't be bought with money. He knew that Yoru didn't want him to feel indebted, but taking it felt too easy for him. Looking at Kakashi's departing figure, Uchiha Yoru also smiled, but there was a hint of deeper meaning behind that smile. Chapter 67, Kabuto. In the depths of the forest, a small snake slithered slowly, flicking its tongue as it crawled. Meanwhile, a figure lurked in the shadows, and it turned out to be Kakashi, who had been coming and going. Inside the underground research base. "Hehe, it seems like a little bug has arrived from outside," Orochimaru said with a smirk, as if sensing something. He licked his lips, and Uchiha Yoru, who stood beside him, just shrugged and chuckled. "It's probably Kakashi," Yoru replied confidently. Orochimaru looked curious at Yoru's certainty, wondering why his disciple was so sure it was Kakashi. Yoru just smiled without saying anything, as he couldn't reveal the intelligence he had gathered from the original story. Yoru couldn't believe that Kakashi had willingly given up his position in the ANBI. There had to be something going on behind the scenes. After all, in the original story, the 3rd Hokage had used Kakashi in ANBU for 10 years straight. It seemed suspicious that he suddenly stopped using him now. Might Guy, on the other hand, was not someone Yoru suspected. He was likely being led by someone with ulterior motives. But Kakashi's actions didn't add up, leading Yoru to suspect that he might be a spy sent by the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru-sensei, I suggest we thoroughly investigate this research base. After all, the technology of organ transplant cultivation is a village secret, and our mission doesn't violate any rules, Yoru proposed. Orochimaru kept his research well hidden, knowing that if it were exposed, both of them would be implicated. It was best to keep the technology that benefited ninjas a secret, known only to a few elite individuals who would never reveal it. Hehe, it seems Yoru is growing rapidly, becoming more and more like a skilled politician, Orochimaru remarked, looking at his disciple with satisfaction. Yoru's progress had been remarkable, not just in terms of his abilities but also his political acumen. It was clear that Ataka had been supporting him. Orochimaru was quite pleased with Yoru. While he couldn't fully assist him with human experiments, Yoru excelled in other areas. Orochimaru-sama, here are the latest experimental data, a young boy named Kabuto said respectfully as he appeared beside Orochimaru, handing over a data report while adjusting his glasses. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction at Kabuto and then at Yoru. Hehe, Yoru, the genius you recommended, Kabuto, is no less talented than Kakashi. Especially in medical ninjutsu, he's quite impressive. In the original story, Orochimaru had regarded Kabuto and Kakashi on the same level, highlighting Kabuto's remarkable talent. Although Kabuto was still young, his talent in medical ninjutsu had already made an impression on Orochimaru. He was delighted with the surprises Kabuto had brought him and was grooming him to be an assistant in his human experiments. In the past, both Kakashi and Kabuto had wasted their potential due to various circumstances, but now they seemed to have turned a new leaf. Being able to assist Orochimaru-sensei is an honor, Kabuto said humbly. Yoru smiled and nodded in agreement. Kabuto hadn't fully matured yet, but Orochimaru's satisfaction was evident. Kabuto was not only Orochimaru's assistant in his experiments but also someone who could handle political matters independently. Additionally, he would eventually inherit Orochimaru's ninjutsu techniques. This was indeed a satisfying moment for Orochimaru, even though the village had hidden him away. The seemingly unremarkable Mitarashi Anko was actually quite talented. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have taken an interest in him right after his graduation. Moreover, Anko was even younger than them but could keep up with their level, indicating her exceptional talent. The fact that Orochimaru had noticed her early on despite her young age spoke volumes about her potential. He might have fallen behind later due to various reasons, but Orochimaru believed in nurturing talent from a young age. Orochimaru-sensei, here is the budget for this month, Yoru said, handing over a sealed scroll from his sleeve. Orochimaru wore a satisfied smile. Hehe, Yoru, your abilities are becoming more outstanding. Yoru used his position to gain personal benefits, and Orochimaru knew it, but he didn't stop him. In fact, he seemed pleased. Orochimaru needed funds for his research, and as for Yoru using his position for personal gain, well, even the second Hokage did that, didn't he? Orochimaru-sensei, I've been facing some challenges during my training lately. While Kabuto diligently recorded various data, Yoru took the opportunity to discuss the difficulties he encountered during his training and his doubts about various ninjutsu. Orochimaru was indeed a true ninja teacher. In comparison, even the third Hokage couldn't match Orochimaru. In his eyes, any problem related to training was well understood, especially in the development of ninjutsu. In the entire ninja world, besides the second Hokage, no one could match Orochimaru's knowledge. Yoru even shared his ideas about various ninjutsu with Orochimaru, who showed great interest and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Hehe, Yoru, your insights into ninjutsu are truly impressive. You even came up with this method, Orochimaru commented with amazement. Although Jiraiya had taken on students like Minato Namikaze, who could practice the Flying Thunder God technique, he also acknowledged Yoru's talent. As he spoke, Orochimaru's throat gurgled, and he slowly spat out a scroll, which was still covered in wet saliva. But Yoru didn't mind and excitedly accepted it, shaking off the fluid. Ninja scrolls were like that. Even if they were covered in all kinds of disgusting things, people would still be willing to lick them just to take a look. A scroll with the word Rai fell into Yora's hand, and Orochimaru licked his lips, his hoarse laughter filling the air. This contains all the information I've compiled on Raiden. Take your time to study it, it should be helpful for your development of the Chidori series of ninjutsu, especially your idea of borrowing from nature. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. Yora's gratitude was sincere. With a teacher like Orochimaru, why should he work so hard himself? He already had the Chidori, and now he had other jutsu ideas thanks to Orochimaru. He could certainly develop them on his own, but why waste time when he could just tell Orochimaru and get perfect results? With Orochimaru's passion for ninjutsu, it was like having a booster, accelerating his progress. Thinking this, Yora looked at Orochimaru with even greater respect. This was indeed a master who taught his students earnestly. Chapter 68, Planning. Hidden Leaf Village. After the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails, the village's borders gradually stabilized, and a sense of peace returned to Konoha. Everywhere, there was a vibrant and rejuvenated atmosphere. The police department oversaw a training ground situated right next to the forest, where the sounds of bodies colliding and weapons clashing filled the air. Within the training ground, Mitarashi Anko was panting heavily, sweat covering her forehead. Her sweat-soaked fishnet shirt indicated her exhaustion as she breathed in the fresh air, mouth agape. Yoru! How did you make such great progress? On the other side was Uchiha Yoru, wearing a relaxed smile on his face. After a sparring session, it was evident that Anko was reaching her limits, while Yoru seemed invigorated. Anko, it's not that I've made great progress. It's just that lately, you seem to have been slacking in your training. Orochimaru-sensei specifically asked me to supervise you, Yoru replied. Seeing Anko gasping for breath, Yoru's smile widened. She was the perfect person to use against Orochimaru, who would undoubtedly clash with the older generation of Konoha's politicians. Her influence would undoubtedly be significant. With Orochimaru's departure, his political influence had collapsed. Anko was one of the first to be affected, and a once promising genius had now fallen from grace. Since Orochimaru's departure, Anko seemed to have stagnated in her growth. Even in later stages, she was still using the techniques Orochimaru had taught her. It was evident that she hadn't made much progress in all these years. Yoru knew that Orochimaru's failure was inevitable, but he didn't want it to lead to a complete collapse of Orochimaru's influence. That would also affect his own identity. TCH, always listening to Orochimaru-sensei's incessant muttering, I wonder what he's researching. Seeing Anko's annoyance with Orochimaru's recent mysterious behavior, Yoru couldn't help but smile even wider. She was still quite innocent, and perhaps that's one of the things he liked about her. Anko, Orochimaru-sensei told you to follow me in daily training from now on. Of course, you can slack off if you want, Yoru teased. By the way, my own disciple, Itaki, may only be 6 years old, but his progress is remarkable. He might not surpass Kakashi immediately, but it won't be long before he graduates. Anko's innocence came from being sheltered under Orochimaru's wing, but it didn't mean she was foolish. Seeing Yoru's teasing expression, Anko rolled her eyes and responded in a nonchalant tone, all right, enough of your poor attempt at provoking me. I get it, I'll train hard. Clearly, she was speaking with a tone of just appeasing him. Yoru smiled and slowly took out a scroll, tossing it to her. Inquisitively, Anko looked at the scroll, and Yoru said, Orochimaru-sensei made this training plan for you. Whether you follow it or not is up to you. One had to admit that Orochimaru, despite his current obsession with research, was a responsible and good teacher. He would never be stingy with training plans and techniques. As Anko opened the scroll and saw the comprehensive training plan Orochimaru had designed for her, excitement lit up her face. She looked like she had been injected with adrenaline, and with a proud expression, she declared, Don't worry, Yoru. You might have relied on your Sharingan to make such great progress, but I will catch up to you. I am the talented Mitarashi Anko. With a proud and confident demeanor, Anko now exuded the aura of a genius. Her natural talent in chakra control and ninjutsu learning was undeniable. As an old saying goes, the art of politics is about having many friends and fewer enemies. Nobody is foolish enough to offend everyone and put themselves in a situation where they're surrounded from all sides. In the original storyline, the Uchiha clan had no friends, and Yora didn't want the Uchiha to repeat the same mistake. He was now using Orochimaru's influence to make friends for the Uchiha, at the very least to avoid making enemies like in the original timeline. Anko, you must train diligently. Orochimaru-sensei said these 3 years are crucial for your physical and chakra development. If you seize this opportunity, you might become a Jonin soon, Yoru advised. Anko was still young and had an age where she admired idols. Orochimaru was her idol, and the power of idols was immeasurable. Yoru using Orochimaru's name had indeed ignited Anko's fighting spirit. For ordinary shinobi, the 3 years from the age of 13 to 16 were considered a golden period. It was a time of explosive growth, both in physical development and chakra control. So, during this period, if possible, ninjas would dedicate themselves to self-improvement. Missing this golden period would lead to a plateau in strength, and that's why characters like Kakashi, Ijao, and Anko from the original timeline, despite being considered prodigies, ended up becoming average. Kakashi was weighed down by the burden of his Sharingan, Ijao and Anko suffered emotional setbacks due to the loss of their fathers and the defection of Orochimaru, which caused them to miss this golden period. In the original timeline, the Konoha 12 were all graduates at the age of 12. After going through the Chunin exams and the events of the 3-year time skip, almost everyone had reached the Jonin level. Among the Konoha 12, apart from the protagonist, Naruto, some were no less talented than Kakashi, Ijao, and Anko. However, it was evident that their growth rate was slower. Various reasons contributed to this, such as missing the golden period of development and facing the turmoil caused by Orochimaru's defection at the borders, leaving no time for focused training. The war in the Land of Water was considered over when Shizune returned to Konoha and before the Uchiha massacre. Anko, Orochimaru-sensei's training plan is clear. You should focus on chakra cultivation, especially snake-based ninjutsu as the primary and fire-release ninjutsu as secondary. Yoru couldn't let this valuable asset go to waste. Anko was undoubtedly a living force on his side. He couldn't just watch her potential go untapped. With a smile, he said, Uchiha's prodigy, you better prepare yourself. I'll prove to Orochimaru-sensei that I, Mitarashi Anko, am the real genius here. Looking at Anko's prideful and heroic character, Yoru's smile grew wider. Time was becoming more pressing, and he needed to have enough political backing when the time came. Otherwise, he would become just a discarded pawn, unable to change anything. As he was lost in thought, a glint of light flashed in Yoru's eyes, and he smiled faintly, looking at the forest behind him. Chapter 69, Spies Everywhere. In the forest, emerging from the shadows, Uchiha Yoru walked slowly and stood atop the towering tree, gazing at Mitarashi Anko, who was training in the distance. Yoru-ni-izen, these are the preliminary investigation results, said Shisui, his mood clearly not high, even forcing a smile. After taking the information scroll handed over by Shisui and reading it at a glance, Yoru couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at Shisui's investigation report. Shisui! What is this? Yoru couldn't believe it. The village's surveillance had gone too far. Shisui seemed greatly affected by the revelation and forced a smile. Yoru-ni-izen, in the preliminary investigation, there are 23 spies from the Anbu, Root and Intelligence divisions planted in the 7th Division of the police force. Spies? Shisui's words were a euphemism, they were clearly sent to spy on them. What was the purpose of this? Did they not trust the Uchiha clan? Or did they not trust Orochimaru? Looking at Shisui's strained smile, Yoru felt that this might be a good opportunity. He put on a firm look and stared solemnly into Shisui's eyes. Shisui, this is just the village trying to figure out what we are up to. Don't take it too seriously. You have to trust the Hokage. At this moment, Yoru seemed like someone trying to comfort Shisui, bearing all the pain in his heart for the sake of the clan and the village. This made Shisui's heart ache. Big Yoru-Nai-Aizen, you've done so much for the clan and the village, but they still don't believe in us, don't believe in Lord Orochimaru, thought Shisui sadly. The fact that the village doubted them was the most heart-wrenching. However, Yoru maintained a serious expression. Shisui, let's put an end to this investigation. You just need to remember that Lord Orochimaru will change everything that is decaying. Decaying. Hearing these words, Shisui's heart trembled slightly, but he had to admit that perhaps the village was indeed decaying, to treat Lord Orochimaru in such a way. Yoru-Nai-Aizen, you can rest assured that we will hold on until Lord Orochimaru becomes the 5th Hokage, said Shisui, placing all his hopes on Lord Orochimaru, hoping that the new Hokage would cleanse the decay of the old era. Yoru, on the other hand, smiled, giving Shisui the appearance of hoping for the village's future. However, Shisui didn't know what was going on in Yoru's mind. It seemed that Shisui had now put all his hopes in Lord Orochimaru, and his plan was already halfway successful. As the lightning flickered in his palm, the information scroll that Shisui had painstakingly investigated turned to ashes before his eyes. Yoru patted Shisui's shoulder reassuringly after completing all this. Shisui, focus on your duties in the police force. The rest will be taken care of by Lord Orochimaru once he becomes the 5th Hokage. Yoru appeared as an intrepid person carrying countless burdens, comforting Shisui. At this moment, Shisui wanted to say something to console him, but he didn't know what to say. Uchiha Shisui's life, as seen in the original story, showed that he possessed great strength, but he was someone who liked to place his hopes on others, a typical escapist personality. Just then, a commotion came from afar, and Shisui quickly suppressed his emotions and respectfully said, Yoru-Nai-Aizen, I'll leave first. Go ahead, Yoru replied. Watching Shisui's departing figure, Yoru squinted his eyes. The village's behavior was truly ugly. Root, Anbu, even the intelligence division dared to intervene, turning the 7th division of the police force into a sieve. It was almost like a spy nest. Force alone couldn't resolve this, at best, it could handle the overt part, while the hidden part would grow even deeper. Spies. Yoru coldly sneered in mockery. He would let everyone know what it meant to pay someone back in their own coin. Swish, swish, the sound of figures moving through the forest was accompanied by a flurry of falling leaves. Yui Kurane appeared beside him, and the two stood side by side, gazing calmly at the training grounds in the distance. With his dark long hair slightly curled, the red twins calmly looked at each other. At this moment, Yui Kurane lacked the gentleness she had during class gatherings, instead exuding a sense of intellectual beauty, especially in her eyes, resembling red agate, revealing a sense of composure. Kurane, it's been a long time, Uchiha Yoru said with a smile, gesturing with his hand, and Yui Kurane calmly nodded in response. Yoru, you should know you've been targeted. Facing Yui Kurane's warning, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head. By the 3rd Hokage or the ANBU Black Ops? In response to his counter-question, Yui Kurane revealed a rarely known side of her, displaying a sense of aloofness. Her red eyes exuded calmness as she gazed steadily at Uchiha Yoru, who turned his head slowly. The two of them stood side by side, looking calmly at the training grounds in the distance. Yoru, even during our time at the Ninja Academy, your eyes showed greed. I used to think you were after money, but now I realize I underestimated you. The Uchiha clan pushed you into the spotlight, but at the same time, you also became one of the many who lost their way, said Yui Kurane calmly. Uchiha Yoru wore a smile. In the world of shinobi, how many were fools? Especially among women, they matured earlier psychologically than men. Don't worry, Kurane. Your concerns won't materialize. Once Orochimaru-sensei becomes the 5th Hokage, I will be the Hokage's personal disciple, and the Uchiha crisis will be resolved by my hands. Uchiha Yoru's face beamed with confidence. Yui Kurane sighed slightly upon hearing this. Though she didn't understand politics, she knew it was never that simple. Hopefully, it will be as you wish, she said in resignation, silently praying for everything to go smoothly. When she turned to look at Yui Kurane's delicate face, Uchiha Yoru smiled, but his eyes flickered with guilt. I'm sorry for not intending to deceive you. I just didn't want you to worry like this. But, Kurane, it looks like you bear some kind of mission. Uchiha Yoru quickly changed the topic, extending his hand in a signature gesture, causing Yui Kurane, who thought he was going to hold her hand, to freeze momentarily. After hearing these words, Yui Kurane gave her boyfriend a disapproving look. You're joking, right? The Hokage is currently investigating the Nine Tails incident. Humph! Not only the Hokage but the Uchiha clan is also doing its best to investigate. Uchiha Yoru adopted a determined expression. He knew who was truly responsible for the Nine Tails incident, but it was a dirty affair that could not be cleaned easily. Perhaps because of Orochimaru's actions, nobody could predict the future. Considering the village's current situation, Orochimaru was the only suitable candidate. Gradually, Yui Kurane eased up, realizing that even Mato Gai was there to protect Kakashi. She sighed in resignation, Yoru, I hope the village can achieve permanent peace. That day will come, Uchiha Yoru smiled, a cold sneer forming in his heart. First, the covert arrangements were made for spies like Yujao Uzuki and Hayate Gecko, then it was Kakashi and Might Guy, and now it's Yui Kurane. Truly, they've employed numerous strategies, both overt and covert. Or one could say, Yui Kurane is just a disposable piece, a pawn to protect Kakashi. Even Might Guy's existence serves to protect Kakashi, it's all part of the third Hokage's plan. If one didn't know that Kakashi in the original story left the ANBU shortly before the plot began, seeing someone else employing these tactics would make them question life. In the original story, Kakashi spent so much time in the ANBU. Does the third Hokage really have no idea about the mental trauma? It's hard to believe, but even then, it took such a long time. The result now is that Asuma, Might Guy, and other classmates went together to plead for him. Even though Asuma played a role in it, the third Hokage's agreement resulted in 2 birds with 1 stone. One is the son of an old man pleading for you, the other is that the old man cares for you. Then Kakashi and Might Guy joining the police force already raised suspicions, and now there's Yui Kurane in the open. What does this mean? It's meant to confuse and distract. Yui Kurane's appearance disrupts thoughts and protects the real spy, Kakashi. As a result, people will likely have a moment of realization, thinking they misunderstood Kakashi. They might believe Kakashi was brought by Might Guy for some easy job and rest. With each layer building on the other, Yui Kurane, Might Guy, Kakashi, and the ANBU spies are unaware of each other. If any side gets exposed, it would create a false sense of relaxation and lower their guard. The third Hokage's methods are cunning indeed. He truly deserves the title of the longest-serving Hokage in history. Chapter 70, Intelligence Scroll. Under the moonlight, the office of the 7th Division of the Police Department flickered with dim light beams. At this moment, a ninja dressed in black sneaked in secretly. After cautiously observing that there was no one around, the ninja slowly opened the office drawer and took out a file hidden at the bottom. Based on several days of observation, it seemed that Uchiha Yoru was exceptionally nervous since receiving this file, and even Kakashi, who wore night clothes, opened the file bag with solemnity. His adventure here this time was because Uchiha Yoru had been unusually tense since obtaining this information. He couldn't wait any longer, otherwise, he feared losing the opportunity to obtain this intelligence. When the file was opened, it revealed a scroll, not the usual paper documents found in the file. As the scroll opened, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and bit lightly on a small flashlight behind his mask. The scroll was filled with information about the personnel of the 7th Division of the Police Department and various logistical details. Although the information was valuable, it didn't seem enough to make Uchiha Yoru so emotionally tense. Sealing Jutsu? This is a unique Uchiha clan sealing technique. Kakashi lifted the mask covering his left eye, simultaneously forming a seal, and instantly, a spinning crimson Sharingan with 3 tomo appeared. The unique Uchiha clan sealing technique could only be read by the Sharingan. As the Sharingan activated, another set of completely different characters appeared on the scroll within his line of sight. Upon seeing the real information with the Sharingan, Mokuton Kakashi couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. How is this possible? However, at that moment, a cold glint flashed by, and Kakashi quickly dodged. A blade of darkness swiped through, and he hurriedly let go. Immediately after, a footstep came from the darkness, and he quickly blocked with his arms. After the dull collision, a small flashlight spun down from the air. The dim beam of light scattered, projecting the scene inside the office into their eyes. With a pair of Sharingan spinning, they were now facing each other. One hand gripped a short knife, revealing Uchiha Shisui. He couldn't believe that the intruder turned out to be him. The mask had been torn off by the surprise attack, revealing Mokuton Kakashi's Sharingan. The two confronted each other in the dimly lit office. A thud and rumble. The scroll fell to the floor as they fought. It rolled open, and its contents were now exposed to both of them. Especially the 3 tomo Sharingan's insight and copying abilities. In the blink of an eye, they had seen everything in the scroll. Kakashi Hatake. Shisui's face darkened as he stared intently at the person under his knife. Although he had already suspected that Kakashi was a spy from the ANBU, discovering him stealing the intelligence still filled him with sorrow and anger. Why? Why didn't the 3rd Hokage believe in the Uchiha clan? Why didn't he believe in Lord Orochimaru? In Shisui's heart, the current police department was not just the Uchiha clan, it was also Lord Orochimaru's influence. Seeing Kakashi exposed and Shisui feeling guilty, the atmosphere became tense. However, at that moment, the window shattered, and a lightning-fast figure flashed in. Caught off guard, Kakashi let out a groan as a blade charged with lightning directly pierced his shoulder, causing his body to become paralyzed, making it impossible to access his chakra. Yoru! Big brother Yoru! Shisui was surprised, but at the same time, Uchiha Yoru's face was terrifying, fixedly staring at Kakashi under his knife. His voice was hoarse. Kakashi, we were classmates, I trusted you. Why would you do this? Yoru looked as if he couldn't believe that his own brother had betrayed him. However, Kakashi, paralyzed and guilty, couldn't say a word, he seemed to be awaiting judgment. Removing the Kusanagi sword from his shoulder, Kakashi's body remained paralyzed, and Yoru turned his cold gaze toward Uchiha Shisui. Shisui! What are you doing in the office? His voice sounded cold and indifferent in the office. Though Yoru's face was frightening, Shisui felt guilty and couldn't respond immediately. He didn't suddenly arrive here and discover Kakashi stealing intelligence, he had come to investigate the information as well. Because Yoru had been holed up in the office for the last 3 days. Although he hid it well, Shisui noticed that his big brother's spirit was unusually tense. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dimly lit office as Yoru slowly put away his Kusanagi sword and approached the scroll scattered on the floor. His twin Sharingan firmly locked onto the scroll. Then, to the astonishment of Kakashi and Shisui, he slowly stepped on the scroll. Creak! Under the sparking electric arc from his foot, the scroll shattered and burned until it turned into ashes. After completing all of this, Uchiha Yoru turned back, looking coldly at the two of them, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes lost in darkness. Kakashi! I don't care about your motives or who sent you, but if you dare to breathe a word about what you've seen tonight, I won't show any mercy. His voice was hoarse and chilling. Facing Kakashi's gaze and that of Shisui, Uchiha Yora's eyes oozed with killing intent. This intelligence has never been confirmed. It's just a manipulated intelligence planted by enemy spies. If it causes turmoil in the village, for Konoha, I won't care who you are, even if you're my comrade, my clan member, or even family. In an instant, Uchiha Yora's figure turned into an afterimage, and he kicked out. Shisui and Kakashi collided against the wall in a sorry state. The walls of the office cracked from the impact, and Uchiha Yora showed no mercy, his Sharingan spinning fiercely with intense killing intent. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Shisui had 3 Tomo Sharingan and 1 Sharingan, an incredibly asymmetric scene, but it was a real confrontation. The two collided with the wall, and the atmosphere in the office became oppressively terrifying. As they faced the threatening look in Yora's eyes, Kakashi kept his head low, seemingly awaiting judgment, while Shisui looked guilty. In this tense atmosphere, Uchiha Yora walked slowly to the office desk, and as he approached the scattered scroll, his twin Sharingan stared intently at it. Then, in the shocked eyes of Kakashi and Shisui, he slowly stepped on the scroll. Creak! With sparks of the electric arc, the scroll shattered and burned to ashes. Having done all this, Uchiha Yora turned back, gazing coldly at the two, revealing only his crimson eyes lost in darkness. Kakashi! I don't care about your motives or who sent you, but if you dare to utter a word about what you've seen tonight, I won't show any mercy. His voice was hoarse and chilling. Facing Kakashi's gaze and that of Shisui, Uchiha Yora's eyes oozed with killing intent. This intelligence has never been confirmed. It's just manipulated intelligence planted by enemy spies. If it causes turmoil in the village, for Konoha, I won't care who you are, even if you're my comrade, my clan member, or even family. In an instant, Uchiha Yora's figure turned into an afterimage, and he kicked out. Shisui and Kakashi collided against the wall in a sorry state. The walls of the office cracked from the impact, and Uchiha Yora showed no mercy, his Sharingan spinning fiercely with intense killing intent. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Shisui had 3 Tomo Sharingan, an incredibly asymmetric scene, but it was a real confrontation. The two collided with the wall, and the atmosphere in the office became oppressively terrifying. As they faced the threatening look in Yora's eyes, Kakashi kept his head low, seemingly awaiting judgment, while Shisui looked guilty. Chapter 71, Fish Hook. Under the cover of the night, the village hidden in the leaves emitted a sense of tranquility. Inside the office of Division 7 of the police force, moonlight streamed in, revealing a slight disorder in the room, along with 3 figures. Is this intelligence false? An enemy nation's scheme? Why? Kakashi found himself immersed in deep self-blame. The intense, murderous aura emanating from Uchiha Yora's 2 Tomo Sharingan kept echoing in his mind. He knew that if he dared to leak this information, his enemies would undoubtedly strike him down. But what if it's true? At this moment, Kakashi considered a possibility that sent a shiver down his spine. Fear and anxiety clouded his eyes. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was a formidable tactician, but the recently acquired data hinted that Danzo was also ruthless. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan, despite enduring immense pressure, carried the responsibility of safeguarding Konoha. Is protecting Konoha the true duty of the police force? Kakashi whispered, reminiscing about the commitment he made when joining the force, the determination to protect the village. Is this the real Uchiha? Kakashi forced a bitter smile, finding irony in the fact that the Uchiha clan protected Konoha despite exhibiting traits of pride, arrogance, and conceit. However, he sensed something deeper beneath those qualities. Pride, strong self-esteem, arrogance, and conceit were all Uchiha traits, but Kakashi had experienced something more profound hidden beneath these surface characteristics. The third Hokage was a master schemer, Danzo was unscrupulous, and the Uchiha clan was somehow connected to the Nine Tails attack. In this moment, Kakashi's thoughts were in turmoil, and he even felt a deep sense of unfamiliarity. Konoha, the peaceful and heartwarming village, seemed different from what he had imagined. Hidden beneath its facade was boundless darkness. The Nine Tails was manipulated by the Sharingan, Root secretly collecting Sharingan. Could it be? Suddenly, Kakashi realized a frightening possibility, and fear gripped him. He held his left eye with the Sharingan, and his mind raced with disturbing thoughts. Kurama was controlled by the Sharingan, but the Sharingan isn't exclusive to the Uchiha. So, if Root is indeed collecting Sharingan, it adds another suspicious lead to the Nine Tails incident. And Root is linked to the Hokage line. Does the third Hokage know? What role does he play in all of this? At this moment, Kakashi looked at his fellow classmates with complex emotions, unaware that the numbness caused by the lightning release paralysis was gradually wearing off. Similarly, Uchiha Shisui couldn't remain calm. Shisui's three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly in his eyes, but eventually came to a stop. In the office of the police force, under the moonlight, Uchiha Yoru sat calmly on a chair. Yoru. Kakashi attempted to speak but found it difficult to find the right words, ultimately falling silent. Uchiha Yoru gazed calmly at both of them sitting in their chairs and said, "Let's forget about tonight's events. Erase them from your memory. Shisui, you are still part of the clan, and Kakashi, I still consider you my comrade. Even on the battlefield, I would trust you with my back." Closing his eyes slowly, Uchiha Yoru sat in the office chair, seemingly relishing the moonlight. But to the two others, it seemed as if he was shouldering the burden of everything and moving forward. For Shisui's three-tomo Sharingan, the intelligence they acquired had been deeply imprinted in their minds due to its powerful insight and copying abilities. Uchiha Yoru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for 3 days, he had finally hooked his fish. He had initially intended to catch Kakashi, but to his surprise, Shisui had become an unexpected gain. He had deliberately concealed simple information in the office, concerning the Uchiha clan's 3 battles that led to seemingly self-destructive blindness. These clues seemed to point to ANBU Black Ops or Root secretly plotting to collect Sharingan. So far, there were 6 pairs of missing 3-tomo Sharingan. This information was all true, but whether it pointed to Root or ANBU Black Ops was information he had added himself. However, he also knew that the additional information he included was true. When trying to deceive someone, when trying to recruit Kakashi into his team, the most important rule was to never fabricate information because lies would inevitably be exposed. In the original work, it wasn't explicitly stated when Danzo started transplanting the Sharingan. However, based on some analysis from the anime, it could be inferred that he had acquired the power of the Sharingan before the Uchiha massacre. After all, Kakashi, while in ANBU Black Ops, was ordered by Danzo to retrieve his Sharingan, and Danzo used the Izanaga technique when taking Shisui's right eye. From these instances, it could be deduced that Danzo had already acquired the power of the Sharingan before the Uchiha massacre, especially since his transplanted arm was created by Orochimaru. After the massacre, Itaka joined Akatsuki, and Orochimaru became obsessed with the Sharingan after being defeated. At that time, how could Orochimaru kindly give Danzo such resources? Therefore, it could be concluded that Danzo's transplanted arm with the Sharingan was created before Orochimaru's defection. Why you? Kakashi clutched his shoulder wound, looking at his old comrade with mixed emotions. However, seeing the atmosphere in the room, he silently used the body flicker technique to leave the office, becoming a small black dot that leaped away into the night. With only 2 people left in the office, Yoru's expression became serious. "Yoru Aizen, my surname is Uchiha. I am a member of the Uchiha clan, and I have the right to know everything." As he spoke, Shisui showed a tinge of shame, as if all the darkness burdened Uchiha Yoru's shoulders as he moved forward, while he himself remained oblivious despite his abilities. "Yoru Aizen, please. I am an Uchiha too." Finally, Uchiha Shisui bowed respectfully, making his request. With his head lowered, he waited for the response he hoped to hear, feeling as if he couldn't lift his head. Seeing Shisui's determination, Uchiha Yora's seemingly feigned composure gradually dissipated. In the dim office, a faint, tired sigh filled the air. Shisui, remember this, the glory of the Uchiha name. The village was founded by the Uchiha and the Senju. Now that the Senju are no longer here, the Uchiha must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the village. At this moment, a resolute expression filled Uchiha Yora's face, as if he was telling Shisui, "Your thinking is somewhat narrow. How can you only think about your clan? Don't forget about the village." This revelation startled Shisui, and he unconsciously noticed the clarity of his changing beliefs. In his mind, protecting Konoha as an Uchiha became more determined, and he now viewed the village as the creation of the Uchiha and the Senju. Gradually changing a person's beliefs was never an easy task, and Uchiha Yora never intended to shatter anyone's beliefs. Instead, he wanted to replace those beliefs with what he believed in before their original beliefs fully took root. In this moment, Shisui unknowingly found his beliefs becoming clearer. In his heart, protecting Konoha as an Uchiha grew more resolute, and he now regarded the village as the creation of the Uchiha and the Senju. The village belongs to the Uchiha. Chapter 72, The Scheming Yoru. In a dimly lit room. Shisui, the information you saw earlier is true, Uchiha Yora said as he stood up, speaking in a deep voice. But as for whether it was the work of the village's Anbu or root, I believe it's false. It's absolutely impossible. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui slowly raised his head, looking at his elder brother Yoru with a determined look for the first time. Yoranai Aizen, do you really expect me to believe that? Shisui said. Shisui stood up slowly, gazing firmly at Yoru, and said, I am Uchiha Shisui, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and an elite jonin of the village. I am not a child. Do you think you can protect me forever? How long do you think you can keep protecting me? With a sense of rebellion in his eyes, Shisui seemed frustrated and angry. He idolized his Yoranai Aizen, who always carried the burden of dark secrets, never wanting Shisui to know or bear them. Instead, he wanted Shisui to become the genius that everyone in the clan admired. But Shisui was a skilled jonin, and he believed he could keep this secret and help his big brother. Yoranai Aizen. You can't shoulder all of this burden alone, and I want to help you. I want to share this darkness with you. Shisui's determination to help his big brother was evident in his eyes, as he didn't want to have strength without being able to assist his elder brother. Hearing Shisui's resolute expression, Uchiha Yora's expression trembled slightly, then he lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, Shisui, besides conducting experiments with the first Hokage's cells in secret, the village is also conducting experiments on the Uchiha's Sharingan. In an instant, Shisui's eyes showed disbelief, and his Sharingan Tomo turned crimson, with his 3 black Tomo spinning. As Yora spoke, he seemed to lose all his strength, slumping wearily in his chair, and his eyes seemed hollow as he muttered to himself. The founders of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha, are now precious resources in the village's research laboratory. It's truly laughable, and even more ridiculous that this is a top-secret research task assigned to Orochimaru-sensei by the village. Upon hearing this, Shisui found it hard to believe. The founders of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha, who had protected everyone, were now being targeted? If anyone else said this, Shisui would never believe it, but the one saying it was his Yoranai Aizen, and even more importantly, Yora was Orochimaru-sama's disciple. And this top-secret task, after its successful experimentation on Shimura Danzo, involved the Sharingan. Orochimaru-sensei seems to be conducting experiments to suppress the Sharingan using the first Hokage's cells, but I don't know if it succeeded. As Yora revealed this, he appeared pained and closed his eyes. He didn't want his family to be involved in such dangerous experiments. Shimura Danzo. Suppressing the Sharingan with the first Hokage's cells? Shisui was completely shaken by this revelation. It felt like a surreal dream. Suddenly, everything in Konoha seemed different, and he felt like a fool. Yorinai-izen. What is the village trying to achieve by experimenting with the first Hokage's cells and the Sharingan? Shisui was shocked, and then filled with anger. How could they do this when the Senju and Uchiha had founded the most powerful ninja village, Konoha? Betrayal. Naked betrayal. A sense of unprecedented betrayal surged within him. His eyes turned blood red, and he emanated a killing intent. At that moment, Yoru activated his Sharingan, evolving it into the three-tomo state. Yoru's expression was stern and menacing as he stared at Shisui, his voice low and steady. Shisui. Remember that you are Uchiha. The village was founded by the Uchiha. If this news were to spread now, do you know what kind of upheaval it would cause? I'll tell you. The Uchiha will completely break away from the Hokage's lineage, and it might even lead to civil war. Konoha will suffer, and this could be the catalyst for the Fourth Great Ninja War. How many casualties will the village face? We've just gone through the Third War. Do you want to see Konoha engulfed in war again? With his final words, Yoru locked eyes with Shisui, firmly stating, Shisui, I know you're powerful, but if you become a criminal, I'll be the one to kill you. Yoru's words sobered Shisui, making him realize the consequences of revealing the information. He understood the danger Konoha would face if the truth got out, and he felt guilty for nearly doubting his big brother. Yorinai-izen, trust me, Shisui said, fully embracing his identity as an Uchiha. Despite the betrayal he discovered, he didn't want to see war break out. Now fully understanding the situation, Shisui realized the importance of his big brother's hidden information, which could be the catalyst for the Fourth Great Ninja War. No wonder Yoru was behaving so strangely. Outside the office, a single eye widened in shock. Now, Yorinai-izen, what do you plan to do? Shisui asked, wanting to know the next steps and eager to assist his elder brother, rather than leave him to bear it all alone. As Yoru glanced outside the window, sensing Kakashi's chakra lingering there, he decided to play along with this act, knowing that with Shisui and Kakashi investigating secretly, they would eventually learn the truth behind his words. Yoru had carefully orchestrated everything, revealing the truth to Shisui and Kakashi to protect Konoha, the Uchiha. He was serious about safeguarding the village and was willing to make any sacrifice for its stability. In the end, Uchiha Yoru was determined for the sake of the village, Uchiha. Chapter 73, Bait. In the police department office. When asked about his plans, Uchiha Yoru's eyes revealed a strong desire for ambition, and he stared intently at Shisui. Shisui. When the Uchiha clan assists Orochimaru-sensei in becoming the fifth Hokage with their remarkable achievements, I will personally talk to sensei and secretly order him to halt the research on the first Hokage's would-release cells and the Sharingan. If we can't eliminate the corrupted third Hokage's faction, then my target will be the sixth Hokage. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru seemed to shine like a beacon in the dark. In the moonlit office, Uchiha Shisui's eyes sparkled with amazement. The sixth Hokage. When Uchiha Yoru becomes the sixth Hokage, he will have the authority to stop these unethical studies and bury Konoha's dark past. In Shisui's eyes, Uchiha Yoru appeared great, and unknowingly, he transferred some of the hope he had placed on Orochimaru to Uchiha Yoru. Yorinai-izen, you can trust me. I will be your most steadfast ally. Shisui seemed to find a sense of purpose in his life as he spoke solemnly and with determination. Uchiha Yoru smiled and uttered words that strengthened Shisui's resolve, surprising him. No. Shisui, you're not just a tool. You are a companion I can rely on. Companion. Bond. In this world, bonds seem to be an unavoidable presence. For a ninja trained as a tool from a young age, perhaps companionship was the most precious existence. Upon hearing these words, Shisui smiled sincerely. However, when he noticed the disarray in the office, he instinctively imagined himself as Uchiha Yora's trusted right-hand man. Yoranai Aizen, Kakashi just saw this intelligence. Should I? Shisui's eyes gleamed with determination as if saying, Yoranai Aizen, as long as you agree, I will personally take care of these matters. But upon hearing this, Uchiha Yora's expression turned weary, and he calmly said, Shisui, Kakashi is from the Hotaki clan and also a descendant of White Fang. He understands the gravity of the situation and won't act that way. Moreover, Uchiha Yora paused for a moment and then smiled nonchalantly, Kakashi is a companion I trust. White Fang was a hero of Konoha, and Kakashi is also a hero of the village. I believe in him. Hearing this, the figure outside the window trembled inexplicably, feeling a surge of warmth. Heroes, hey? Inside the police department office, both pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes showed determination, and even the 3 Tomo Sharingan outside the window seemed to have made a decisive resolution. The moonlit night in Konoha exuded a captivating aura. However, Uchiha Yoru, standing on the rooftop of the police department, gazed at the moonlight with a look of enchantment. In his heart, he sneered, Kakashi Hotaki, I have already anticipated your moves, but I hope you can handle my counterattack. Using White Fang to persuade Kakashi? He had dismissed that idea from the beginning. White Fang and Orochimaru had similarities, both had impressive achievements and were the only choices at the moment. However, they both faced attacks on their reputation, leading to similar outcomes but different paths. After suffering reputational damage, White Fang chose to take his own life. Similarly, after facing a decline in reputation, Orochimaru cut off all ties and defected, dedicating his life to seeking immortality. Despite their shared experiences of facing a decline in reputation, both were betrayed by their beliefs. The higher UPS in the Hokage system had stabilized the current political interests, resulting in similar outcomes. Host, Uchiha Yoru, 3 Tomo. Chakra level, Jonin, 1.3k. Chakra attributes, Fire, LV4, Lightning, LV5, Earth, LV3. Swordsmanship, Taijutsu LV5, Medical Ninjutsu LV4. Looking at his attribute panel, Uchiha Yoru smiled, but there was also a tinge of pain. 3 Tomo Sharingan cost 10 million ryo, but fortunately, tonight's performance was significant enough. In front of Shisui and Kakashi, he pretended that his spirit evolved to the 3 Tomo level due to certain stimulation. He didn't need anyone else to know, it was enough for Shisui and Kakashi to be aware. Unable to join Shisui temporarily, he had to make a quick decision to add more drama. Fortunately, those who watched the show were important enough to pay 1 million ryo. During this period, he had been constantly training, and after strengthening his physique, his strength improved rapidly. Combined with his chakra control, his chakra attributes also made good progress. Tonight was a perfect time to evolve to the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Under this excitement, his body would experience a short period of breakthrough. Hokage. Uchiha Yoru's eyes were full of ambition as he looked towards the Hokage's position. A smile appeared on his lips. Promote Orochimaru to the 5th Hokage? If he could, he would certainly do it, but unfortunately, it was a doomed failure. Perhaps Orochimaru also had a premonition, but he still felt somewhat unwilling. Unwilling to be abandoned by Hiruzen once again, unwilling to see Konoha decay so thoroughly. Or perhaps, he wanted an excuse to convince himself to cut off everything. After all, Orochimaru, who had the desire for immortality, chose to go with the flow as the 5th Hokage. He would wait and see how the village decided to treat him. Such a pity, power is alluring. Uchiha Yoru smiled self-mockingly. He really admired Orochimaru's charm during this time. If Orochimaru became Hokage, he would probably be the most laissez-faire leader in history. The village's politics wouldn't have much turmoil, at most, the Uchiha clan would seek some benefits. And then, this Hokage would probably focus on researching immortality. As for power, it would only be temporary. Only immortality could last forever. Too bad, he couldn't change any of this. Political struggles were not about what one wanted, but rather about the countless forces converging into various interest groups that pushed everything forward. Third Hokage, truly the longest-serving Hokage. In this age where there were no ancient predecessors to learn from, political tactics were so skillful. If he didn't know the plot, he would probably have no counterattack at all in this situation. Uchiha Yoro looked at the Hokage monument under the moonlight and smiled charmingly, as if he had the Hokage monument in his hands. I have made my move. Just waiting for you to catch my coup now, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 74, Shaken. Hidden Leaf Village, the Root. In a dark environment, the Root, as its name suggests, has its base established deep underground, with massive pits interconnected by bridges, resembling the roots of a giant tree spreading through the earth. Lord Denzo, there were no relevant clues found during the Anbu's discreet investigation of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi reported. Hearing Kakashi's report, Denzo, leaning on his wooden cane, nodded lightly. His lone eye revealed a hint of displeasure as he spoke in a deep voice, Kakashi, if there's nothing substantial, you should maintain covered communication with the Root. We must avoid detection. Denzo felt some frustration too. He thought, Kakashi, if you didn't find anything en route, what's the use of you being there? However, at that moment, Kakashi's left Sharingan briefly flashed with a crimson light. He lowered his head and said in a solemn tone, however, the third Hokage instructed me to secretly investigate some Uchiha members. As Kakashi mentioned the three names, a sinister expression crossed Danzo's face. He tightened his grip on the wooden cane and, suppressing his anxiety, asked, why does the third Hokage want to investigate these three individuals? Though Kakashi couldn't see Danzo's expression, he noticed the tightened grip on the wooden cane when mentioning those names. At that moment, Kakashi seemed to have found an answer. Kakashi continued, the third Hokage is concerned about the deaths of these three Uchiha clan members. They all died during missions, but their Sharingan eyes were missing. Though it appeared they destroyed their eyes before dying, there are many doubts surrounding their deaths. Upon hearing Kakashi's report, Danzo's eyes filled with burning fury. He thought, Hiruzen, you still claim there are no spies en route. Damn it, you're as despicable as ever, Hiruzen Sarutobi. No wonder my would-release shinobi en route were discovered. You even managed to trace my secret acquisition of Sharingan. How can I believe there are no spies from you en route? Danzo was now furious and wanted to return to route immediately to clean up. He thought, Hiruzen has gone too far. But I must restrain myself. Kakashi, the Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Their Sharingan has the power to control the Nine Tails. That's why I need you. Danzo's voice turned darker and he tried to manipulate Kakashi, who was still kneeling, into closely monitoring the evil Uchiha clan. Normally, after the Nine Tails attack, Kakashi would have been easily swayed, but this time, he seemed more resistant. Kakashi had a troubling thought. If the higher UPS in Konoha had indeed stolen Sharingan, would that mean controlling the Nine Tails wasn't exclusive to the Uchiha clan? Kakashi, because of the Uchiha clan's evil nature. I need you to keep a close eye on this evil clan, Danzo continued, trying to persuade Kakashi with his hoarse voice. Under Danzo's persuasive influence, Kakashi, still on one knee, appeared more and more brainwashed. Danzo felt satisfied with the scene before him. He thought, Hiruzen, you have your spy en route, and I have mine next to you. Leaving route, Kakashi's mind was filled with complex emotions as he looked towards the direction of the Hokage's office. He seemed torn between wanting to know the truth and being afraid. Finally, he resolved to head to the third Hokage's office with a determined look in his eyes. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi reported, Hokage-sama, the other day, Root Elder Danzo, recently persuaded me to secretly investigate the Uchiha clan's three Tomo Sharingan ninja. Kakashi then narrated how Danzo had convinced him to join Root and secretly investigate the movements of the elite Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, showed a rare moment of silence upon hearing Kakashi's report. The oppressive atmosphere in the office was only broken by the sound of the Hokage puffing on his pipe. The strong tobacco scent lingered in the office until the pipe's embers died down. Hiruzen let out a sigh filled with emotions. He looked at Kakashi before him, his eyes revealing a sense of comfort. Kakashi was even more capable and loyal than he had imagined. Kakashi, do you know that at the beginning of Konoha, we possessed 2 bloodlines capable of controlling tailed beasts? As Kakashi fell silent, Hiruzen sighed again and began recounting the past with a touch of sadness in his voice. In the beginning, Konoha had the first Hokage's wood release and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Both were considered as the 2 bloodlines that could control tailed beasts. After the first Hokage passed away, we lost wood release. Later, due to the pressure of war, the village had to take the risk of conducting secret experiments on wood release. It resulted in significant losses, and the village eventually banned the experiments. Hiruzen's words carried a captivating charm, making Kakashi feel as if he were immersed in the dangerous era of war. The village had to make sacrifices for peace, and sometimes sacrificing a small part could save the majority, such as when Kakashi killed Rin. Kakashi had always had a political spirit of sacrifice since he was young, and this was innate, unrelated to strength. Seeing Kakashi's silent expression, Hiruzen felt relieved. He initially planned to put a lot of effort into bringing Kakashi back on track, but now it seemed unnecessary. Kakashi's fiery determination and understanding of sacrifice were beyond his expectations. Kakashi, perhaps the wood release experiment failed, and then the Nine Tails disaster happened. Danzo wanted to take the risk to gain control of the Sharingan, all for the sake of Konoha. Hiruzen's eyes were filled with dedication, but also anger. Danzo, how dare you? Conducting secret research on the Sharingan without informing him, do you not realize the potential consequences? However, Kakashi's conviction was now shaken, and he began to feel terrified and suffocated by the darkness of Konoha. Hiruzen didn't explicitly oppose Danzo's actions, instead, he justified them as necessary sacrifices for Konoha. This implied that both Hiruzen and Danzo were aware of the Sharingan research. Kakashi couldn't understand why Hiruzen would say that. Researching wood release might be understandable, as it concerned a deceased person, but the Sharingan? No bloodline clan in the entire shinobi world would allow others to research their bloodline. Chapter 75, Heroic Kakashi. Kakashi found himself caught between Root and the third Hokage. Although he couldn't find any direct evidence, their responses gave him a strong hint. Both the third Hokage and high-ranking officials en route were wary of the Uchiha clan and supported the experiments on the Sharingan. With his understanding of politics, Kakashi realized they might have silently allowed these secretive experiments. Kakashi's most significant difference was his profound appreciation for his comrades. He inherited his father's spirit, viewing his comrades as his life. For him, the village was important, and from Rin's perspective, Kakashi displayed a heroic nature. Even though Rin chose to sacrifice herself, did Kakashi regret it? His deepest remorse was not being able to protect his comrades. He wished he had been the one to die instead. Yet heroes always have their limits, and they would never compromise beyond that. This was the difference between a hero and a warlord. Both White Fang and Kakashi were heroes of the Leaf Village. Kakashi understood the first Hokage's experiments would release, as they involved Lady Tsunade and the high-level officials are all second Hokage's disciples. The disciples were like father and son, and outsiders couldn't judge this matter, especially since Orochimaru also sought to control the awakened wood release. But what about the Sharingan? If the Uchiha clan had agreed to it openly, it would be different. However, this experiment was done secretly from the start, indicating that the high-ranking officials in the third Hokage's administration never truly considered the Uchiha clan as part of the village. This allowed them to act recklessly. In the Uchiha clan's territory, under the bright sunlight, Uchiha Yora was teaching Uchiha Itaki in the courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi was investigating Yora's intentions. Yora never told lies, but his preconceived notions triggered a different reaction in Kakashi. In Kakashi's mind, the Uchiha clan already knew about these matters and endured them for the sake of the village. They chose to bear the burden silently for the village's greater good. However, the high-ranking officials' indifferent attitude was something Kakashi couldn't tolerate. If the third Hokage and Danzo had spoken openly about this matter from the beginning, the effect would have been different. Kakashi might have felt stifled and resentful, but he would have accepted it, knowing it was for the village's safety. After all, the power of the Nine-Tails Sharingan was truly fearsome. Human hearts were difficult to understand. Preconceptions could alter a person's decisions. Yorinai Aizen, isn't being a shinobi about unlocking the body's potential to gain power? Why do you mention restraint? 6-year-old Uchiha Itachi's thoughts were different from his peers, showing his maturity. Smiling, Yora nodded, "You are right, Itaki. Shinobi gain powerful abilities by unlocking their body's potential, but you should know that the body has its limits. For example, age imposes limitations. Your body is still growing, and if you push too hard to unlock your potential, you may gain power now but suffer permanent consequences in the future." Yoru intentionally acted concerned, causing Itaka to furrow his brows skeptically, sensing that Yoru might be hiding something. Curiosity arises when a woman becomes curious about a man, and the same applies to Itaki. Making him curious and eager to uncover the truth could reduce the effectiveness of brainwashing and reveal some secrets during training with Shisui. Investigating and getting an answer from someone directly versus deducing it oneself are two different approaches when it comes to understanding human hearts. Itaki, you are still young. If it were wartime, I would allow you to unlock your full potential at any cost, regardless of the consequences. Yoru appeared as a responsible teacher, smiling with care, but now the village is at peace, with only minor disturbances at the borders. You don't need to go to war yet, Itaki. What you should focus on is having a complete childhood. A complete childhood might be possible for others, but not for Itaki. His birth in the Uchiha clan and his exceptional talent destined him for a different path, carrying immense responsibilities. Itaki, for now, my plan for you is to show restraint in chakra usage and excavation. Don't push yourself too hard. Focus on your shurikenjutsu, where you show exceptional talent, and practice controlling your chakra. Don't force yourself prematurely. Yoru genuinely cared, as he wanted Itaka to have a chance for a relatively normal childhood. He knew that the Uchiha and the high-ranking officials would eventually clash, and he needed Itaka to be strong to protect the family. Power is limited for a single individual. He can only survive by making the Uchiha clan stronger together. Looking through the window, Uchiha Mikoto smiled tenderly as she watched her youngest son, Itaki, who had just started walking, while her husband, Fugaku, wore an emotionless face, gazing outside. They knew the choices they had to make for their sons. Chapter 76, Uchiha Yoru 101. In the house, young Uchiha Sasuke stumbled and attempted to walk towards his father. However, when Fugaku caught sight of Sasuke's familiar hairstyle, his expression turned cold, and this icy gaze frightened the young Sasuke, causing him to hesitate and hold back. Noticing Fugaku's increasingly displeased face, Uchiha Mikoto also sensed something was amiss. She glanced at the courtyard outside, took a deep breath, and spoke with a slightly heavier tone, "Fugaku." Uchiha Sasuke was just a child, and 2 years ago, Uchiha Yoru was a 13-year-old boy. Uchiha Mikoto, looking a bit dissatisfied, glanced at her husband and then put on a political-like fake smile. "Come, Sasuke, let's go play with Grandpa Setsuna." Although they were supposed to show mutual respect due to the political marriage, both coming from prominent families, they naturally restrained their emotions. After Mikoto took the child away, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but gaze at Uchiha Yoru, who was instructing Uchiha Itachi in the courtyard. Perhaps he was too sensitive, but Mikoto went too far. Why did she dress Sasuke with the same hairstyle as Yoru? If someone saw Sasuke outside, they might mistake him for Yoru's child. There was no way around it. Even though Itachi leaned more towards ninjutsu, his body developed rapidly. He was not even 16 yet, but already a 1.8 meter tall ninja. Could he be considered a child? He was too strong for that. In the courtyard, young Uchiha Itachi had just finished training, his body drenched in sweat. When he saw his mother bringing Sasuke out, his eyes lit up. Mother! Itachi demonstrated the etiquette of a prominent family. Although he addressed her as mother, his eyes sparkled as he looked at young Sasuke. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but joke to himself, wondering if Itachi had a brother complex. Itachi, your training is done for today. Take a rest. Uchiha Yoru wouldn't miss such a moment. He smiled and nodded, then turned to Uchiha Mikoto and said, "Sister-in-law." However, Uchiha Mikoto, who was usually gentle and kind, seemed somewhat off today. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction and estrangement. Observing the strong young man in front of her and then glancing at her son Sasuke, Uchiha Mikoto inwardly shook her head. It was truly a difficult situation. She subtly sighed and instructed Itachi, "Itachi, take Sasuke with you for a walk. Oh, and change his hairstyle while you're at it." Although Itachi was mature for his age, he clearly didn't understand the implied meaning in her words. Instead, he approached Sasuke and embraced him gently, saying, "Mother, I think this hairstyle suits Sasuke well." Yet, Itachi's attention was entirely focused on Sasuke, and he didn't notice the subtle stiffness in his mother's expression. Uchiha Mikoto put on a fake smile, taking the two children with her as she left. However, beneath the smile, there seemed to be some underlying dissatisfaction, leaving Uchiha Yoru puzzled, lost in thought. What did he do to offend the clan leader's wife? Could it be because he didn't spend enough time personally training Itachi? It seemed he would need to pay more attention to Itachi in the future. Indeed, as Itachi's teacher, he still hadn't fully taken responsibility for him. Yoru-kun. While Uchiha Yoru was pondering the situation, Uchiha Fugaku also approached the courtyard and greeted him. Clan leader. Inside the cool pavilion in the courtyard, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yoru sat respectfully. A pot of hot tea was placed between them, a testament to the attention to detail in the tea ceremony of prominent families. Though he understood the situation, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but frown as he looked at the young man before him, especially his hairstyle. He felt somewhat helpless since, as the clan leader, he couldn't just order him to change it. Moreover, the reason for such a request seemed somewhat ridiculous. "Yoru, I heard that your Sharingan has evolved to 3 tomo." Although it was a question, Uchiha Fugaku's face carried a seriousness that couldn't be ignored. A genius. Perhaps awakening came a bit late to be considered a genius, but the speed of evolution to 3 tomo was undoubtedly top tier among the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yoru didn't hide anything about his Sharingan evolving to 3 tomo. Being constantly in the spotlight, he knew that he had to take advantage of every opportunity available. Clan leader. Speaking of the 3 tomo, Uchiha Yoru maintained a respectful demeanor, but his eyes revealed a hint of sadness. "Is it because of your subordinates?" Uchiha Fugaku's calm remark surprised Uchiha Yoru slightly, but he didn't find it too shocking. After all, the 7th Division had many elite Uchiha members, and some information couldn't be concealed from the clan leader. Though he didn't disclose the real reason, no one was a fool. The 7th Division had long been infiltrated by various forces, and facing such pressure and betrayal from comrades was the most difficult to bear. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru displayed a trace of sorrow, lowering his head slightly. Then, he put on a facade of composure and said, "Clan leader, don't worry, I'm fine. The life of a ninja was cruel. Trained as tools from a young age, the simplest friendships between comrades were the most precious, but they also came with many difficult choices. Moreover, awakening the Uchiha's Sharingan required extreme mental stimulation, even for its evolution. This led Uchiha Fugaku to suspect that something significant must have happened to him, considering the speed of his Sharingan's evolution. Furthermore, based on intelligence analysis, Uchiha Fugaku had deduced that the reason for the rapid evolution was not only due to the pressure from the clan but also the harsh realities he had to face. Yoru, everything you've done is for the Uchiha clan, and the clan will remember it. Though Uchiha Fugaku maintained a composed and stern expression, he revealed his ability to entice and attract people. Yoru, now that you've awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan and are an elite member of the clan, you can learn ninjutsu that only those with 3 Tomo can master. Setting aside personal emotions, Uchiha Fugaku knew that this young man had contributed a lot to the clan, and he had to learn how to attract and nurture him, especially considering his plans for his own son's future. When Uchiha Yoru saw the scroll that clan leader Fugaku took out, he couldn't help but show gratitude and solemnly nodded, "Thank you, clan leader." Indeed. The crying child gets the milk. Making others offer benefits while appearing to console and attract him was the best way to handle the situation. Smart people often let others take the initiative to offer benefits with an appearance of comfort and attraction, rather than asking for it themselves, which changes the nature of the exchange. Chapter 77, Immortality Technique. In the Konoha, inside a dimly lit study room. Under the flickering candlelight, Orochimaru examined a scroll with a twisted and fanatical expression on his face, as if he had discovered something significant about the content, causing him to let out a hoarse laugh. Hehe, so that's it. Perhaps this ninjutsu can achieve the goal of immortality. Just as Orochimaru was laughing in his peculiar manner, the snake guy suddenly tensed and looked towards the door. Soon after, a knocking sound was heard at the entrance. With a creaking sound, the wooden door slowly opened, and Uchiha Yoru walked in, observing Orochimaru in the dimly lit study, holding a massive scroll in his hands. Orochimaru was still cradling a large scroll in his arms with a lingering fanaticism on his face, leaving Yoru somewhat speechless. For some reason, Orochimaru's research laboratory was equipped with modern technology and brightly lit, but the study and bedroom remained dim and cold, as if deliberately setting the atmosphere. Hehe, it's you, Yoru-kun. I wonder what good news you've brought this time. For a whole year, the higher UPS in the Konoha had kept pretending to be oblivious about the selection of the 5th Hokage, as if waiting for the 3rd Hokage to pass away before broaching the topic. As he looked at Orochimaru, Yoru couldn't help but smile and took out a scroll from his pocket, handing it over and saying, "Orochimaru-sensei, this is a forbidden technique that only elite 3 Tomo Sharingan users in our clan can master." The Uchiha ninjas with 3 Tomo Sharingan were almost all Jonin-level individuals, and the ninjutsu they wielded were extraordinary, encompassing various arts like ninjutsu, genjutsu, and weapon techniques. The Uchiha were renowned as the foremost noble clan in Konoha and even the most powerful bloodline limit clan in the ninja world. Almost all Sharingan users were nearly flawless ninjas with very few significant weaknesses. For ordinary ninjas following the path of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, it would take a vast amount of time to master each, but the Uchiha were different. With the activation of the Sharingan, their genjutsu abilities skyrocketed, and they could even rebound genjutsu against genjutsu-type ninjas. Additionally, they possessed superlative dynamic vision, observation, in terms of taijutsu, allowing them to find opportunities even when they were slightly outmatched in physical combat. They could still hold their ground in a fight if the gap wasn't too significant. Their weapon techniques were even more remarkable. With the power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, who could compete with them? Moreover, the Uchiha clan was renowned for their ninjutsu skills. Therefore, Uchiha ninjas who unlocked the 3 Tomo Sharingan were considered top-tier individuals among their peers, and it was no wonder that it was said that facing a 3 Tomo Sharingan on an equal level was a sure way to escape. Hehe, it seems you've evolved your Sharingan to the 3 Tomo, Yoru-kun. Congratulations! The hoarse laughter echoed in the study, and Orochimaru showed great interest, licking his lips. His disciple's progress had exceeded his expectations, reaching the 3 Tomo Sharingan state within just a year. Truly, he was a genius. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Yoru handed over all the secret ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Although it might be considered a typical act of betrayal, Orochimaru couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. Though Orochimaru had a large heart, no one disliked genuine appreciation, especially when his disciple was willing to put aside clan grudges. It was worth noting that both the Uchiha and the Hyuga were traditional and deeply rooted noble families, making it difficult for anyone to break through their rigid beliefs. Sensei, I hope the clan's ninjutsu can inspire you. With a sincere smile, the master-disciple relationship between Uchiha Yoru and Orochimaru became even more genuine. As he unrolled the scroll, various precious and exclusive Uchiha clan techniques were documented. Although Orochimaru found them valuable, they couldn't be considered extremely precious, as they were specific to the Uchiha clan and best suited for the powers of the Sharingan. However, this feeling made Orochimaru experience a warm rush of emotions. He couldn't help but show a hoarse smile. Yoru-kun, come and see how this ninjutsu is conceived. It seemed that Orochimaru remembered that his disciple could always come up with unexpected insights. He eagerly pushed the large scroll towards him. Uchiha Yoru was also curious. As he read through the densely packed experimental records, he realized that this was a ninjutsu still in development and had not been successfully executed. Indeed, there were numerous records of experiments, followed by various imaginative ideas and tricks. As he read through most of it, Uchiha Yoru's face revealed shock. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru looked up at Orochimaru. His expression of shock was genuine, not pretending, but truly astonished by this incomplete ninjutsu. And seeing his disciple's shocked expression, Orochimaru also showed a complex look. He was worried about how his student would react after reading this, whether he would be angry and unable to accept it or if he would share the same pursuit. After looking at the ninjutsu, his suppressed and unrealistic desire suddenly surfaced in his mind. The idea kept echoing in his mind, feasible. His pursuit was not wrong. Wasn't this the path he needed? This is. After roughly reading the vast scroll, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and showed a shocked expression. It was entirely filled with records of forbidden experiments. Hehe, Yoru-kun, what do you think when you finish reading this forbidden technique data? At this moment, Orochimaru's face had a rare look of anticipation. He hoped to find a companion in his lonely pursuit, but he also feared rejection from the world. After all, the current Orochimaru was not the one from the future who severed all ties and completely ignored people's gaze. Now, he was still one of the 3 Sunin of Konoha, the cold Lord Orochimaru. Under Orochimaru's hopeful gaze, Uchiha Yoru couldn't hide the astonishment in his eyes. He took a deep breath and, under Orochimaru's complicated expression, slowly uttered 2 words that left Orochimaru stunned. Immortality. What I see in this forbidden technique is the hope for immortality. At that moment, Orochimaru's soul seemed to tremble, and under his stunned expression, a tear glistened at the corner of his eye, a tear of being understood. Haha! Immediately after, Orochimaru's face displayed a manic laugh. The pair of snake eyes gazed aggressively at Uchiha Yoru, as if he felt that he had found a like-minded companion, unable to resist bursting into hoarse laughter. Yoru-kun! You really are unexpected. At this point, Orochimaru appeared completely excited and deviant. If someone didn't know him, they would probably be shocked by the scene, but Uchiha Yoru understood his master's emotions well. Chapter 78, Young Cells Mowahehi. In a dimly lit study, Orochimaru's face displayed an extremely sinister and horrifying smile, while his inner greed was overwhelming, as if his soul was no longer alone. Hehe, this forbidden jutsu is inspired by the Dankato S-rank secret technique, spirit transformation technique, and was developed by the second Hokage. It doesn't have a name yet, but I, Orochimaru, shall call it living corpse reincarnation. As Orochimaru narrated the origin of this ninjutsu with a sickly expression, Uchiha Yura gradually contained his astonishment and began pondering silently. In the original story during the Chunin exams, when Orochimaru and the third Hokage fought inside the barrier, Orochimaru tore off his face, revealing a woman's face. This led the third Hokage to exclaim in shock, "Have you already mastered that forbidden jutsu?" If you look closely in the anime. From this, it can be inferred that this forbidden jutsu had a prototype but was still an incomplete version. Orochimaru spent several years to fully develop this ninjutsu. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed to be in his element, his face filled with an excited and eerie smile, his hoarse voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Do you know who the second Hokage developed this jutsu for?" Orochimaru asked, unable to hide his excitement in his eyes. He continued, "It's for the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. This ninjutsu was completely developed by the second Hokage for the sake of the first Hokage. After the first Hokage's battle with your Uchiha ancestors at the Valley of the End, he returned shortly before the second Hokage took over. Not long after, the first Hokage passed away. From this, we can deduce that the first Hokage must have suffered severe injuries or significant depletion of life force. At that time, the second Hokage had to find another way. The second Hokage was truly a genius, being able to come up with a method to prolong life. If this ninjutsu succeeds, one can transfer their soul into a young ninja's body, repeatedly, achieving immortality." Orochimaru felt like he had found the essence of life, becoming so excited that he seemed to forget himself. Uchiha Yoru, on the other hand, pretended to frown and shook his head. "Orochimaru-sensei, this jutsu is not yet perfected. The records in the data clearly show that when the soul completely takes over another body, there will be severe backlash. It seems to go beyond mere physical discomfort and involves forbidden aspects related to the soul." However, Orochimaru didn't feel disappointed but even more excited. He chuckled hoarsely and said, "Hehe, the spirit transformation technique allows the soul to leave the body, traverse any distance to kill enemies, and even control the target's body or enter their mental world. But the downside of this jutsu is that if the original body is injured, the soul will suffer the same injury. Even if the original body dies, the soul cannot remain in another body. We just need to solve these two problems. How to ensure that the soul won't be restrained by the original body after leaving it, and how to completely occupy another body without being affected by the original one, including the backlash you mentioned." For someone like Orochimaru, creating something from scratch was always full of challenges, even more so when the prototype already existed. He only needed to continue his research. "Hehe, it's evident that the second Hokage didn't complete this jutsu, otherwise, the first Hokage wouldn't have died, nor would the Shinobi World War have occurred." At this moment, Orochimaru has already become completely immersed in this longevity ninjutsu. And, according to his experience, this is entirely feasible. While watching Uchiha Yoru, he seems afraid that the other party might think it's impossible. He eagerly shares his thoughts. "Yoru-kun, since the spirit transformation technique can detach the soul from the body and even control others' bodies, it proves that this ninjutsu is feasible. As long as we overcome these challenges one by one, immortality is within our reach." Orochimaru's current state is like that of a fanatic. He gazes obsessively at Uchiha Yoru, and his thoughts are fully stirred. His calmness has been completely submerged. He used to suppress this idea, mainly fearing it's a lonely path. But now, he seems to have found someone who might accompany him. "Yoru-kun, what do you think of this ninjutsu?" Orochimaru, at this moment, is eager to know his disciple's thoughts. Although they are master and disciple, they're more like partners. Yoru is his assistant in Konoha. Seeing the slightly manic look in Orochimaru's eyes, Uchiha Yora realizes that Orochimaru has become addicted to this ninjutsu and is fully prepared to tread this path that is difficult for the world to understand. Orochimaru-sensei, the lifespan of a ninja is too short. Even the first Hokage, as strong as the god of shinobi, couldn't escape the cycle of life and death. Though not explicitly stated, the firm tone in Uchiha Yora's words made Orochimaru burst into uncharacteristic laughter. In the dimly lit study, the raspy and unique laughter of Orochimaru echoed, and at this moment, Orochimaru looked at the relationship between Uchiha Yoru and himself as if it had transcended the master-disciple bond, becoming companions on the path to eternal life. But, Orochimaru-sensei, in this forbidden jutsu documentation, there have been numerous instances of human experimentation resulting in soul-related issues. One is how to free the soul from its original body's constraints, how to ensure the soul remains unaffected when the original body is injured. The second is how to resist or even prevent backlash from another body. Just by reading it once, Uchiha Yoru could pinpoint the key issues, indicating his genuine interest in this forbidden jutsu documentation. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's raspy laughter continued, "Yoru-kun, don't rush. All research comes from countless failures." Difficulty? Orochimaru was never afraid. What he feared was walking forward aimlessly without direction. Uchiha Yoru admired Orochimaru's dedication. He knew that this ninjutsu had eventually succeeded, but it had taken Orochimaru several years, and it still wasn't perfect due to its flaws. "Orochimaru-sensei, I have an idea that might help mitigate the backlash from the soul to the body." Uchiha Yoru, after a thoughtful pause, presented his idea. Orochimaru's unique smile appeared upon hearing it. "Hehe, Yoru-kun, your ideas are always so innovative. I'm really looking forward to the surprises you'll bring." "Orochimaru-sensei, if other people's bodies experience backlash from their souls, what about our own bodies?" With a confident smile on his lips, Uchiha Yoru's words left Orochimaru stunned. He muttered to himself, "Our own bodies? Our own?" In an instant, a twisted smile spread across Orochimaru's face. "Hehe, I understand now. Yoru-kun, you've truly surprised me. Since others can't avoid soul backlash, we can cultivate our own bodies, using our young cells to grow new bodies and preserving countless young cells in a dormant state." At that moment, it was as if Orochimaru's mind had been unlocked. His raspy laughter filled the study, revealing a side of him that had never been seen before, the first time he had lost his composure and the happiest moment of his life. He felt even more excited than becoming the Hokage. Chapter 79, Hisashi. Gentle snowflakes fell from the sky, creating a picturesque snowy scene in Konoha. The Hyuga clan. In the outskirts, among the quaint houses, resided the branch families. The layout of the houses indicated that they encircled the central residence belonging to the main family. Inside a wooden house, a pot of steaming tea was poured with utmost care by Hyuga Hisashi, exuding a dignified aura befitting his noble heritage. "Please, have some," Hisashi politely invited, presenting the freshly brewed tea. Watching Hisashi's reserved and serious demeanor, Uchiha Yoru smiled. Despite the purpose of his visit, he still showed respect for the formalities, demonstrating mutual regard. "Thank you," Yoru acknowledged, holding the teacup gracefully, and the two gazed outside at the flying snow while savoring the warmth of the tea, creating a unique ambience. With an expression of enjoyment, Yoru complimented, "Your tea ceremony skills are truly exceptional, Senior Hisashi. You are too kind, Yoru-kun." Their interactions followed strict etiquette, symbolizing the respectful exchange between two prominent clans. Though there was no formal mention of 3 rounds of drinking, after a few cups of tea, both seemed relaxed and immersed in the moment, as if today's purpose was solely to enjoy the tea and the snow. Hisashi's refined manners were impeccable, but Yoru, although composed, didn't want to waste much time, as he was already pressed for time. It had been a year since the Nine Tails attack, and Atake was now 6 years old, soon turning 7. However, when Naruto was 3 years old, a major incident occurred in the Hyuga clan, leading to significant turmoil in Konoha, which the Land of Lightning seized as an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. This unrest might have been triggered by Orochimaru-sensei's defection, setting the entire Konoha, and even the shinobi world, in motion. How old is Senior's child now? As Yoru placed his teacup down, he maintained a smile, concealing any ulterior motives. Hisashi, appearing undisturbed, calmly replied, Niji will turn 4 right after the new year. Time flies indeed, Niji is turning 4 already. Yoru's composed smile hid any emotions, and Hisashi remained collected as well. However, Yoru's next statement disrupted Hisashi's composure. 4 years old is no longer a small child. I heard that the main family's child is still 3 years old. Orochimaru-sensei wishes to see the caged bird of the Hyuga branch. Yoru's seemingly casual remark shook Hisashi's exterior composure. When the tea spilled from the cup, Hisashi realized his hands were trembling, and he quickly cleaned up the mess. I apologize, that was careless of me. After a respectful apology, Hisashi maintained his composure on the outside, but his mind was in turmoil. Uchiha Yoru, upon noticing this change, nodded with a slight smile and said, Senior, you're being too polite. It's my intrusion that caused this. Under the guise of proper etiquette, the two seemed to have returned to the atmosphere of enjoying tea and appreciating the snow. But inside, Hyuga Hisashi's thoughts were chaotic, and the tea in his mouth tasted exceptionally bitter. On the other hand, Uchiha Yoru maintained a half-closed, contented gaze. His elegant movements while sipping tea and taking in the snow scenery exuded the grace of his noble lineage. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru resembled a poised fisherman, while Hyuga Hisashi was consumed by inner turmoil. The words from earlier had led him to bow his head, but in his mind, the phrase caged bird kept echoing. 3 years old. The heir to the main family was marked as a caged bird at the age of 3. He struggled to suppress his anger and frustration, which he could manage in front of outsiders and even within the clan. Yet today, this turmoil was uncontrollably surging forth, all because of one name. Orochimaru. One of the 3 legendary Sunin, Orochimaru was a genius in the field of ninja arts, particularly renowned for his groundbreaking contributions to Konoha's ninjutsu. Proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and sealing techniques, he was an unparalleled talent. Hisashi presently endured the turmoil within, but his hand holding the teacup trembled involuntarily. The tea in his mouth had turned tasteless. Perhaps Orochimaru could genuinely help the Hyuga branch break free from its constraints. This thought sprouted and spread rapidly in his mind. Hisashi struggled to suppress it, but it proved impossible. His mind was flooded with images of agonized cries and pleas for mercy before the main family. These were images of complete dignity loss. And then, the innocent smile of Niji appeared in his mind, snapping him awake. The teacup slipped from his grasp and crashed to the floor, rolling across the polished wood. Hastily rising, Hisashi apologized, I apologize for my lapse in manners. Unbeknownst to him, his forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and his back was soaked through. Observing Hyuga Hisashi's shaken demeanor, Uchiha Yoru returned a polite smile and gently replied, Thank you for your hospitality, Senior Hisashi. I should take my leave. As Uchiha Yoru turned to depart, signaling the end of their tea session, Hyuga Hisashi's face contorted into an awkward smile. He was uncertain how to proceed. By the way, Senior Hisashi, Orochimaru-sensei has been facing some funding shortfalls recently. Considering the many eyes on him during today's visit, it might be wise to offer an appropriate reason. As Uchiha Yoru donned his shoes outside, a thought seemed to cross his mind. He turned back with a humble smile and added, Thank you for your warm reception, Senior Hisashi. I bid you farewell. Watching Uchiha Yoru's figure disappear into the falling snow, Hyuga Hisashi's expression turned complex. Father? Father? After a lapse of time, a familiar voice rang out, prompting Hyuga Hisashi, usually composed, to hurriedly turn around. Before him stood a young, concerned face, worriedly gazing at him, seemingly anxious about his father's disarray. Upon seeing this innocent countenance, the ominous thought that had plagued Hisashi spread uncontrollably. That final sentence contained the implication Uchiha Yora's visit today had attracted attention, necessitating a plausible pretext. Orochimaru's research funding conveniently served that purpose. Chapter 80, Danzo Schemes. Root. In a dark room, Shimura Danzo, Homura Mito Kato, and Koharu Uchiha, along with a person wearing an Anbu mask, were sitting at a table. Surprisingly, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, excluding the third Hokage, gathered in Root's secret chamber, discussing something unknown. First was a mysterious Anbu ninja wearing a mask, and although it was evident that she was a female ninja, she was familiar to the three. She was recently promoted as the head of Anbu, and her identity was the third Hokage's daughter-in-law. The four were seated around a low table. Shimura Danzo squinted and sipped his tea, creating an eerie atmosphere. Finally, Koharu Uchiha narrowed her eyes and said softly, "The village is becoming more stable now." The light-hearted statement interrupted the eerie atmosphere. Homura Mito Kato heard it and lowered his head, saying softly, "Yes, the village's stability cannot withstand any more turbulence." Watching the two old folks acting all superior, Shimura Danzo snorted disdainfully and said darkly, "The second Hokage's forbidden jutsu data has been given to Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's obsession with forbidden jutsu, he won't resist studying it." Koharu Uchiha and Homura Mito Kato couldn't help but frown, showing a hint of dissatisfaction with Shimura Danzo's direct words. It was as if they were thinking, "Danzo, we are all high-ranking officials. How can you speak so bluntly? It's just lowering the standard." The Anbu head, who was also the third Hokage's daughter-in-law, heard and saw the tense atmosphere and lowered her voice, saying solemnly, "The three of you are indispensable elders of Konoha and crucial for the village's stability. The village has gone through 3 wars and the Nine Tails disaster. We can't afford any more turbulence. Although we haven't officially announced the 5th Hokage yet, rumors about Orochimaru-sama becoming the 5th Hokage have been spreading due to the village's stability." As she spoke, the third Hokage's daughter-in-law showed a grave expression in her eyes and looked directly at the three of them, saying in a serious tone, "Orochimaru-sama has substantial support, with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans behind him, not to mention Inuzuka and other families. Once he becomes the 5th Hokage, Konoha's peace will be disrupted." The message was clear. They all belonged to the political forces of the third Hokage, and their positions were already solidified. Once Orochimaru took office, the interests of Konoha would be greatly affected, and the major clans behind Orochimaru would likely seize their resources. This raised a problem. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's single eye showed a grave expression. Though he didn't like Sarutobi Hiruzen, at least when Hiruzen was in power, Danzo's authority in Root was more substantial, and he could even use some intimidation against the major clans. But if Orochimaru were to take power, Danzo was well aware of Orochimaru's nature, a person driven by self-interest. Coupled with Orochimaru's backing, Danzo feared that Root's influence would be severely restricted. When Shimura Danzo thought about this, he revealed a hint of fear. During the time of the 4th Hokage, he sided with Orochimaru because most of Orochimaru's influence was among civilians. Although some clans had some involvement, it wasn't deep. However, the current Uchiha and Hyuga clans are determined to climb to the top. After all, the 4th Hokage election took place not long after the White Fang incident. At that time, White Fang was almost unanimously considered the future Hokage. It was only 5 or 6 years ago, which led to a strange situation during the 4th Hokage election, where major clans didn't have enough time to take a stand. After all, no one expected the 3rd Hokage to take responsibility and step down. Orochimaru's power has grown, and he's not someone who cherishes his reputation. Koharu Uchiha furrowed her brow, raising a crucial point that Orochimaru is not as easy to deal with as White Fang. White Fang was easy to handle because he valued his reputation highly, evident from Orochimaru's nickname, the Cold Lord. Other clans don't want Orochimaru to take over because they fear the political power behind him. This is the crucial point. Homura Mitokado squinted his eyes, observing the situation. Witnessing this, the third Hokage's daughter-in-law silently cursed the three cunning individuals. However, she had to speak up to gain the most from the situation. Three elders, I remember the second Hokage studied a forbidden jutsu after the first Hokage's sacrifice. In the future, regardless of who becomes the Hokage, what Konoha needs the most is stability, a stability that can last for decades. At this moment, the ANBU commander wanted to take the position of the Hokage's wife. He presented a tempting offer and a promise that Konoha would remain stable for the next few decades, preserving everyone's interests. Koharu Uchiha and Homura Mitokado squinted their eyes, content with their current positions. They wanted both the village's peaceful development and the preservation of their clan's interests. They looked at Shimura Danzo, pondering their options. Shimura Danzo remained calm, with one eye fixed on the three. He couldn't help but sneer at the cunning plan. If the third Hokage's eldest son took the position, the ANBU commander/head of ANBU would secure the prestigious position of the Hokage's wife. With a young Hokage ensuring stability for decades to come, Shimura Danzo saw an opportunity to strike, just as he did with White Fang. With Orochimaru in power, he can't do that. He understood that the Sarutobi clan desired hereditary succession, but he believed they should consider their strength. Considering Sarutobi Shinzo's current age, it would be challenging for him to make significant progress in strength. If the fifth Hokage lacked the strength to match the position, Shimura Danzo saw a chance to manipulate the situation, causing the young Hokage to reveal his true strength. This would be a blow to his reputation, similar to what he did with the White Fang. By that time, Orochimaru would have a notorious reputation, and Jiraiya and Tsunade would not be in Konoha. The third Hokage wouldn't come out of retirement again, right? Even if he did, he would lose face, and no one would agree to it. Did they really think Konoha's Hokage position belonged to the Sarutobi clan? Understanding this logic, Shimura Danzo nodded slightly with a gloomy expression and said in a low voice, "Indeed. The village needs stability, and the Uchiha clan is too dangerous." Shimura Danzo also presented his thoughts. He could agree with them, but in the future, they would have to deal with the Uchiha clan together. He coveted the Uchiha's power but also feared it. He saw an opportunity to use a future Hokage who lacked strength but had the support of the people to deal with the Uchiha clan. However, this plan came with the risk of carrying an infamous reputation and potentially leading to both sides suffering losses. Even if they won impressively, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Chapter 81, Third Hokage. In the route, a dimly lit secret chamber. The head of ANBU left with a satisfied smile after concluding a successful political deal, leaving only 3 people behind in the secret chamber. Observing the head of ANBU's departure, Koharu Uchiha furrowed her brows and spoke with a serious tone, "This woman is too obsessed with power." Perhaps, with outsiders gone, the 3 of them dropped their facades. After all, they had been companions since childhood. However, Homura Mitokado shook his head and sighed, "Being ambitious is not the issue, my concern lies in Sarutobi Shinzo's abilities and achievements, which might not garner widespread support." They had already decided to abandon Orochimaru. Not only was he difficult to control, but his ascent to power would disrupt Konoha's interest groups, leading to instability. In contrast, Sarutobi Shinzo as the leader would maintain continuity, which suited their preference for stability rather than upheaval. Moreover, after experiencing the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine Tails disaster, Konoha desperately needed time to recuperate. With Hiruzen around, Sarutobi Shinzo's potential rise won't be much of a problem. Danzo Shimura was eager to uncover the weaknesses of the new Hokage. He planned to exploit them and tarnish Sarutobi Shinzo's reputation. With the right strategy, he might have a chance. Sarutobi Shinzo was much easier to deal with than Orochimaru. Danzo Shimura had already devised several plans. On the other hand, supporting Orochimaru would only lead to further alienation from their old friends and opposition from various factions within the old Konoha. They were considered part of the old establishment. Who would voluntarily help outsiders target their own faction? The plotting of Danzo Shimura was unknown to the other two. Koharu Yudatan contemplated for a moment and then said with concern, "Danzo, the forbidden jutsu left by our teacher is too dangerous." She wasn't just talking about its danger but also its cruelty. Danzo Shimura coldly chuckled, "Orochimaru is not as cautious as White Fang. We can't afford a repeat of the White Fang incident. But we still need to undermine Orochimaru's reputation. What drastic measures do you suggest?" The position of Hokage requires the approval of a majority of high-level shinobi. In the past, they used this opportunity to tarnish White Fang's reputation, and now the situation was somewhat similar. The ninja world was in turmoil, and if there was a shift in power in Konoha, it could lead to further instability and potential opportunistic interference. That's why they decided to undermine White Fang's reputation, but they never anticipated White Fang's suicide. That act was considered taboo. White Fang's strong-willed personality was not like Orochimaru's, who had faced criticism for his ruthlessness. This time, they were confident. Homura Mitokado shook his head gently and sighed, "The two forbidden jutsu left by our teacher would require extensive live experiments. We need to be cautious. Another bloodshed like the White Fang incident must be avoided. They could damage Orochimaru's reputation to prevent him from becoming Hokage, but they absolutely couldn't afford another incident like White Fang's. The losses to the village would be too great." White Fang had always served as a lesson for their high-level leaders. They had never intended for White Fang's sacrifice, as they were politicians driven by interests, not warring ninjas. Having a powerful cage-level shinobi who completely forfeited the chance to inherit the position of Hokage would maximize their interests in Konoha. Seeing his two friends mention the White Fang incident, Danzo Shimura couldn't help but frown and said with a serious tone, "Rest assured, Orochimaru is not like White Fang." "What kind of person is Orochimaru?" At this point, Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado exchanged glances and smiled lightly. "Orochimaru is ruthless and earned the title of a cold lord. He doesn't care about others' opinions, which makes him stronger than White Fang." However, while they all agreed that Orochimaru was cold-blooded and focused on personal gain, they never considered the possibility of him going insane. Immortality. Those two words were simply nonsense, and no one ever imagined Orochimaru would become such a maniac. That's why when the third Hokage saw Orochimaru's female face during the Chunin exams in the original work, he was so shocked and couldn't believe it. Edo Tensei, an imperfect ninjutsu. They knew that their teacher, the second Hokage, developed this forbidden jutsu. Rumor has it that it was a forbidden technique developed by an evil onmyoji and ninja in the Warring States period. But it wasn't perfected and was eventually destroyed by the Uchiha and Senju clans working together. Later, the information about this jutsu fell into the hands of the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan's nature would never be interested in it. This is a plausible explanation for why Uchiha Madara knew about this technique. After the first Hokage's death, the second Hokage found this forbidden jutsu again and started researching it. But as soon as he began, he encountered trouble in the Land of Lightning. Since then, this forbidden jutsu was sealed away. Edo Tensei, when you hand over the information about this forbidden jutsu to Orochimaru, keep a close eye on him. We must have solid evidence. Koharu Yudatan spoke seriously. They all knew what it meant. Experiments on human subjects were inevitable with this kind of forbidden jutsu, and it would involve a large number of them. Signs of this activity would undoubtedly emerge. Therefore, they needed concrete evidence to deal a heavy blow to Orochimaru's reputation, ensuring he had no chance of becoming the Hokage. They could then exile him to the borders, as they did with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Inside the Hokage's office, The third Hokage sits there, puffing on his pipe with Nara Shikaku, a member of the Nara clan and his trusted advisor, by his side. Shikaku, the ANBU head, went to the route, and Homura Mitokado and Koharu Udaten also went there. The third Hokage says in a low, raspy voice. As the leader of the Konoha for many years, he couldn't be kept in the dark about the village's affairs, especially those involving higher UPS. Shikaku lowers his head, visibly troubled by the news. Being entangled in the power struggle for the position of Hokage is quite challenging. Seeing Shikaku's distress, the third Hokage sighs sadly. Orochimaru has gone down a dark path. If we let him continue like this, it will bring turmoil to Konoha. Years ago, he supported Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, despite opposition, precisely because Minato had few allegiances. This way, once Minato became Hokage, the third could gradually hand over his influence, ensuring a stable and peaceful transition of power in Konoha. Furthermore, Minato's philosophy of the will of fire aligned with his own, unlike Orochimaru's, which completely contradicted his political beliefs. This was his rationale for supporting Minato. Now, faced with this difficult situation, Konoha had just endured the Third Great Ninja War and couldn't bear further instability, let alone Orochimaru's actions. The third Hokage's true intention was never about Orochimaru's research. As the leader, he was well aware of Orochimaru's large base and numerous resources. Besides, even the second Hokage conducted human research during his time. During his own reign, the third Hokage initiated the Mokuton, would release, project, which ultimately ended in failure. However, it demonstrated that human research, although forbidden, was happening in various major shinobi villages. How else did they develop powerful medical ninjutsu and various forbidden techniques? Analyzing the original story, it becomes evident that the third Hokage may have had personal ambitions, especially with the flourishing Sarutobi clan. Yet, his love for Konoha was genuine and surpassed all other interests. His political beliefs were dominant, and he believed that only his philosophy of the will of fire could bring stability to the village while deeming other approaches as incorrect. Chapter 82, ANBU Head. In the Hokage's office. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke. Although Nara Shikaku disliked complications, his sharp mind quickly grasped the cause and effect. He may have been averse to trouble, but it was clear that the Inoshikacho trio was closely aligned with the Hokage lineage. Especially his clan, which was known as the Hokage's advisors. They were forever tied to this position. Observing Nara Shikaku's prolonged silence, the third Hokage slowly set down his smoking pipe and in a hoarse voice said, "The head of the Anbu visited the Nara clan 3 days ago, even though you were on duty." With that single statement, the third Hokage's words made Nara Shikaku's expression turn serious. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. This was the third Hokage's way of subtly pressuring him. "Lord Hokage, I only learned of this after returning." Even though Nara Shikaku was part of the Hokage lineage, he didn't want to get too embroiled in this matter. After all, no official stance had been taken. The current third Hokage hadn't even reached the age of retirement for a Jounin instructor, and his combat strength was still at its peak. Listening to Nara Shikaku's explanation, the third Hokage shook his head slowly and sighed, "Though Shinzo's strength is decent for his age, it's still difficult to win people over." This sentence immediately set Nara Shikaku's mind racing. Looking at the third Hokage's contemplative expression, it seemed that he was trying to decipher the third Hokage's thoughts. Lord Hokage, the head of the Anbu, promised the position of Jounin squad leader. The conversation between the two seemed disjointed, yet it was rife with veiled negotiations. By mentioning Shinzo, the third Hokage indicated a shift in his focus. Privately, Shinzo was his son, and having dual Hokages within the same family name was enough to ensure their legacy. Publicly, Konoha had experienced 3 wars and the Nine Tails disaster, not to mention losing the 4th Hokage. It was a severe blow. The third Hokage's political philosophy was all about maintaining stability. Hence, he opted for the most prudent approach to transferring power. On the other hand, Narashikaku's probing statement hinted at a change in power dynamics. The current holder of that position, Sarutobi Shinzo, had risen through the ranks of the Anbu and was stationed at the border. If Narashikaku assumed the role of the captain of this Jounin squad, it would inevitably lead to Sarutobi Shinzo moving up the ladder. As Narashikaku contemplated this position, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His mind was one thing, but this was the Hokage we were talking about, the one with the absolute authority over Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely refilled his pipe with tobacco and, with fine chakra control, ignited the tobacco in his wooden pipe with ease. Smoke once again filled the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his Hokage hat slightly and said in a subdued voice, "The village can't afford turmoil at the moment. If Orochimaru takes up this position, his nature would bring unpredictable changes to Konoha. In times of prosperity, Orochimaru would be the best choice." Sarutobi Hiruzen always sought stability. After all, as the village's leader, he couldn't afford to take unnecessary risks. His character predetermined his decisions. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards the direction of the Hokage rock, his eyes somewhat distant. He murmured to himself, "Sensei, I'm doing this for Konoha." Was Sarutobi Hiruzen wrong? As Narashikaku let out a sigh, he realized that politics rarely boiled down to right or wrong. To ensure stability, the most prudent approach was to opt for a smooth transition of power. The next Hokage would inherit his governing philosophy, and within a decade, the village would regain its strength. If Orochimaru became the fifth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that it could lead to either a new pinnacle for Konoha under his leadership or a sharp decline. Orochimaru's ascension would bring about two major political crises that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't accept. One was the instability caused by the change in power, and the other was Orochimaru's conflicting political ideology. It could lead to conflict, either revitalizing or weakening Konoha. "Lord Hokage, the Nara clan has volunteered to head to the border to assist Captain Shinzo." Narashikaku was undoubtedly intelligent. With the third Hokage's declaration, he understood that matters were about to escalate. He wanted to stay clear of the power struggle while still positioning himself advantageously. The best course of action was to go to the front lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words indicated his approval. It was a decision that aligned with his political philosophy of seeking stability. Narashikaku's respectful demeanor conveyed his understanding. Though the position of Jounin squad leader didn't grant substantial actual power, it held a status equivalent to one of the village's 6 major department heads. During times of war or crises, they could lead a division. "Once you're on the front lines, please inform Shinzo to focus more on training. While I can assist him for a while, I might not be able to help him forever." Strength. Sarutobi Shinzo fulfilled all the necessary requirements except for strength. Reputation. With all the village's high-ranking officials backing him, his reputation wouldn't be lacking. However, if the village head's strength fell short, it would damage Konoha's reputation and become a subject of ridicule within the shinobi world. After hearing this, Narashikaku breathed a sigh of relief. He'd distanced himself from the epicenter of village conflicts, attached himself to the future Hokage, and emerged as the captain of the Jounin squad, a win-win situation. Unfortunately, no one had anticipated Orochimaru's defection, or the sacrifice of the third Hokage's eldest son and daughter-in-law. The third Hokage had ended up with gains from neither side, and Konoha was plunged into turmoil. Narashikaku seemed to be the only winner, now the captain of Konoha's Jounin squad. A shadow appeared behind Narashikaku like a flea. He wore a wry smile as he turned to the head of Anbu, having just left the Hokage's office. "Anbu head, the third Hokage has ordered me to head to the border and assist Captain Shinzo." Observing Narashikaku's expression, it was evident that he wished to avoid getting entangled in political strife. The head of Anbu, also the third Hokage's daughter-in-law, let out a soft laugh. Although only her eyes were visible behind the mask, they radiated a confident smile. Captain Shikaku, rest assured. I never intended to hide this from the Hokage. Looking at the head of ANBU, Nara Shikaku maintained a composed expression, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. This woman was no ordinary figure, she operated with a level of finesse that was truly remarkable. It seemed she had accurately deciphered the third Hokage's intentions, revealing every detail before his watchful eyes. Remarkably astute. If the third Hokage had disapproved, he would have intervened long ago. Clearly, he had given his consent. She had precisely understood the third Hokage's political philosophy, his emphasis on stability. This explained her bold strategy, fearlessly communicating with Konoha's high-ranking officials. Chapter 83, Wills. Underground Secret Base. In the dimly lit study, Orochimaru's face revealed a twisted smile as he gazed at the enormous scroll in front of him, his expression turning into an unabashed grin. Hehe, Edo Tensei. The ninja world still possesses such a jutsu. It's a fusion of the nearly extinct Omniji and ninjutsu, a perfect combination. This is like another key to unlocking the mysteries of the soul. Beneath Orochimaru's hoarse and maniacal laughter, his purple eyes glistened with 2 teardrops of sorrow. Upon entering the study and witnessing Orochimaru's unusual demeanor, Uchiha Yoru furrowed his brow slightly, but he advanced in silence, not uttering a word, calmly observing the massive scroll. Edo Tensei. As Yoru examined the records of this jutsu, realization dawned upon him. No wonder Uchiha Madara, as mentioned in the original story, was aware of this jutsu and even understood how to undo its seal. It's important to note that according to logic, this jutsu was invented by the second Hokage. However, the timing of its creation seemed contradictory. If it was created during Konoha's early days, Madara's knowledge would be justified. Yet, the fact that the second Hokage didn't utilize it in the Land of Lightning made it somewhat illogical. This jutsu remained incomplete, and Madara was aware of it. This could only be explained by the assumption that the jutsu was never perfected, creating a plausible explanation. During the Warring States period, this sinister jutsu surfaced. Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju joined forces to defeat the adversary, and within the spoils of victory, this jutsu was found. However, it appeared to have been damaged, and only fragments were recovered. Hehe, Yoru-kun, back then, this forbidden jutsu was intended for the revival of the first Hokage by the second Hokage. Sadly, this jutsu was only in its preliminary stages. At this moment, Orochimaru's demeanor completely resembled that of a fascinated youth who had stumbled upon a treasure. He smiled genuinely, his eyes reflecting his sincerity. To him, these forbidden techniques held more importance than anything else. After all, they granted him keys to unlock the secrets of pursuing immortality. Edo Tensei. A jutsu that manipulated souls. If he were to successfully develop it, Orochimaru would undoubtedly gain a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the soul, enabling him to explore the enigma of immortality. Living corpse reincarnation. This technique presented a path to maintaining eternal youth by transferring into a youthful body. Although these 2 forbidden techniques seemed paradoxical, living corpse reincarnation delved into the enigmatic realm of the soul. Therefore, both these forbidden techniques were tailored specifically for Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's obsession with the path to immortality grew, Uchiha Yoru furrowed his brow and spoke in a serious tone, "Orochimaru-sensei, it seems it's been a while since we heard any talk about selecting the 5th Hokage for the village." The dimly lit study instantly fell into silence. Orochimaru's fanatical and feverish smile gradually faded, and he turned to face Yoru. With his raspy voice, he let out a chuckle, "Yoru-kun, it seems you're quite concerned about this matter of the 5th Hokage." Confronted with Orochimaru's statement, Uchiha Yoru nodded candidly and expressed his thoughts. Yes, if you were to become the 5th Hokage, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be sidelined. We could naturally rise to the upper echelons of Konoha and become your support. The entire village would become your backbone, providing endless resources for researching immortality. Similarly, as your disciple, I could finally shed some of my burdens. Uchiha Yoru wasn't being insincere, he spoke the truth. If Orochimaru became the 5th Hokage, Yoru's position would naturally ascend, allowing him to access higher levels of authority in Konoha without as much worry. After all, it's comfortable to sit in the shade of a large tree. With Orochimaru's backing, things would be easier. As long as Yoru continued to hold value. Seeing his excellent and most satisfactory disciple, Orochimaru smiled, an unusual sight. Rather than discussing forbidden techniques, he unexpectedly handed Yoru a scroll. These are strategic maps of various regions along Konoha's borders. It also contains information about the trading shares controlled by major clans within the Fire Country, such as the Nara clan's control over 40% of the medicinal herb business, the Akimichi clan's control over 50% of the village's military ration pill shares, and the Yamanaka clan's command of Konoha's intelligence division, among others. The major clans within the village have divided all of Konoha's resources among themselves. Even the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan have a stake, albeit a small one, in the medicinal herbs and military ration pill trades. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan controls the largest share of shuriken, kunao, and chakra metal businesses in the Fire Country. At this moment, Orochimaru no longer resembled a mere fanatic obsessed with forbidden techniques. He displayed the mannerisms of a seasoned politician, calm and composed. The wisdom in his golden snake-like eyes shone through as he meticulously analyzed the situation of the village's major clans. Orochimaru had transformed into a shrewd politician. As Uchiha Yoru opened the scroll and perused the information, it became evident that Orochimaru had meticulously analyzed the various interests within Konoha, enumerating the shares held by each major clan. Seeing the gravity on Yoru's face, Orochimaru wore a smile. He, with his unique charm and raspy voice, said, "Konoha has become stagnant waters. All the interests have been carved up, clear as day. Yoru-kun, your political acumen is truly the strongest I've seen among the younger generation. Even stronger than me. But there's something you've never grasped, and that is that within these stagnant waters resides a king, an unshakable king, and a group of supporters. This king, as long as he nods, will breathe life into these stagnant waters. In the world of survival of the fittest, a strong king might emerge, making these waters thrive even more. However, it's equally possible that after the survival of the fittest, the waters will wither away completely. The pond is of a fixed size, and within it dwells a king. At the peak of his rule, he grew fearful. He feared the collapse of the kingdom he had built with his own hands. He feared the replacement of his guiding principles. This king is also extremely arrogant." Now, Orochimaru's golden eyes held an intense depth, like a philosopher elaborating on the current political situation. A king. Regardless of who they are, they all possess their pride. They can allow someone to defeat them in their twilight years or even replace them, but they'll never allow their ideology to be trampled upon. Their will to be disregarded. Every powerful ninja holds steadfast beliefs, just like you and me. Orochimaru's gaze turned profound as he looked at Uchiha Yoru. With a raspy laughter, he continued, "Just like you, Yoru-kun. Deep inside, you're incredibly proud. Even in front of me, you inherently carry a sense of pride, and you won't be swayed by anyone's will." At this point, Uchiha Yoru understood Orochimaru's intention. The third Hokage was the reigning king at the zenith of his power, while Orochimaru was the emerging king of the new generation. Both held their own beliefs, and neither would bow to the other. If Orochimaru wanted to ascend, he had to bypass the third Hokage. If the third Hokage didn't approve, Orochimaru would face all the clans and ninjas allied with the third Hokage's interests. While Orochimaru's influence was formidable now, including the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and countless civilian ninjas, would they fight to the death for Orochimaru? Would they go all out in this political struggle? Fighting to the death meant tearing off the veneer of political intrigue. In the world of politics, if you lose, you're out. On the contrary, abiding by the rules of political manipulation meant investing. If Orochimaru lost, they would lose their stakes. Their bet wouldn't be themselves, but rather the chips they placed. Being eliminated meant the game ended. If they bet everything they had, it meant they were flipping the chessboard. Many civilian ninjas had put their bets on the line, but what about the Hyuga and Uchiha clans? Would the Hyuga clan do that? What about the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yoru smiled bitterly. While the Uchiha clan had invested, it was only to secure a central position within the village. How could they possibly overturn the chessboard now? After all, in the future, the Hokage series would redistribute the Uchiha's strategic position. This was about the future, not the present. The Uchiha clan wouldn't put all their assets on the line for Orochimaru. Unless the chosen candidate was from the Uchiha clan themselves. Chapter 84, Ignorance. The Orochimaru in the study seemed to have completely transformed, like a completely different person. He appeared to be a shrewd and intelligent politician who could clearly see Konoha's situation. As for Uchiha Yoru, he was secretly shocked. Yes, everyone had overlooked one point. How could someone competing to become a candidate for Hokage, a powerful contender, not understand politics? Remember, the reason the fourth Hokage lost was because of the moves made by the third Hokage. Otherwise, the fourth Hokage wouldn't have fallen into Minato Namikaze's hands so easily. The initiative has never been in our hands. After all, this is still the peak period of kingship. The most dangerous thing at this time is to provoke the bottom line of this king. At this point, Orochimaru looked at the forbidden technique scroll in his hand and smirked mockingly. Teacher, is this your choice? You've abandoned me once again. So, what method will you use next? Will it be like the last time, sending me away, or something else? The first time, Orochimaru chose silence, choosing to accept everything. Thinking about this, Orochimaru suddenly revealed a sinister smile on his face, and his hoarse laughter echoed in the dim study. Hehe, I may not be White Fang, but I have my own ninja way. Isn't this what you tacitly approved of, teacher? All these political methods are just futile at this point. As Orochimaru said this, Uchiha Yoru understood his teacher's meaning. All the political strategies were essentially in vain. If the third Hokage chose to remain passive, his chances of winning were quite high. But if the third Hokage stepped forward, he would become nearly invincible. The accumulated power of the third Hokage's rule for decades, as well as the fame he had gained while holding the village together during the fourth Hokage's absence, made him unshakable. The third Hokage appeared to be a benevolent old man, but in politics, he had always been a dictator. More importantly, there was his strength. Maintaining the peak strength of the third Hokage during these times was extremely terrifying. In this distorted history of the ninja world, it seemed that every leader was a political dictator. For example, wasn't the first Hokage the same? His ideals of peace were undeniable, even for someone like Uchiha Madara. Truly a twisted and distorted world, Uchiha Yoru thought with a smile. Yet, the glory and power brought by his prestigious clan also filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Yoru-kun, your progress is remarkable, but your skills are still lacking. However, if you improve a bit more, you might become a new windmill for this decaying village. With an extremely twisted smile on his face, Orochimaru said this with a hoarse voice. It seemed as though he had found something interesting, causing Uchiha Yoru's scalp to tingle. Teacher. Before Uchiha Yoru could finish speaking, Orochimaru's hoarse laughter interrupted him. Yoru-kun, from the very beginning, I've seen the ambition in your eyes, the arrogance that sets you apart from other Uchiha. It seems you've always been that confident, and you have your ambitions. Though you hide it well, I can see that you enjoy everything that power brings you. Orochimaru bluntly exposed his disguise and Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile. The false smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a smile that carried a hint of pride and arrogance. Orochimaru-sensei, if the one sitting on the supreme throne is someone of immense power, capable of shaking the entire ninja world and possessing eternal life, what do you think the ninja world would be like? As he spoke, Uchiha Yoru's tone paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something. A playful smile appeared on his face as he continued, and with only one village in this ninja world, with only one voice, wouldn't there be no cruel ninja world wars? Could I be considered the savior of the ninja world in a way? Listening to Uchiha Yoru's ambition laid bare, Orochimaru's smile became even more pronounced. Finally, in the dim study, his hoarse laughter echoed. Hehe, I never thought your ambitions, Yoru-kun, would be so grand. But... Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slowly as he continued, exuding a longing for the future. At that time, I'm afraid the ninja world will welcome a legendary sage of the six paths. No, the sages have disappeared into the river of history. What will arrive is a true sage. Looking at Orochimaru, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile. No. It should be two sages, or rather, these two sages will establish dominion over the ninja world. Two sages, weren't they referring to the two of them? They were going to establish the rule of the sages in the ninja world, implying that there might be other immortal sages in the future? With this thought, Orochimaru's smile became even more twisted and fanatical. Indeed, when anomalies become numerous, they cease to be anomalies. Immortal sages were anomalies, but what if this group of anomalies were incredibly powerful? Then they would become the norm, and Orochimaru wouldn't be the feared anomaly in everyone's eyes. Thinking this way, Orochimaru burst into hoarse laughter, and Uchiha Yoru, too, revealed his inner thoughts, a rare moment of honesty. No one starts out on top of the world, whether it's you or me. Even the sage of Six Path weren't always at the pinnacle. But the time of the heavenly throne's intolerance for a vacancy is coming to an end. From now on, it will be you and me, teacher, standing at the pinnacle. Uchiha Yoru's noble smile was met with a smile from Orochimaru. They were both ambitious individuals pursuing immortality, but Uchiha Yoru aimed to rule the entire ninja world, while Orochimaru sought endless life and to master all the world's jutsu. He also wanted to see how far his disciple could go, and how much change he could bring to the world. Windmills. Perhaps when he succeeded, the windmill blowing in the leaf wouldn't just be a metaphor, it would be a windmill stirring the entire ninja world. The utterances of two madmen might be seen as absurd by others, but in their eyes, it was all part of their shared ambition. Both of them were seeking immortality. The difference was that Uchiha Yoru aimed to dominate, while Orochimaru aimed to live eternally and learn all the secrets of the ninja world. And Orochimaru wanted to see what his disciple could achieve, what winds of change he could bring. Amidst their words, others might consider their ideas far-fetched, but ambition needed a spark. This spark was their ambitions, and they were both willing to chase after them. Immortality. Most people would dismiss such an idea as nonsense, and even his teacher, the esteemed Hiruzen Sarutobi, known as the god of shinobi, would likely criticize him for such unrealistic thoughts. Narrow-minded. That's where he felt disconnected from everyone else. Their thinking was too limited. Before the era of shinobi, did the onmyoji and samurai, who knew of chakra's emergence, foresee the revolution that would sweep the world? Did they anticipate that chakra and ninja would replace them? No, they didn't. That was the narrow-mindedness of their thinking. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, his face showing hope. He wasn't alone on his path anymore, there would be new people joining him in the future. As snowflakes fluttered down, the village of Konoha was tranquil, as if the war had finally come to an end. Hyuga clan. Inside the warm training hall of the main family, a dull sound echoed continuously. Those familiar with it knew it was the sound of soft fists colliding. It seemed even more immature than it should. Now, the heir of the main family, as the snow fell from the sky, was just 3 years old. Hyuga Hinata, who had just turned 3, was already being taught the gentle fist by her father in accordance with the strict family rules. In the center of the training ground, Hyuga Hayashi watched his daughter's first training session. His gaze held disappointment, but also a deep sense of shame. With her white eyes wrapped in bandages covering her head, Hyuga Hinata's fate seemed to have already been decided. Her potential was considered to be too low. But it wasn't that her potential was insufficient, rather, there was another child in the room whose potential completely overshadowed hers. Beside the training ground, Hyuga Hisashi was sitting on a futon, looking calmly at the father-daughter training session. He, too, had his own son. He couldn't understand why this scene felt so ironic. Listen, Niji, you were born to protect Miss Hinata and to defend the Hyuga clan's abilities. Affirmative. My honorable father. The dialogue between father and son carried an air of detachment from the father, while the child exuded a sunny disposition. Just recently, Hyuga Niji, who had a white bandage wrapped around his head, remained unaware of his impending fate. Now, the innocent pair of eyes belonging to the young Niji gazed at the small figures training within the courtyard, and a pure smile graced his youthful face. Was this the younger sister of the main family that his father spoke of protecting? However, the simple smile on Niji's face appeared thoroughly ironic in the eyes of Hisashi. Turning his gaze towards the training figures, a trace of dissatisfaction instantly edged itself onto his features. Why should his own son possess such innate talent only to be controlled by the hand of destiny? At his tender age, he was already burdened with the shackles of a caged bird. And yet, his child remained oblivious to his own fate. Why should the main family's children be granted protection while their own branch suffered injustice? This was a blatant unfairness. Fueled by years of resentment between the main and branch families, Hisashi lost his composure for the first time. He might have come to terms with his own fate, but when it came to his child, he was brimming with frustration. Veins around his eyes involuntarily tensed as a grimace appeared. Just then, in the midst of Hayashi instructing the gentle fist technique to his daughter, he suddenly froze. In an instant, his figure flashed in front of his daughter. There was a murderous intent. Shielding his daughter, upon spotting his own younger brother, Hyuga Hayashi clenched his curse seal in anger, bellowing out loudly. The training room was instantly filled with cries of agony. Even though Hinata Hisati was hailed as an elite upper-level ninja, when faced with the abrupt activation of the caged bird curse seal, he too let out a cry of pain, his voice filled with anguish, the sound echoing through the room. This abrupt turn of events frightened the two young children present. One was the young Hinata, her innocent pale eyes wide with fear, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. The other was Niji, who looked on in shock at his father, the heroic and great figure now reduced to a state of agony. My head! Father, what's happening? Witnessing his father's distress, Niji's voice trembled with concern. At that moment, Hinata Hayashi, who held the curse seal, approached with an expression of detachment. You may leave. I will pardon you for your treachery, but only for today. Never forget your destined path. Under the detached tone, a sense of unfamiliarity swelled within the young eyes of Niji. The figure before him, resembling an unfamiliar uncle, seemed to hold sway over his father's destiny. He seemed to grasp a certain truth, though his youthful self was still unable to comprehend the entirety of it. Hayashi's detached gaze shifted towards his suffering brother before he turned away, almost as if dismissing something insignificant. He departed with an air of indifference. Hayashi led Hinata away. With one adult departing indifferently and another howling in agony, a sense of discord appeared between the two young figures. Hinata stared in terror, while Niji gazed at his departing uncle, tears staining his cheeks. He was no longer quite as innocent. Father! Beneath the horrifying effects of the caged bird curse seal, Hinata Hisashi was consumed by distress, especially when met with his child's worried gaze. Tormented, his anguish wasn't due to feeling humiliated in front of his child, but rather a deep-rooted self-hatred for having brought his child into such a world. No father willingly subjects their child to the chains of destiny from such a young age. Every father views their child as the most precious existence. Yet, it appeared that his child was destined to safeguard the main family. Niji! Help me back! Bearing the pain in his mind as he gritted his teeth, Hisashi had never despised the main family as intensely as he did now. He even despised the caged bird. Memories of Uchiha's figure and those cold, golden snake-like eyes flashed through his mind. Orochimaru! At that moment, Hisashi was stirred. Fueled by his son Niji's concern, his gaze grew resolute. He might be willing to sacrifice his life for the main family, but he refused to let his child share the same fate. As Hayashi left, his seemingly emotionless face betrayed an underlying anger. His anger was directed at his brother. Why did he emit a killing intent? Didn't he realize the potential consequences if other members of the main family caught wind of it? Frustration. He was well aware of the feud between the main and branch families, but he also cherished his brother. Even if his method of protection was unorthodox, it was all he knew. This incident even led him to harbor a slight resentment towards his own daughter. It was her lack of talent that had incited these negative thoughts within his brother. The young Hinata remained terrified and uncertain, oblivious to the fact that she had inadvertently become the target of displaced anger. With a cold huff, Hayashi returned to the mansion, leaving the snow-covered scene behind. Snowflakes are swirling down from the sky, and amid the snowy landscape, a young figure emerges. It is none other than the young Hinata. In this moment, her innocent eyes seem to be filled with purity. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Show us your white eyes. If you don't want to, then don't bother looking our way. Those eyes of yours are quite eerie. Yeah, exactly. Those eyes are like those of a monster's. White-eye monster. Within the snowy surroundings, 3 children are openly ridiculing Hinata Hyuga. They might not fully understand, but influenced by their parents' generation, they've already been taught certain biases. Social hierarchies have always existed. Since these young children are unaware of the significance of these white eyes, their bold mockery reflects their innocence in not comprehending the complexities of bloodline heritage and the extent of their own ignorance during their youth. Chapter 85, Caged Bird Curse Mark. In the snowy landscape. Amidst the snow, Hinata Hyuga endured taunts from 3 older children, her innocent eyes welling up with tears as she became overwhelmed by emotions. In the snowy surroundings, a small figure huddled, while 3 older children, clearly of the age to attend the ninja academy, ridiculed her. Perhaps it was their ignorant envy that fueled their mockery. However, at that very moment, another figure appeared. With a composed demeanor, the newcomer gazed at the trio of children, causing them to be taken aback. To them, symbols like forehead protectors and kunao represented ninjas, invoking a natural fear. Startled, their panic was evident. Children, have your parents not taught you better? Do not bully those younger than yourselves, especially a girl. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Yoru. His calm voice resonated as he addressed the children, but his attention shifted towards a fragile child who had just leapt off a swing and was headed their way, freezing upon noticing Yoru's presence. Meanwhile, Hinata's tears continued to flow, yet a tender hand reached out to comfort her. As she lifted her gaze, she encountered a distinct figure. Hello Hinata! Observing the scene, Yoru's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had just intercepted a potential suitor. His gaze remained fixed on the slender child in the distance. Yoru-ni-izen. In a swift motion, Uchiha Shisui materialized behind Yoru. Despite addressing his elder brother, his eyes were drawn to the distant figure. Shisui was well aware of the child's identity, yet the Uchiha clan had no choice but to distance themselves from the child. Any contact could lead to exploitation by malicious individuals. The irony was palpable, as the child's appearance was frail and vulnerable against the backdrop of the snowy terrain. Calmly pivoting, Yoru led Hinata away, bestowing a serene glance toward the distant figure before departing. Lost in thought, he mulled over the concept of a jinchuriki. Observing this, Shisui sighed in relief, hoping to avoid any misunderstanding. Yet, despite this relief, his emotions were complex as he contemplated the child's vulnerable appearance with the eye of a ninja. Shisui, remember to wear new clothes next time. We mustn't tarnish the reputation of the police force. Also, refrain from visiting that establishment again. As Shisui stared in puzzlement, Yoru nonchalantly retrieved a voucher from his pocket and tossed it aside, exuding an air of nobility that belied any intention of frequenting such a modest shop. Caught in the breeze, the voucher drifted until it gently landed atop the head of the frail child in the distance. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the discount coupon that had landed on his forehead. Instinctively, he reached up, took it off, and then looked towards two distant figures. He was about to wave and call out to them when suddenly, a voice came from afar. It seemed the other individuals were quite disdainful of the coupon. Immediately, Naruto's mood dropped. However, at that moment, he noticed the coupon in his hand. On the front, there was a bold grand opening written, and on the back, it stated that the coupon could be exchanged for a set of winter clothing for children, with limited availability. The palm of his hand, thin and weak yet with clearly visible veins, was even a bit rough to the touch. Suddenly, a droplet of water fell onto the hand holding the coupon. In the split second he raised his head, Naruto's eyes contained a glimmer of tears, yet his face broke into a genuinely large and innocent smile. Meanwhile, within the shadows of the hidden ANBU, someone watching this scene furrowed their brows. Only after confirming that everything was all right did they finally let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Shisui wore an expression of resignation on his face. He turned to his brother, Yoru, and said, "Yoru Aizen, that was mine." Despite his claim, warmth filled Shisui's heart. The seemingly heartless facade displayed by his elder brother was belied by his kind actions. In this moment, he was even filled with a complex state of mind. The radiance on the third Hokage's body seemed not as resplendent, and it left him brimming with skepticism. The two of them walked calmly in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Passing by the Hyuga clan's territory, Hinata stood by the family's entrance and respectfully bent forward, saying, "Thank you." Although she blushed, Hinata conveyed the formalities of a prestigious clan through her deep bow. Upon passing the Hyuga clan area, Shisui shook his head and sighed. "Yoru Aizen, that child just now." Yoru's voice dripped with disdain. Ugly political maneuvering. After all, we're dealing with a Jinchuriki, not an ordinary ninja. Our approach must be more cautious. This is the will of fire we're addressing. The truth hit Shisui like a blow, and his expression darkened. "Yoru Aizen, are you suggesting?" Yoru let out a sigh. "Shisui, no matter how unfortunate that child's circumstances are, their parents left behind enough to ensure a comfortable life. The guise of protection is merely a pretext. The village rumors, do you think high-ranking ninja are oblivious? And there's the matter of the Uzumaki surname." Tearing off the disguise directly, in that moment, Shisui's complexion immediately grew darker. The child's parents were none other than those two. Shisui, just like in other ninja villages and the black market, learns the techniques of training ninja dogs from the Inuzuka clan. When they capture wild ninja dogs, they first subdue them. Then, they let them reach the brink of starvation and near death. It's at that critical moment when the owner appears, radiating sunshine and hope. If they're pups, they're brought to the edge of death, subjected to suffering and the bitter cold. When the owner finally shows up, they provide warmth. Over a period of several months, the animal's natural instincts make them develop an attachment to the person who offers warmth. Consequently, these ninja dogs become unwaveringly loyal to their owners. Despite the calm tone, the narrative reveals a harsh reality, likening Jinchuriki to trained ninja dogs. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui's expression becomes increasingly somber. "Yoru Aizen, but the child's father. He already comprehends the village's unsightly aspects, but that child is of the Hokage lineage. How long has it been? It's merely the third year since the Nine-Tails attack. When all is said and done, just slightly over a year has passed. And yet, that child has been subjected to such treatment. Nine-Tails attack on October 10th, first year, second year, and now just after the new year, making him 3 years old. At this point, Shisui can't help but feel a cold shiver run down his spine. The village has become so rotten. Even the child of the fourth Hokage has been treated in this manner. After all, he's the child of the fourth Hokage. If even the child of the fourth Hokage can be treated this way, then what unspeakable deeds wouldn't the village dare to commit? Within the Uchiha clan's territory, the heavy New Year's snowfall hasn't brought much joy to the Uchiha. Rather, in comparison to the villagers who have already begun to enjoy the atmosphere of peace, the Uchiha clan finds themselves isolated on the outskirts of the village, burdened with suspicion. Upon reaching home, Yora found someone waiting a presence that had been patient for quite some time. Snowflakes were drifting outside, while inside the house, the warm aroma of tea filled the air. "Greetings, Senior Hisashi." Hisashi had come to visit him. At this moment, his calm face seemed to have made a resolute decision. Although he had always been very conscious of etiquette, this time he seemed to have forgotten it. Hisashi took a respectful, standard shinobi kneeling position, bowing his head directly to the floor. In a solemn tone, he said, "Yora-sama, I must trouble you with the matter of the caged bird seal." Observing Hisashi's determined expression, Yora's face broke into a faint smile. He understood that something must have happened to Hisashi, or perhaps his child, Niji, had been marked with the caged bird seal. Although Hisashi might be loyal to the Hyuga clan, no father would be willing to watch his child become a slave, controlled by others for a lifetime. "Senior Hisashi, you're being too polite. This is all for the sake of Orochimaru-sama." Yoru smiled at this moment and spoke, giving off the impression that he was attempting to gather political resources on behalf of his teacher. Hisashi lifted his head, slowly removing the green forehead protector that represented the Hyuga's control over the branch family. This revealed the caged bird seal beneath it, a seal that symbolized control. As long as Orochimaru-sama can remove the caged bird seal from the branch family, the Hyuga branch family is willing to stand behind Orochimaru-sama. Hisashi's resolute voice echoed at this moment. This wasn't merely a political investment, it was a commitment. The usual political gestures were merely a display of goodwill, not a full commitment. Actions like this, fully committed and all in, were rare among powerful, prestigious clans. Such actions could lead to irreversible consequences if they failed. The survival strategy of powerful families was to diversify their investments. They might not get the largest share of the benefits, but they also wouldn't risk their family's downfall. "Senior Hisashi, please wait a moment. I need to examine your caged bird seal and make a record." At this moment, Hisashi slowly closed his eyes, revealing the seal on his forehead that their branch family considered a mark of shame. Meanwhile, Yoru stepped forward and began to observe the seal carefully, taking notes at the same time. Isolated by the Uchiha clan and investing in Orochimaru, Yoru found it difficult to gain genuine allies within the village. However, the Hyuga branch family was now a promising ally, as long as they could resolve the caged bird seal. But similarly, Yoru couldn't protect the Hyuga branch family on his own. However, things would be different if Orochimaru was involved. "Senior Hisashi, do you understand the situation the branch family will face once it regains its freedom?" Yoru's voice echoed in his ears. Hisashi's heart was filled with complex emotions. How could he not know? The branch family under the caged bird seal was like imprisoned birds under the control of the main family. Once this seal was lifted, the branch family would face complete separation from the main family. And the issue of resources. Konoha's resources had already been divided among various major clans. While the Hokage might not have the authority to intervene in branch family matters, these resources were rightfully the Hyuga's. The main family represented the Hyuga, so those resources were entirely in their hands. The Hyuga branch family is willing to serve Orochimaru-sama. At this moment, Hisashi had to take a gamble. As the head of the branch family, even if it was just a titular position, many members of the branch family followed him unquestioningly. He knew that if there was real hope, the accumulated resentment of the branch family would undoubtedly erupt. Upon hearing the desired response, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and shook his head, saying, "The caged bird is truly fascinating. It's indeed quite formidable. Those of you who had the caged bird curse seal imprinted from a young age, along with learning chakra control, have seen this seal develop in tandem with your chakra. The seal has essentially become a part of you. The caged bird curse seal, in essence, is a form of sealing jutsu. It attaches to the brain tissue and tenketsu points. When the curse seal is mildly activated, it causes immense mental anguish. Similarly, if a ninja dies, while the brain doesn't immediately perish, their consciousness becomes aware of their death. At that moment, the curse seal activates completely, instantly destroying the ninja's brain and the connected Byakugan. Having followed Orochimaru for a significant time, Uchiha Yoru had gained substantial knowledge in sealing techniques. With his medical ninjutsu skills, it didn't take him long to thoroughly understand the intricacies of the caged bird seal. After the examination, Hyuga Hisashi adjusted his forehead protector calmly, while Uchiha Yoru nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, Orochimaru-sensei's speculation was accurate. The caged bird represents another facet of sealing techniques, a so-called curse seal. Moreover, those from the branch family who received this curse seal from an early age, alongside their growing chakra, have essentially fused with it. The caged bird curse seal and the brain, as well as the Byakugan, have become intertwined. Removing the caged bird seal would essentially mean erasing your eyes and brain tissue. Hence, undoing this curse seal is not feasible, at least for now." Uchiha Yoru meticulously elucidated the intricacies of the caged bird seal. Hyuga Hisashi absorbed the information calmly, nodding subtly. They had pondered over methods to nullify the caged bird curse within their branch for generations, yet none had proven successful. His visit was fueled by a glimmer of hope. If even Orochimaru, an exceptionally gifted individual, couldn't find a solution, then perhaps only someone as extraordinary as the second Hokage, renowned for developing countless forbidden jutsu, could hold the key. However, suddenly, Uchiha Yoru's words ignited a spark of hope within Hisashi. For the sake of Niji, he was prepared to take this leap. His voice trembled as he entreated, "Please, Yoru-kun, go on." Uchiha Yoru's smile widened as he nodded, resolving the caged bird seal will not be an overnight endeavor. However, Orochimaru-sensei once said, "Every ninjutsu, even forbidden ones, entails risks. There's no such thing as a perfect jutsu. The existence of jutsu inherently implies potential solutions. While undoing the caged bird seal may be a prolonged journey, there may be another approach worth considering." "What approach?" Hyuga Hisashi's usually composed demeanor faltered, and this time, he seemed to grasp onto the last flicker of hope, his gaze fixed anxiously on Uchiha Yoru. If they could genuinely remove the caged bird seal, then his child Niji wouldn't have to tread the same path. Uchiha Yoru's self-assured grin persisted as he nodded. Orochimaru-sensei mentioned that the seal on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki combines a forbidden sealing jutsu with the four-symbol seal, reinforcing the seal. Likewise, even though the caged bird seal is a curse mark, it still falls within the realm of sealing techniques. What if we were to overlay another perfected sealing jutsu around the caged bird seal? This way, unless the ninja's original body perishes, the caged bird seal won't be subject to external manipulation. It won't merely restrain, it will also shield the individual. As Uchiha Yoru eloquently explained, a surge of excitement washed over Hisashi's countenance. Chapter 86, Solution. Add another seal to the caged bird curse mark. Combine the curse mark with a seal. Make sure it's impossible for anyone to control them. Upon hearing this novel idea, Hyuga Hisashi's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, the Hyuga branch had always focused on breaking the curse mark, but they had never considered adding another seal. What did the caged birds hate the most? Being manipulated by the main family, right? What if no one could manipulate them anymore? Or if the main family lost its power to control the caged birds? Sealing the caged birds meant they couldn't be sensed anymore, effectively solving the issue they had faced. In the face of this ingenious idea, Hyuga Hisashi was suddenly inspired with a new perspective. Thank you, Yoro-kun. If this works, the Hyuga branch is willing to pledge allegiance to Orochimaru-sama. At that moment, Hyuga Hisashi bowed again with a renewed determination, making a strong commitment. Seeing Hisashi's decision, Uchiha Yoro nodded and said, "Senior Hisashi, you're too kind. Orochimaru-sensei has always believed that the conflict between the Hyuga main and branch families is unnecessary cruelty. While he's ruthless towards enemies, he's quite lenient towards his own." Uchiha Yoro mentioned his mentor without hesitation, showing a sincere smile instead of guilt. Hisashi began to steady his emotions, nodding in agreement. "The Hyuga branch will always remember your kindness, Yoro-kun." For the members of the branch who had left, if they wanted to stand firm in Konoha or even rebuild the Hyuga clan, they needed an advantage. Becoming Hokage might be out of reach, but what about the future? If the Hyuga branch fully supported Orochimaru's bid for 5th Hokage, they could gain concessions from other clans like the Inoshikacho trio and establish a new Hyuga clan. "Senior Hisashi, this matter is crucial. Please keep it discreet. I'll inform you when we make progress. Is there anything you need, Yoro-kun?" The Hyuga branch will do its utmost. Having resolved to support Orochimaru, Hisashi was now resolute. Solving the caged bird issue was essential, the branch family was both willing and able. It was a win-win situation. There are two things: research funds, since Senior Hisashi's visit won't go unnoticed, especially by those monitoring the Uchiha. Using funds as a pretext can provide cover. Uchiha Yoro's composed smile impressed Hisashi, causing him to silently praise Orochimaru's choice to entrust so much to this disciple. His strategies were advanced, and his thinking was meticulous. Of course, the most important thing is information on the caged bird curse mark. Hisashi's resolute nod showed his commitment. "Rest assured, Yoro-kun. Next time, I'll bring the caged bird curse mark data along with the funds." Protection. What could justify Hisashi's personal visit? Only providing funds to Orochimaru behind the scenes could serve as a reasonable explanation. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoro smiled. As confident as he was, he knew that Konoha's leadership had responded. The time until their plan was revealed was running short. Finally, Uchiha Yoro personally saw Hisashi off, maintaining a friendly smile. But beneath that smile was a sense of urgency. Watching the departing figure, Uchiha Yoro squinted at the snowflakes falling from the sky. With his changes, Orochimaru's influence hadn't diminished much. Some villagers were even wondering why discussions about the 5th Hokage hadn't progressed. It seemed that some were getting impatient. Uchiha Yoro turned to look at Konoha's iconic Hokage rock and sighed softly. "If we had a choice, a straightforward yet powerful ninja might make things easier." Snowflakes fell over Konoha, heralding the arrival of a new year. Everyone had grown one more year older, and those born during the Nine Tails Rampage had now turned 3 years old. Uchiha Yoro, at the age of 16, had already reached a height of around 6 feet, 1.8 meters. His recent growth spurt, especially due to physical training, had resulted in his body becoming more defined. However, unlike the explosive muscles seen in the Land of Lightning, his physique leaned towards a more streamlined and agile form. Inside the police department office, Uchiha Yoro returned to work after the new year with a friendly smile. The recent arrival of new snow had refreshed the entire village, creating a new atmosphere. Outside the police department, under the moonlight and the wind, Hey-8 Gecko casually waved to Yujiro Uzuki as a greeting. Although the two were familiar with each other, neither knew the other's true identity. At this moment, Yujao Uzuki's face displayed a forced smile that couldn't conceal her weariness. Height Gecko furrowed his brows as he observed, then softly inquired, Yujao, I heard your father left behind a substantial debt. Are you all right? After years as classmates, Height Gecko and Yujao Uzuki were well acquainted. However, both kept their ANBU missions in mind, refraining from revealing their true feelings. After all, ANBU mission confidentiality was paramount. I'm fine, Height. Despite the smile on Yujao Uzuki's face, her deep sadness was apparent. Seeing this, Height Gecko's own smile wavered, revealing a hint of concern. He wanted to help his classmate, especially given his fondness for her, but his current public identity as a regular chunin wouldn't allow him to offer the substantial aid required. Ultimately, Height Gecko found himself unable to reveal his ANBU secret, though he was eager to assist Yujao Uzuki. He said with concern, Yujao, if you're facing difficulties, please don't hesitate to speak up. My family still has considerable resources. In truth, Height Gecko was well aware of Yujao Uzuki's situation, given his fondness for her. Yujao Uzuki, upon hearing the subtle implication from Height, frowned and shook her head, saying, Height, I'm all right. I can handle this. Borrowing money from a classmate to settle her debts? Setting aside the exact amount of her debt, the more pressing issue was that ANBU had carefully crafted her persona to get closer to their target. If Height Gecko were to repay her debts, she'd truly find herself in a difficult situation. Yujao. Finally, Height Gecko opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say to help his friend remained unspoken. He could only watch as Yujao Uzuki, with a forced smile, entered the office building. A bitter smile was all he could manage in response. Height Gecko found himself regretting his lack of courage, knowing that his hesitation today had inadvertently pushed his classmate further into her predicament. In essence, the ANBU mission had led Yujao Uzuki into the abyss. Seated in his brightly lit office, Uchiha Yoru habitually closed his eyes to rest while awaiting his assistant's delivery of the day's reports. His intention was not to slack off but to conserve energy for the challenges that lay ahead. In his courtyard, 4 figures resembling Uchiha Yoru practiced different activities. One calmly honed his swordsmanship, while the other 3 meditated, focusing on altering their chakra's nature. Shadow Clone Jutsu, rated as a B-rank difficulty technique, had an upgraded version called the Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, classified as A rank. Both were inventions of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This technique used a significant amount of chakra to increase the number of clones formed. The multiple shadow clones could generate over 1,000 at once. Given its intense chakra consumption, Tobirama Senju had classified it as a forbidden technique and sealed its information within the Forbidden Scroll. Similarly, this technique was one of the most potent and broken non-affinity techniques. While it expedited training, the fatigue increased proportionally. Without exceptional recovery abilities, one couldn't utilize this jutsu effectively. Recovery pertained to both the body and spirit. However, this technique wasn't as all-powerful as it might seem. Physique-oriented shadow clones couldn't be sustained for long, while training clones in jutsu faced the challenge of chakra. In the original story, Kakashi mentioned that he could only use Chidori 4 times a day. Similarly, using jutsu meant expending chakra, and after a few uses, the clones would disperse. This technique had limited usefulness, making it best suited for training in chakra nature transformation with minimal chakra consumption and no risk of harm. Training swordsmanship with a clone was more about refining the speed and accuracy of strikes. Furthermore, Yoru himself created only 4 clones due to his accelerated recovery ability. As for the original protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, his training with the jutsu was possible due to his massive chakra reserves. He could afford the consumption, combined with his abnormal recovery ability. At the police department. Yoru-sama, these are today's reports, and there are also a few genin who caused a disturbance after drinking last night. They were apprehended and need your approval." Yujao Uzuki proficiently handed over the prepared documents and reports, though her exhausted appearance was difficult to conceal. Uchiha Yoru naturally didn't overlook this. After all, ninja possessed keen observational skills. However, he pretended not to notice and instead focused on reviewing the materials that required his approval. These 3 genin returned from a mission and caused a disturbance after drinking. Given their recent tension from the mission, let's administer a lenient punishment. Inform them to compensate the tavern owner for damages, and they'll be allowed to return home. For ninja transgressions, especially those without causing significant harm, Uchiha Yoru tended to pacify the situation. He opted for a peaceful resolution, advising apologies and necessary compensation, with a focus on safeguarding the ninja community. Yujao Uzuki seemed accustomed to this routine. She nodded slightly and observed as Uchiha Yoru approved and stamped the documents. In terms of political direction, as a shinobi, she naturally leaned toward favoring the ninjas. After all, ninjas are groomed as tools from a young age, and their tasks are intertwined with various challenges and adversities. It's natural for them to have emotional issues, so it's not uncommon for them to exhibit sensitive behavior. Having contributed significantly to the village, she still hopes the village can show some leniency. Coincidentally, the actions undertaken by Uchiha Yoru, which nearly elevate the status of ninjas, also symbolize Orochimaru. This has garnered favor for Orochimaru among many, especially due to his success in the eyes of many towards the Sunin, Orochimaru. Furthermore, our recent financial expenses have left us with a surplus. It might be appropriate to reward the hard-working ninjas, especially those facing hardships at home. Of course, rewards shouldn't be given thoughtlessly, they should be based on their performance. Lately, peace has gradually settled in the Land of Fire, and prices across various regions are stabilizing. This is particularly true for food. It's a good time to make purchases and ensure to allocate a portion for the orphanage. After all, the children in the orphanage are leading quite challenging lives. Seated at his office desk, Uchiha Yoru calmly resolves one ninja concern after another. His administrative efficiency in the ninja world is undoubtedly top tier. After all, there are no dedicated courses for teaching administrative skills in the world of ninjas. Instead, it's a realm where children are molded into ninja tools. As a result, administrative tasks can prove to be quite vexing for most ninjas, and mastering the intricacies of these matters requires continual experience. Yet, Uchiha Yoru seems to possess an inherent aptitude for this. Just as the office door swings open, Uchiha Shisui walks in and is met with a scene he's all too familiar with, evoking a look of admiration in his eyes. These are the very administrative tasks that leave him baffled and uncertain of how to proceed. He fears mishandling one aspect might lead to dissatisfaction, but under his elder brother Yoru's guidance, these tasks seem effortlessly managed. In this moment of reverence and reflection, Shisui grasps the reason behind Orochimaru's high regard for Yoru. Yoru's approach to handling administrative matters is unparalleled, a perfect blend of efficiency and finesse. Tasks that used to be headaches with no satisfying resolution in sight are, in the hands of Uchiha Yoru, aptly addressed, leaving both parties content. For instance, in the event of a tavern dispute, the best approach has always been one of reconciliation. Delving too deeply into the matter would only result in the loss of ninja patrons. These ninjas share friendships among themselves, and word spreads quickly. Ultimately, it's their loss. Ninjas are a proud bunch, and when released in such a manner, they'll inevitably come to their senses and realize their mistake. The police department's approach offers them a way out, one they eagerly accept. They compensate financially, shake hands, and reconcile. If they happen upon a tavern owner who handles matters astutely, they might even invite them for a friendly drink, nurturing a bond that extends beyond animosity into future camaraderie. Chapter 87, Baffled. 7th Squad Office of the Police Department. With practiced expertise, he reviewed the documents and stamped them with his seal as the captain of the police department's 7th squad. In less than 30 minutes, he finished the workload that might normally take a ninja half a day or even a full day to complete. Observing this scene, Uchiha Shisui nodded with a smile and remarked, "Yorinai-Aizen, there are 2 more files here that need your approval and signature." Looking at the documents handed to him by Shisui, Uchiha Yora smiled and shook his head, saying, "Shisui, you should learn to handle these administrative matters in the future. After all, you will eventually become an elite of the police department." Acknowledging his older brother's praise, Uchiha Shisui smiled awkwardly. Though he recognized his elite status in the police department, he found administrative work quite a headache. Spending an entire day on these matters often led to unsatisfactory results, requiring frequent revisions. In contrast, his older brother seemed like a natural leader who could effortlessly complete intricate administrative tasks in less than half an hour, nearly flawlessly. Uchiha Yora jested with a smile, his gaze shifting to the 2 documents in his hand. As he read, his eyebrows furrowed, and he shook his head, commenting, "They want to increase the budget for the prison? The prison of our 7th squad needs expansion." Seeing his older brother's perplexed expression, Uchiha Shisui began explaining carefully, "Yorinai-Aizen, as the situation at the borders stabilizes, many ninjas are being recalled from the front lines. Some of them find it difficult to readapt to village life due to their strained mental state." Although he didn't elaborate further, it was evident that returning ninjas from the front lines were causing disturbances due to their highly tense spirits and war-induced trauma. On the border battlefield, they brushed shoulders with death every day, living in a constant state of tension. Upon returning to the village, they struggled to adjust to the normalcy of life, requiring a transitional period. This transition often led to incidents. Listening to Shisui's explanation, Uchiha Yora sighed and stated, "They are all heroes of Konoha, they shouldn't be treated like this. I don't care what others do, but anyone who comes back from the front lines is our concern. Classify their offenses as disturbances and attempt to have their family members resolve issues peacefully. If they lack family, allow the police department to step in for negotiations. We'll always find a suitable solution. And if matters escalate to violence, we need to inform them that they'll be imprisoned, but the length of their stay will be up to them. They should compensate the affected parties and strive to shorten their sentences. Furthermore, since these individuals have been apprehended, bring them to our prison, but we mustn't treat them as mere criminals. Nobody desires this outcome. They are village heroes, even if they've made mistakes, they should have the opportunity to make amends." Uchiha Yora spoke gravely about this matter. Shisui listened and earnestly nodded, internalizing these resolutions. Despite Uchiha Yora's soft-spoken voice, the office door was open, and with numerous ninjas around, who wouldn't overhear. Thus, these words were meant for all to hear. However, this decision didn't result in discontent, it brought expressions of relief to everyone's faces. These returning individuals were all heroes, and while they caused problems, this solution was optimal. Lenient punishment and having them make amends would satisfy both sides, rather than resorting to strict discipline. The ninja world was also a realm of human emotions, especially for these ninjas who had been honed as tools since childhood. Their tough exteriors often masked fragile hearts, and they cherished their bonds deeply. They had vulnerable sides that the decisions of the police department's 7th squad touched upon. Yorinai-Aizen, the second set of documents pertains to expanding the patrol scope of the police department. We need to revise the patrol schedule and address the frequency. Shisui respectfully explained the contents of the second set of documents. Uchiha Yoru examined the documents with a serious expression, then shook his head and responded, "We're adding 3 additional squads to the patrol teams, increasing the number of patrols by 5 times, particularly during the nighttime. Additionally, inform the 7th Division of the Police Department and request their dedication during this period. Adjust their compensation accordingly. Given that many comrades are returning from the front lines at this time, incidents are likely to escalate. However, we can't prevent them entirely. The optimal strategy is to have the patrol teams focus on inspecting establishments such as bars, casinos, and brothels after 10 p.m., with an emphasis on issuing warnings to deter trouble. The simplest solution is to reduce the occurrence of such incidents. Consider the police department's patrol teams conducting inspections every night after 10 p.m. This consistent presence will encourage the ninja to exercise caution, naturally leading to a decrease in the frequency of accidents. Shisui, please approach the minister later to discuss opening up the police department's major training grounds. Ninjas who have recently returned from the battlefield need a transitional period, and the training grounds offer a suitable outlet, especially since our police department occupies around 70% of the village's peripheral training areas. Currently, these spaces mostly go unused. Uchiha Yoru provided solutions with apparent ease. While they might not be perfect, they sounded like divine advice to Shisui, leaving him with an excited smile. He saw the emergence of a new Hokage after Orochimaru in Uchiha Yoru's actions. While Uchiha Yoru maintained a composed demeanor, he sneered inwardly. The stability of the Konoha's borders was factual, but chaos was likely on the horizon. The village's actions were self-destructive, and the third Hokage believed his methods were the most secure, not foreseeing the potential turmoil resulting from designating defectors. After all, Orochimaru's defection's impact was second only to a Hokage's defection. This individual was a Hokage candidate, and branding them a defector would undoubtedly rattle Konoha. The original story featured skirmishes at the Konoha's border with the Mist Village that persisted until Uchiha Shisui's return and the Uchiha clan massacre. While these weren't large-scale battles, they generated constant tension for the village. Then there was the Land of Lightning. Contemplating this, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but chuckle. His actions this time not only bolstered the police department's reputation but also held political implications for Orochimaru, though not particularly significant. However, when war erupted once more, this group of returning individuals was nearly certain to be involved. By then, they would be a clandestine force. The village's higher UPS believed the war had ended, thanks to the scars of the Third Great Ninja War. They assumed they had about a decade before another extensive conflict. Thus, they prioritized securing their interests openly, neglecting the returning ninjas' importance. A decade. It could alter everything. How many returning ninjas could there be? At most, a few hundred, no cause for concern. The village leaders focused on a smooth political transition. Nonetheless, no one foresaw what lay ahead. After smoothly resolving two administrative issues that Uchiha Shisui had struggled with, his admiration for Uchiha Yoru only grew stronger. Yorunai-Aizen, don't worry. I'll immediately set these two plans in motion, Shisui said. Shisui displayed complete dedication to resolving the village's issues promptly. Uchiha Yoru's expression relaxed, revealing a faint smile. While the appearance of normalcy suited Yujao Uzuki well, she was adept at disguises. While outsiders remained oblivious, those familiar with her could sense occasional lapses in focus and emotional lows. Yujao, what's going on with you today? Another female ninja working in the police department inquired curiously. Yujao Uzuki managed logistics and naturally attracted additional attention. She was also an assistant to the squad leader. Spotting this female ninja, Yujao Uzuki offered a forced smile and shook her head. Sis Yoshiko, I'm fine. Nakata Yoshiko's husband was a Chunin who had sacrificed himself on the battlefield. He belonged to the Orochimaru faction. As a survivor, Yoshiko was naturally assigned to a less demanding position. Nakata Yoshiko smiled as she looked at Yujao and said, Yujao, your distracted demeanor can't escape my notice. Tell me, what kind of difficulty are you facing? At that moment, Yujao let out an inward sigh. I'm sorry, Sister Yoshiko. I didn't mean to use you. It's just that you've attracted the attention of the ANBU. Yujao's facade seemed to slip away, revealing a lost and helpless expression. The two women took advantage of a lull in their work to start chatting. What? Your father left you with so much debt? Yoshiko's shocked expression was genuine. She hadn't expected Uchiha to suddenly be burdened with such a significant amount of debt. Seeing Yoshiko's astonishment, Uchiha shook her head helplessly. Sister Yoshiko, I'm just an ordinary Chunin. Even if I join a ninja squad and take on B-rank missions, it would still take several years for each mission. However, as someone experienced, Yoshiko sighed and explained, it's not as simple as you think. B-rank missions are already quite challenging. Apart from the danger level, the bounty for B-rank missions ranges from 80,000 to 200,000 ryo. But executing B-rank missions usually requires a ninja squad, or even more than one squad. Each B-rank mission varies in time consumption. A regular ninja might manage 7 or 8 B-rank missions in a year. Do you think this is a battlefield? If you're only considering debt repayment, how many years will it take? Yoshiko shook her head and sighed, Uchiha, you're young. Do you know the annual expenses for a ninja? Weapons, medicinal herbs, and various consumables amount to a significant cost. You'll also need a well-coordinated team to accompany you on missions regularly. Uchiha's face grew paler as she listened, but she forced a smile. It's okay, I'm still young. I'll aim to clear the debt by around age 25. 25? By 20, you're already a grown woman. Your talents would go to waste. Speaking as if recounting a tale of sorrow, Uchiha privately nursed a sense of sadness. Being a ninja was always a high-risk profession, demanding both rigorous training and mission execution, which in turn required significant funds. Now, saddled with such an immense debt, she found herself almost unable to move forward. Sister Yoshiko, you're experienced and have good relations with the Uchiha clan. There must be a way. If I can overcome this obstacle, I'll follow your guidance. Uchiha's pleading expression wasn't lost on Yoshiko, who sighed in response. For a girl in her prime, this was an overwhelming blow. With a commoner background and decent talent, she could have had a brighter future. But now... Uchiha. Yoshiko hesitated, trying to say something, but her expression showed she was struggling with her words. Uchiha clung to Yoshiko's every word as if it were a lifeline. Sister Yoshiko, do you have a solution? Seeing Uchiha's desperate expression, Yoshiko sighed softly, Uchiha, you know quite a bit, haven't you spread some gossip about me in private? Unlike feigning ignorance, Yoshiko wasn't surprised about her connection to a certain Uchiha member. In fact, she seemed to have planned it. No, I've only heard things from others. Uchiha blurted out instinctively, but immediately regretted it. The two walked to a corner outside the police building, and Yoshiko looked around to ensure no one was there before sighing again. Uchiha, you must have heard about my situation. Uchiha's face visibly tensed, while Yoshiko managed a strained smile. Though there are plenty of rumors, he's treated me well. He's also been kind to my child. You know my husband died in the Third Great Ninja War, and the village has suffered from conflict. While the compensation is decent, it only perpetuates our hardship. The key for a strong ninja is foundation. We lack bloodlines and secret techniques, not to mention that we even lack chakra natures. Yoshiko's smile carried a hint of sadness. Chakra natures. During the founding of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha clans invited major families to form the shinobi village. Later, with the introduction of the Shinobi Academy, civilians had the chance to become ninja. Yet, the origins of ninjutsu stemmed from the major clans. So there was an unspoken rule in the shinobi world: civilians needed to report their learned techniques. If you learned a B-rank jutsu, you had to report it to the village. Teaching your descendants required reporting as well. For civilians, their jutsu came from the major clans, and no payment was involved, just a reporting procedure. This reflected the existing class divide in the shinobi world, regardless of the realm. Even though Midou was honored as a special jounin after his sacrifice, he was wind-natured. Our child didn't inherit that, leaving us with no chance. Yoshiko continued, Yujao, you're still young. I don't want you to regret it. Do you know the greatest advantage women ninja possess? Yujao hesitated, then responded softly, beauty and the fact that offspring of a female ninja will likely be a ninja. Listening, Yoshiko sighed and said, the ninja world is brutal, and competition is fierce. You're beautiful and talented, and your advantage at this age is substantial. If you have a child, they'll undoubtedly be gifted. The major clans tend to marry women with chakra natures, and our team leader, from a major clan, is young and handsome. Even if you don't end up together, he won't mistreat you. Perhaps this is your only chance to change your fate. Yoshiko's relationship with a certain Uchiha ninja was known, and the ANBU's information showed that he was likely to help, given his personality. While all this was orchestrated by the ANBU, Yujao's baffled expression showed she was truly at a loss upon hearing it. Chapter 88, Yujao. During this time, Uchiha Yura had spent a busy day dealing with political matters. After using his shadow clones and experiencing their disappearance, he felt drained. Little did he know that the ANBU's covert operations had orchestrated a targeted scheme against him. Hidden beneath Konoha, in a secret research facility. Rubbing his forehead, after handling the morning affairs and recuperating from the afternoon exhaustion caused by his shadow clones, he couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the shadow clone technique for training. Recovering mentally alone was challenging for many, as it required an abundance of energy in the original body to practice. Upon stepping into the laboratory, Orochimaru looked up upon sensing his arrival, a hoarse smile forming on his lips. "Ha, Yura-kun, come take a look at my latest creation. Whether it's Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, or Fushi Tensei, Living Corpse Reincarnation, both require a substantial foundation of chakra, much like the natural energy used in legendary sage techniques. Essentially, a large amount of chakra is needed as a base." As he entered, Orochimaru bombarded him with a flurry of technical terms. Upon seeing Orochimaru's research subject, his brow furrowed. A prisoner was on an experimental table, writhing in agony, with black markings covering his body. "What's this?" Although he had a suspicion, Uchiha Yura pretended not to know. Orochimaru, however, was all the more excited. "Yura-kun, you know, I'm not sure if the legendary six-path sage actually existed, but the sage techniques from those legends are real. For instance, the Fire Temple has a tradition of sage techniques, and there are 3 major sacred forbidden sites, like the Rika Cave." "Sage?" Uchiha Yura feigned a puzzled expression and then hesitated before saying, "Sensei Orochimaru, I've come across information about sages in my clan's records. Ordinary chakra forms through a balance of physical and spiritual energy. Senjutsu chakra, sage's energy, involves absorbing natural energy from the surroundings, blending it with one's own physical and spiritual energy in a balanced fusion. Techniques using this power are called senjutsu." Impressed by Uchiha Yura's broad knowledge, Orochimaru nodded approvingly. "Indeed, Yura-kun, you're different from the average ninja. You've even delved into these written materials. Ordinary ninja usually focused on techniques, paying little attention to other sources. But for Orochimaru, who had ventured into scientific research, this limited perspective was insufficient. Techniques empowered by senjutsu chakra are several times or even dozens of times stronger than normal. They also grant heightened sensory perception." Orochimaru explained the potency of senjutsu enthusiastically. "Training in senjutsu requires much time and a vast chakra reserve. It's nearly impossible for most ninja. However, I've discovered a natural-born sage, someone with the ability to absorb natural energy. Do you grasp the significance? It suggests that senjutsu chakra might have been passed down not only through training but also through bloodlines, akin to Kekkai Genkai. If there's senjutsu chakra, then there must be sages. What did the world look like before ninjas existed? Did ancient times truly have sages? Seeing Orochimaru's increasing excitement and fanaticism, Uchiha Yoru's eye involuntarily twitched. Orochimaru's speculations were impressive. But Yoru also knew what sages looked like. The legendary Six-Path Sage was the son of a woman. Yoru-kun, up north, we've found a young boy who can naturally absorb energy. When he's in a place rich in natural energy, he becomes like a sage, but he loses control and goes berserk. This is the sage's bloodline, or rather, the bloodline of the sages. Have you noticed the seal on the subject? That's the power I obtained through that boy. The mention of a seal caught his attention. So, Orochimaru began developing these seals from this point. It made sense. Orochimaru had even applied a seal to his own disciple, Anko Mitarashi, when he defected. Curse seals? Orochimaru-sensei, what's the connection between natural energy and Edo Tensei? At this point, Uchiha Yoru's expression showed puzzlement, and Orochimaru responded with an intriguing smile. Yoru-kun, your thoughts are just like mine. We've transcended the narrow confines of ninja abilities. Because I've realized that curse seal jutsu's natural energy can erode mental strength or the so-called soul. It also grants significant power to the ninja. Natural energy is profound, there are likely many abilities we've yet to discover. Orochimaru enthusiastically explained, and Uchiha Yoru's expression turned thoughtful. It seemed that Orochimaru's curse seal wasn't just a tool for manipulation, it could be used to manipulate and erode an opponent's mind. Orochimaru-sensei, this is the caged bird curse seal scroll sent by the Hyuga clan. They've also provided research funds. Uchiha Yoru smiled as he presented Orochimaru with the purpose of his visit. Orochimaru responded with a husky laugh, saying, "It's not easy to resolve the Hyuga clan matter. Over the years, many elites have attempted." While that was the case, Orochimaru still accepted the scroll. He wasn't particularly interested in lifting the caged bird seal from the Hyuga clan. His attention was divided among researching Edo Tensei, Fushi Tensei, the so-called wood release revival project for the roots, and now dedicating effort to curse seals. In a ninja world, Orochimaru's hands were undoubtedly full. Researching sage natural energy not only strengthened him but also left him with more energy to explore forbidden techniques. Sensei, although the caged bird seal is a curse seal, could it still be considered a derivative of sealing jutsu? Uchiha Yoru shared his viewpoint, and Orochimaru shook his head, saying, "Yoru-kun, sealing jutsu isn't like the 5 elemental ninjutsu. It requires not only talent but also precise control. You can research it if you want, but don't delve too deep." Orochimaru didn't want Yoru to waste his talents on sealing jutsu. Despite his words, Orochimaru tilted his head back, and with a haunting sound from his throat, a large snake emerged from his mouth. The snake then spat out a scroll several times larger than itself. Yoru-kun, these are the sealing jutsu I've gathered. You can pick 1 or 2 to study specifically. After all, life is short, and to achieve your dreams, you need to be strong enough not to die at the hands of any formidable opponent. Orochimaru's husky voice echoed in the room as he spoke with a smile. Uchiha Yoru nodded in understanding, realizing that Orochimaru's perspective likely contributed to his array of unusual and unorthodox ninjutsu, particularly those focused on survival. You could argue that Orochimaru's ninjutsu might not have been the most powerful, but it was undoubtedly the most peculiar, especially when it came to self-preservation. Beneath the knight's cloak, just outside an impressive and dignified courtyard within the Uchiha clan's territory, Yujao Uzuki appeared restless. This time, she wasn't pretending, her unease was genuine. Was she really going to undertake this for the ANBU mission? Yujao, this is where the captain resides. It seems he hasn't returned yet. Nakata Yoshiko's voice quivered as she spoke. She gazed at Yujao's youthful face and couldn't help but offer a bitter smile, shaking her head with a self-deprecating chuckle. Yujao, you can still withdraw your commitment. Ponder this carefully. Can you gather enough funds by mortgaging your family's house and utilizing your savings? Dragging someone else into a predicament was morally wrong, and it was evident that Yoshiko felt burdened by it. However, Yujeo response was a strained smile. Beneath the moonlight, Yujeo observed Yoshiko's fear and the guilt in her eyes. At that moment, a warm feeling enveloped her, along with a bitter smile. She hadn't expected the person showing concern for her to be the one who was manipulated by her. With a touch of sorrow, Yujeo wore a tragic smile. Sister Yoshiko, my parents were commoners and lived in an apartment. Even if I sell the house, I'll get at most 300,000 to 500,000 ryo. Adding my savings, I might scrape together around 500,000. But the debt is 3 million. Not 30,000. Sister Yoshiko, I'm really left with no choice. In that moment, Yujeo seemed to fully immerse herself in her role, while Yoshiko sighed softly at the sight. Yujeo, I don't know if what we're doing is right, or if you'll regret it later. Right now, all I can do is offer you some advice. Seeing Yujeo nod with gratitude, Yoshiko sighed, once you take this step, your dignity will be lost. From then on, you'll never forget. If you're only doing this for the money, listen to me. Don't get pregnant. Once the terms are settled, given the Uchiha clan's status, in 2 or 3 years at most, it'll be over. Be cautious during this time, try not to be discovered, and forget this experience in the future. Start anew. Listening to Yoshiko's advice, Yujeo lowered her head and managed a strained smile. Sister Yoshiko, do you truly believe I can forget about this? This is something that will stay with me forever once it's done. Seeing Yujeo's expression of despair, Yoshiko sighed softly. Captain Yoru is a good person, and while conflicts are common among noble families, the Uchiha clan is different from the others. Their inherent pride prevents them from mistreating women. Captain Yoru's identity will even make him a student of the Hokage in the future. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, being a second wife or concubine might not be a bad choice. Yoshiko moved closer and gently tidied Yujeo's disheveled hair, speaking in a hushed voice. Being a woman of a noble family isn't shameful. And Captain Yoru is a strong individual. In terms of status, power, and family position, he won't lack women. You'll understand matters of the heart later on. Ninjas follow the strong, and women attach themselves to the powerful. That's an unchanging truth, Yoshiko said softly, as if reassuring herself, which seemed to ease her burden. Yujeo, I didn't agree to become a second wife because he refused. It's because of my child. Mentioning her child, Yoshiko's smile turned determined. The child hasn't seen its father since birth. I can't sever the connection between the child and his family. No one understood her pain, raising a child alone and enduring various rumors over the years. She was already a widow. Anyone else would have remarried long ago. But she hadn't. She was protecting the last descendant of his husband family. Sister Yoshiko. Yujeo's smile was forced. She wanted to say thank you, but the words wouldn't come out. After all, this was a difficult topic to address. Yoshiko's involvement with the Uchiha clan had been discussed privately by many. That's why she was part of the ANBU's plan. It made sense and provided a reasonable pretext for bringing her to the Uchiha territory. Yujeo, you don't need to say anything. I don't know if what we're doing is right or if you'll regret it later. Right now, all I want to say is that you can still back out and avoid regret. Yoshiko seemed to have let go of her burden now. Her final words were sincere. As for what Yujeo would choose, she couldn't control it anymore. After all, Yujeo had sought her help, and she knew the only way to save her. She was saving a naive girl. Under the moonlight, lights illuminated the solemn house. Meanwhile, Yoshiko, with her head down, walked slowly toward another residence under the cover of night. Leaving the research base, the sky had already darkened. The streets were deserted. Uchiha Yoru shook his head, muttering, no wonder researchers are all workaholics, losing track of time like this. A shadow flitted by, and using his ninja skills, he swiftly leaped through the night, returning to his courtyard outside his house. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and his black eyes glowed with the swirling pattern of the Sharingan. The three tomo rotated within his crimson eyes as he stared intently at his house. The living room light was on. Someone was inside. But who would come to his residence? The clan head? Or perhaps the elder? There was no one so unconventional in the Uchiha clan. Could it be a spy? Impossible. The Hyuga clan's strictness was deeply ingrained and unchanging. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. As he pondered, his hand had already gripped the hilt of his kusanagi sword at his waist. His eyes narrowed, and from within his sleeve, snakes slithered out, their venomous fangs bared. Chapter 89, Mission. With a creaking sound, the wooden door slowly swung open, revealing a dimly lit, empty living room that flickered with light. A delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. Uchiha Yoru, the one who had opened the door, squinted his eyes. His three tomo Sharingan rotated coldly as he scanned the surroundings, his grip on the kusanagi sword remaining firm, creating an eerie atmosphere. Amidst the aroma and the inviting glow of the room, he couldn't help but wonder who was at his house and had even prepared a meal. Even though he had undergone training in the ninja school, he was left bewildered in this moment, unable to deduce who might be responsible, despite countless images flashing through his mind. Chakra adhered to his feet, allowing him to walk silently on the wooden floor. Uchiha Yoru slowly made his way to the entrance of the living room. Inside, a simple meal and a fragrant soup were arranged on the table. The warmth wasn't overpowering, but the aroma in the air was rich. No one? Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes. As soon as he caught the aroma in the air, he held his breath. Simultaneously, venomous snakes emerged from his sleeves, slithering silently across the room to open all the windows. Could there be poison in the aroma? The instinctual response was ventilation. In the well-lit room, Uchiha Yoru calmly proceeded toward the second floor. Venomous snakes hid in the corners and blind spots along the walls, prepared to strike when least expected. With a gentle rustle, as the wooden bedroom door was pushed open, a figure emerged inside. Uchiha Yoru's Sharingan narrowed with a tinge of surprise. The walls outside the room were already covered with venomous snakes, but they remained hidden from view within the bedroom. In an instant, all the snakes froze. As Uchiha Yoru took in the scene within his bedroom, he was truly perplexed. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain a forced smile. Yujao Uzaki, care to explain why you're in my house? And why in my bedroom? At this point, a dangerous edge crept into Uchiha Yoru's smile. The venomous snakes outside extended their tongues once more, poised to strike. Meanwhile, Yujao had meticulously tidied up the bedroom, even arranging the bed and smoothing out the sheets, as if preparing for sleep. However, this wasn't her own house. Yujao was now kneeling on the wooden floor, maintaining a respectful posture from when she had opened the door. Her head remained bowed, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Captain Yoru, I heard from my sister, Yoshiko, that you might help me with my current problem. In a voice trembling on the brink of inaudibility, Yujao spoke, resembling a forsaken kitten. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and asked, what problem? What exactly was Yujao plotting? Was it her own scheme or orchestrated by ANBU? As Uchiha Yoru pondered, Yujao's next words astounded him, followed by a cunning smile. Captain Yoru, my father. As Yujao revealed her burden of enormous debt, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but deeply regard the girl. Oh, ANBU, resorting to such methods to get close to him. Perhaps he had underestimated the world of ninja or, more likely, he had been careless. In the ninja world, there were secret missions like assassinations, interceptions, escorts, and searches. Similarly, there were covert missions, particularly espionage. Espionage involved getting close to the target and exploiting all available means. With a subtle gesture of his fingers, the venomous snakes lurking around the bedroom's exterior walls retreated into the shadows. His vigilance remained. 3 million ryo of debt is indeed a heavy burden for an ordinary ninja like you. Uchiha Yoro calmly entered the bedroom, his grip on the Kusanagi sword loosening. Though he was cautious, he wasn't letting his guard down entirely. Although it was for a mission, Yujo's pale face and her visible nervousness seemed genuine. Nonetheless, Uchiha Yoru offered a wry smile. A cunning ANBU, a cunning third Hokage. Layers upon layers, these tactics were unending. Yujo, in her inexperience, either believed or pretended to believe what was in front of her. It was time for Uchiha Yoru to respond. As he thought this, Uchiha Yoru calmly nodded. You haven't eaten, have you? Bring the food from downstairs up here. Let's eat together in the bedroom. Hey? Yes, yes, Captain. Yujo's thoughts seemed slightly behind. She hurried to her feet, performing a rushed bow before scurrying downstairs, visibly flustered. In the bedroom, Yujo sat on her knees in front of the table, her head lowered, emitting an air of helplessness and confusion. Amidst the torment she felt, she tried to enjoy her meal. At the dining table, Uchiha Yoru calmly finished his last bite of food. After wiping an imaginary trace of food from his mouth with a napkin, he nodded in approval, saying, Your cooking skills are impressive, though I'm not particularly fond of onigiri and sushi. Hearing his words, Yujo hastily placed the untouched bowl she held onto the table and quickly bowed, saying, I apologize, Captain. In the future, I will do my best to prepare dishes that you enjoy. Something about her response seemed off. In the future. This thought triggered an unnoticed surge of resentment within Yujo. He had joined the ANBU, so how did he end up with a spy's mission? A spy. Although she was a civilian, she was aware of the existence of spies that the village secretly cultivated. These spies operated independently from the 6 major ninja departments and held significant influence. They could command the cooperation of the Konoha's 6 main departments when necessary, yet remained a secretive unit without any overt combat capabilities. The ANBU, known as the Special Assassination and Tactics Special Force, was an elite ninja unit specializing in covert operations. Their missions often involved assassinations, ambushes, pursuing targets, and safeguarding important individuals. Sensing Yujo's unease and subtle resentment, Uchiha Yoru raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have found a way to handle the situation and smiled slightly. He mentioned a strategy involving using counter-espionage tactics. Yujo, this is a red wine from the Uchiha clan. It has rejuvenating effects for girls and promotes blood circulation for ninjas. Uchiha Yoru casually retrieved a bottle of red wine from the counter in the bedroom and picked up 2 wine glasses. This house had been granted to him by the clan and was fully equipped, even containing various alcoholic beverages and fine teas. Being from a prestigious family, one might choose not to indulge, but the provisions were essential. To bolster her courage, or perhaps feeling cornered, Yujo took the offered wine glass and drank a large gulp. She coughed and choked due to the unfamiliar taste, her face turning red. Uchiha Yoru noticed her pale hand gripping the glass. Either she was an adept spy, capable of convincingly feigning authenticity, or she was genuine. Beyond her fabricated identity, the panic and fear she displayed today were real. Considering her age and the information he had gathered through covert investigations, she likely hadn't had the time for intensive training until after her graduation. Not everyone possessed the talents of Kabuto, so Uchiha Yoru nodded, understanding that even in this situation, he needed to find her vulnerabilities. No one is flawless. Orochimaru's obsession with research, Hokage's loyalty to Konoha's stability, these were vulnerabilities. Similarly, he had his own, like the intoxicating allure of power and the desire to become stronger in this world, to wield authority, and perhaps even achieve immortality. Women are enigmatic creatures. Yujo's eyes reddened after downing the wine. She knew she couldn't resist, especially given the mission from the ANBU leader and the significant resources invested. She had to continue, and the person in front of her was an elite member of the Uchiha clan. If exposed, her fate would be worse than death. "Captain, can you help me resolve my current dilemma?" Having finished the wine, Uchiha had decided to throw caution to the wind. Especially under the influence of alcohol, she stared directly at him with her red eyes. Uchiha Yora smiled and nodded gently. "Uchiha, you're very beautiful and have an untainted background. With your talents, I'll invest 1,000,000 ryo annually. I can help you clear your debt first, and in 3 years, I'll restore your freedom, if you're willing." Uchiha Yora's smile and proposal left his intentions clear. A total investment of 3,000,000 ryo for a chance to secure the future of a potential special jonin was a deal he wouldn't pass up. Despite the risks, he was confident in her future achievements. "Captain Yoru, I will hold you to your word." Uchiha's determination, fueled by alcohol, led her to remove her ninja attire, revealing the form-fitting outfit underneath. Under the moonlight, in the dimly lit bedroom, the two figures embraced each other, resembling lovers in a tight embrace. Early the next morning, inside the bedroom, Uchiha was curled up like an injured kitten, while Uchiha Yora watched her with trembling eyelashes. He didn't speak. After all, it was her first time, and such an experience might be difficult for her to accept all at once. Holding her delicate white jade hand, Uchiha Yora gently nodded, squinting his eyes. The slight calluses on her hand were from frequent training in sword techniques. Although chakra had improved her physical condition, it would take prolonged chakra cultivation for the old calluses from ninja training to disappear. In this ninja world, people were not only mentally mature at an early age, but the same applied to experiences like this. Looking at the protagonist in the original story, you could tell that getting married at 17 was considered normal. The young girl, Uchiha, exuded a youthful and innocent aura. Growing up as a commoner, she had limited resources, so her training mostly focused on physical techniques, giving her skin an extra level of elasticity. Chakra, indicative of medical ninjutsu, flowed through his fingers as he gently caressed her quivering skin. Though Uchiha kept her eyes shut, pretending to sleep, she could still feel the effects of the medical ninjutsu. As the morning sunlight streamed into the room, Uchiha sat up in a panic, her eyes fixed on the plum blossom on the pristine white bedsheet. The room was now empty except for her. Uchiha Yora's handsome appearance stood out even among the Uchiha clan, known for their good looks. Along with his gentleness from last night, Uchiha found a hint of comfort. In reality, she was the one who had gained an advantage. His identity, strength, background, and appearance were all far beyond her reach. Her nerves eased slightly as she noticed a letter left on the table. The message read, "I've gone to work. Breakfast is ready. I've taken the day off for you, consider it a day off." The note ended with a reassuring smiley face. In that moment, warmth flooded Uchiha's heart, and her eyes welled up with slight tears. The ANBU loyalty had only given her cold missions, even having her spy within her own village. They had orchestrated everything to place her by his side. However, as she had realized during this time, he was a good person, accepting of ninjas, even the events of last night. "Thank you, but I'm afraid I might disappoint you." Uchiha gazed at the simple, lukewarm rice porridge on the table, still showing a faint smile. But that smile quickly faded. She knew she could be moved, yet she remained committed to her mission: infiltrate Uchiha Yora's side, gather intelligence, and gradually integrate into the Uchiha clan to uncover their internal secrets. Chapter 90, Women. The early morning sunlight bathes the earth, and the warming spring sunshine causes the snowflakes on the ground to gently melt away, symbolizing the arrival of the season of rebirth. Beneath the brilliant sunlight, during this time of day, most of the ninjas are either engaged in training or on missions. The streets are bustling with the activity of ordinary people and women venturing out to purchase groceries. As Uchiha Uzuki steps out of the Uchiha clan area, she crosses paths with Nakata Yoshiko. In this moment, an air of awkwardness lingers. It's apparent that the young girl feels somewhat flustered in the presence of Yoshiko for the first time, her head lowered and her demeanor uncertain. "Yujao, let's walk together," Nakata Yoshiko says with an air of familiarity. She approaches Yujao with a light chuckle and places a basket in her hands, while offering a reassuring murmur. The soldier pills produced in the Uchiha clan area are no less impressive than those of the Akimichi clan. It's clear that Nakata Yoshiko has performed this act on multiple occasions, almost silencing everyone with such gestures. Despite this, Nakata Yoshiko leads the head-lowered Yujao Uzuki onward. "Yujao, this is from Captain Yoru," Nakata Yoshiko adds, her meaningful gaze indicating the stack of banknotes in the basket that Yujao holds. As Yujao notices the contents, her surprise becomes evident. "Sis Yoshiko, didn't we agree that you would help me solve the problem? Why is there money?" At this moment, Yujao Uzuki's inexperience is clear, her puzzled expression in the presence of Nakata Yoshiko causing a chuckle from the latter. "Yujao, you truly are an innocent girl. You cannot fathom the life of a prestigious clan, especially the Uchiha, the foremost family in the Land of Fire. The stature of Captain Yoru alone in the Uchiha clan ensures a certain monthly dividend from the family's industrial earnings, not to mention the compensations for his duties. The Uchiha hold a prominent position and are notably generous in supporting their own, especially their women." As Nakata Yoshiko concludes her sentence, a subtle meaningfulness colors her expression. This prompts Yujao Uzuki's cheeks to flush slightly at the implications. "Take it, for it is rightfully yours." Nakata Yoshiko's words leave Yujao Uzuki momentarily flustered. She senses a faint warmth emanating from the stack of banknotes within her grasp. "Yujao, since you have embarked on this path, there is no turning back. Sometimes, rumors can cause harm. Therefore, claim what is due to you now. Even if you later feel regret, this money can provide stability in your life." As Yujao Uzuki gazes at Nakata Yoshiko's seasoned demeanor, she remains unsure about handling the money. Her concerns find a voice. "No, Sister Yoshiko, we agreed upon 3 years and 3 million. I'm worried that accepting this money..." Listening to Yujao Uzuki's concerns, Nakata Yoshiko shakes her head reassuringly. "Fear not. The Uchiha's pride is deeply ingrained. You might question their might, but you should never doubt their honor. As long as you conduct yourself for these 3 years and adhere to their commands, even if you choose to leave in the future, they won't hinder you. When a substantial amount of money is handed to you, even if you don't physically see it as payment for your debt, it can still feel abstract. However, with these crisp banknotes before her eyes, the visual impact is undeniable. For the inexperienced Yujao Uzuki, who has not faced many such situations, the experience is overwhelming. Exhausted upon her return home, Yujao Uzuki's expression shifts abruptly as a figure appears in her bedroom. Head. The person is none other than the head of the ANBU, also the granddaughter-in-law of the third Hokage, and her immediate superior. "Yujao, did the plan succeed last night?" Under the unabashed gaze of this granddaughter-in-law of the third Hokage, Yujao Uzuki senses a palpable ambition. In this moment, Yujao feels unusually sensitive. After all, it is jarring to have her first time dedicated to a mission, only to have her superior inquire about the mission afterward. Suppressing the pain in her heart, Yujao Uzuki lowers her head and speaks softly, "The mission was accomplished, but the target is very cautious. I'm afraid their current intent is to have me only as a lover." As Yujao Uzuki opens the basket she holds, revealing the crisp banknotes within, the granddaughter-in-law of the third Hokage displays a disdainful expression. "The Uchiha clan is indeed generous. You need not surrender this money. You can use it as you wish." For her, money holds little importance. Her current aspiration is to advance further, relying on her husband's position. Once Sarutobi Shinzo assumes the role of Hokage, she will become the Hokage's wife. The daughter-in-law of the third Hokage lowered her voice and said with a solemn tone, Uchiha, I will remember everything you've done. In the future, you will be integrated into the Uchiha spy network. The catastrophe of the Nine Tails must not be allowed to happen again. Uchiha Yoru's identity and strength position him as a strong contender for the Uchiha clan's higher ranks, possibly even as an elder. As for that old Uchiha Setsuna, his health is deteriorating day by day, and he won't last for many more years. Uchiha Yoru is the most fitting candidate to succeed him. While intelligence is of the utmost importance, there's no need to rush. Ascend the ranks gradually, and eventually, Uchiha Yoru will be willing to take you as his concubine. It must be acknowledged that this daughter-in-law of the third Hokage, despite her ambitious nature, is also highly skilled. At this point, she's already setting the stage for future plans. After assuming the role of Hokage, she must provide support for her husband's position. With the current opportunity, she naturally aims to utilize her position to embed spies within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, all of these actions are for the sake of the village. I hope you can understand. After detailing the mission, the granddaughter-in-law of the third Hokage showcases her adeptness in rallying people. Yet, her fervor for personal gain is notably strong. Uchiha Uzuki, meanwhile, is in a particularly sensitive state. Though a hint of resistance lingers within her, the notion of working for the village resonates, prompting her solemn agreement. For the village, Uchiha is prepared to sacrifice her life. Observing Uchiha Uzuki's response, the granddaughter-in-law of the third Hokage smiles with satisfaction. Uchiha, fret not. You are executing a classified ANBU mission. I can assure you that once the mission concludes, your past will remain unknown. You can embark on a fresh start in Konoha and learn advanced ninja techniques, including A-rank jutsu. A-rank jutsu are considered advanced techniques accessible only to high-level ninjas. The rewards can certainly be deemed substantial. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Uzuki forces a smile and nods, saying, "Thank you, head." At this juncture, solace and reassurance might hold greater value for a woman than mere rewards. It's possible that Uchiha Uzuki, being inherently altruistic, is not greatly concerned with material gains. From the original story, it's apparent that following Gekko Hayate's demise, Konoha established an alliance with Tsunagakuer. Uchiha Uzuki grappled with war trauma and ultimately relinquished her ANBU identity to join the logistical support unit. She wasn't driven by a potent sense of ambition. In the office of the 7th Division of the Police Department, a somewhat embarrassed smile graced Uchiha Shisui's face. "Yorinai Aizen, regarding last night's incident, you're aware of Nakata Yoshiko's situation. It's highly unlikely that her presence escaped the watchful eyes of the patrol teams." Observing Shisui's hesitant demeanor, Uchiha Yoru shook his head with a touch of helplessness. "All right, I'll forgive you this time. But please, next time, do inform me in advance." It was implausible for a stranger entering the Uchiha clan's territory to go unnoticed, especially if it involved someone like Uchiha Uzuki, a mere chunin. This was, after all, the Uchiha clan's territory, and the covered patrol guards were keeping a close watch. Naturally, they would need to be informed of any developments. Soon enough, this information reached the higher echelons, although, in line with the spirit of ninja secrecy, such matters weren't openly discussed. However, it was highly likely that the clan head and the elders were already privy to the details, otherwise, how would Shisui be aware? "Yorinai Aizen, the clan has sent a message through me. They're open to considering suitable candidates from within the clan." Dealing with affairs like keeping a lover a secret was something Shisui had grown accustomed to over the past year of involvement in high-level politics. He didn't find it unusual. In fact, he believed that if this relationship could lead to the birth of the Uchiha's noble bloodline, it would be an honor. "All right, Shisui, Orochimaru-sensei's matter takes precedence for now." Uchiha Yoru rubbed his forehead, casting a glance at Shisui's expression. He shook his head with an amused smile. Hailing from a prestigious lineage, as you step into the heart of power and revel in a certain degree of distinguished treatment, you must also shoulder corresponding responsibilities. For instance, clans like the Uchiha, while not entirely opposed to cross marriages, hold certain noble bloodlines that bear the Sharingan, a unique eye. These clans usually provide guidance to their members, suggesting that they wed within the clan. Naturally, it's just advice. Given the Uchiha's pride, even a few words of counsel from them are seen as quite magnanimous. However, for someone like him, who has already assumed a position of authority within the Uchiha clan, if he were to marry an outsider, it would be acceptable if the person were a civilian. Ideally, though, the individual should be at a Jainin level, to avert any undue gossip. While nurturing their chakra-infused constitution, parents who both possess such a constitution will undoubtedly pass down this ability to their children. Similarly, if the parents are high-level ninja, most of their child's talents will surpass those of ordinary ninja. As for these minor matters within the clan, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and shook his head. Technically, as a team leader, his role could be considered one of authority, but when you consider his identity as a disciple of Orochimaru, he has almost become a presence in the clan second only to the clan head and the elders. Yorinai Aizen, the clan has sent me an advanced bonus. Looking at the bank book Shisui handed him, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but display a wry smile. Seriously, just because he got involved with a woman, now the clan was showing interest. They even released the bonus a week early. However, Yoru didn't decline the money. After all, he had worked diligently for the Uchiha. Taking a small portion of what was rightfully his was only fair. Yorinai Aizen, I've already instructed the security team within the clan grounds. They'll ensure Miss Uzuki's safety whenever they encounter her in the future, Shisui said with a confident smile. Uchiha Yoru responded by shaking his head silently. That's sufficient. If anyone dares to cause trouble within the clan grounds, let the guards observe without intervening. Amid their shared chuckles, Shisui discreetly gestured, as if asking whether there were any concerns about Ujo Uzuki's identity and if they needed to keep a vigilant eye on her. Uchiha Yoru, however, smiled and subtly shook his head, using gestures to convey that it wasn't necessary. Shisui, we need to allocate some additional personnel to the prison lately. Keep a close watch on that. Uchiha Yoru assumed the facade of discussing clan matters with Shisui, but in secret, he used a cup of tea to pen a clear message on the table. What's exposed to the eye isn't terrifying, what's truly fearsome is what hides in the shadows. The meaning was unmistakable. Known spies aren't as alarming, as they can be surveilled right under one's nose. However, the genuine peril lies with those concealed in the darkness. You have no inkling of their identities or when they might strike unexpectedly. With a smile lighting up his face, Shisui accepted the intelligence and nodded. He glanced at the wiped-off water stain on the table and assured, Yorinai Aizen, rest assured, I'll personally keep a vigilant eye on the prison. Nothing will transpire. The prison area concealed some unsavory dealings, and Shisui naturally needed to keep an eye on it. Even though they had the support of Hyuga monitoring it, they couldn't afford to lower their guard, especially since the higher UPS in the Konoha were making moves. Shisui's face brimmed with smiles, seemingly masking his emotions, but underneath, a mix of anger, sadness, and even a hint of helplessness swirled. Third Hokage's actions. Did he truly distrust the Uchiha clan? First, they planted a spy, and now they were sending a female spy to infiltrate. While he could understand the surveillance aspect before, especially since Uchiha's involvement in the Nine Tails incident couldn't be easily dismissed, employing a female spy in this manner indicated mistrust. Such tactics were typically employed against enemies' high-ranking officials. The village was treating the Uchiha like enemies. It filled Shisui with a blend of anger and desolation. The sense of injustice was palpable. The situation made him believe that corruption had seeped into the upper echelons of Konoha. Shisui. Seeing Shisui tidying the secret messages, Uchiha Yoru shook his head gently, indicating they could hold off for now. At that moment, Shisui understood. He nodded slightly and chose not to reveal to the clan head and elders that Ujo Uzuki was an undercover agent. No, now he should call her a spy. He didn't inform them because he feared it might clash with their plan. However, this burden rested solely on his shoulders. Shisui, I recall Ataki is preparing for the graduation exam. When you have the time, could you help tutor him? Uchiha Yoru's face expressed an embarrassed smile, mingled with a touch of apology. He seemed to be saying that he was too occupied. Shisui understood and nodded sincerely. You can count on me, Yorinai Aizen. By now, Shisui had bottled up a lot of dissatisfaction towards Konoha's corrupt higher UPS. Naturally, these emotions and thoughts had also influenced Uchiha Ataki. Just like in the original story, Uchiha Ataki and Uchiha Shisui were not just teacher and student, but also friends who influenced each other. This time around, it was no different. As Uchiha Yoru mulled over this, a cold chuckle escaped his thoughts. Well played, Third Hokage, he mused, this truly is relentless. Blow after blow, denying me a moment's respite. But this time, I'm resolved to ensure their schemes fall flat. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Ataki, the forthcoming shadow-level powerhouses, stand beside your faction. Regrettably, their chance to intervene may have slipped away. Ujo Uzuki? A civilian possessing Jounin-level potential, she had such a pristine family background. Thinking about this, Uchiha Yoru let out a cold laugh. He planned to personally teach Third Hokage a lesson. Women. They're not to be used in such a manner. After all, this wasn't a matter of national vengeance. Once they saw the ugly side of Konoha's politics, a wounded heart needed solace. He always remembered the wisdom of the past, if she is inexperienced, show her the world's splendor. Chapter 91, How to Win a Girl's Heart, YORU 101. The midday sunshine streams through the office window, casting its warm embrace. Yet, the outside air carries an icy chill, tinged with a biting wind. On the ground, the snowflakes begin their delicate dance of melting, their existence seemingly adding a touch of bone-chilling cold to the atmosphere. Within the office, Ujo Uzuki stands, her form illuminated by the afternoon light. She holds a stack of documents in her hands. Yoru-sama, I've brought the materials, Ujo Uzuki states. Uchiha Yoru's countenance remains characteristically enigmatic, while Ujo Uzuki's demeanor hints at a mixture of awkwardness and confusion. Shouldn't you be resting at home today? Uchiha Yoru inquires, his seemingly innocent question provoking a startled reaction from Ujo Uzuki, reminiscent of a startled feline. Yoru-sama, I'm well now and prepared to resume my work, Ujo Uzuki responds, her attempt at composure contrasting with the lingering nervousness in her eyes. Although she projects an air of collectedness, the underlying anxiety is palpable. Retrieving a stack of money from her pocket, Ujo Uzuki places it on the table before Uchiha Yoru. Yoru-sama, I'd like to return this money to you. Even amidst these circumstances, her sincerity remains evident. Despite all that transpired, she is determined to rectify the situation by returning the money she had taken earlier. Uchiha Yoru's smile widens, his satisfaction stemming from the implications of power, even when wielded by a spy. Ujo, manage the tasks at hand, and later, accompany me to the training grounds, Uchiha Yoru instructs. He maintains his grasp on Ujo Uzuki's trembling hand, placing the money back into her pocket. His soothing words follow, Ujo, the path of a ninja requires substantial resources, and this is your rightful share. Ujo gazed at the money once again tucked into her pocket, and her hand held by the other person. Her face flushed even deeper, as if she could drip water any moment. She couldn't help but stammer, Lord Yoru, I'll head downstairs first. As the flustered figure departed, a knowing expression graced Uchiha Yoru's face. His smile carried a nuanced understanding as he mused that the other party might have incorporated some acting just now. However, he believed that when it came to matters of the heart, especially Uchiha Uzuki's steadfast nature, he was confident the third Hokage would fall for the ruse. Uchiha Uzuki stepped out of the office building, nervously patting her chest. In this moment, the distinct sound of her heartbeat resonated. Though the ANBU had orchestrated everything, her nerves had genuinely kicked in just now. Her performance had been utterly authentic. This was precisely why the ANBU had crafted this plan for her, to establish proximity to the target. Spying. It wasn't about possessing advanced acting skills or elaborate techniques. Sometimes, making the most of the circumstances was what truly counted. Similarly, for the sake of this meticulously devised plan and the groundwork laid over the past month, she had fully grasped the gravity of indebtedness. The money in her pocket now seemed to amplify her nervousness while causing her cheeks to take on a slight flush. Uchiha. With a sudden light exhale, Uchiha felt her hair stand on end, each strand resembling a tiny antenna. Turning her head in alarm, she discovered Heiat's face etched with apologies. As she spotted the newcomer, Uchiha's tension eased, and she wiped a bead of sweat from her temple. She offered a quick smile and inquired, "Heiat, is there something you need?" The sun's rays glinted off the snowy ground, casting Uchiha in a different light today. While her past demeanor radiated determination and strength, now there was an additional touch of vulnerability, stirring a protective instinct. She seemed almost like an injured little wildcat, freezing Heiat momentarily. Then, with a composed, unwavering demeanor, he scratched his head and chuckled, "Uchiha, this is my earnings for the month. It's not much, but I thought it might help you." As he reached this point, Heiat's earnest expression transformed into an awkward bashfulness. "You know, Uchiha, almost all my money goes into training, so I don't have much saved up. Though it's not a lot, I hope you won't mind." Uchiha's smile bloomed as she observed Heiat's sincerity and glanced at the money in his hand. Yet, deep within her heart, a faint sense of disappointment lingered, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. While Heiat's money was substantial, in comparison, the pocket money he casually left for her today seemed to create a striking contrast. Her hard-earned wages over a month juxtaposed with someone's casual pocket money. Moreover, his arrangements weren't just considerate, but also showed genuine care. In comparison, Heiat's current gesture outside the police department appeared somewhat naive and impulsive. "Heiat, thank you. My problems have been resolved." "Resolved?" Upon hearing this, Heiat awkwardly scratched his head. He had no idea what to say. Uchiha, how did you manage to resolve them?" As soon as he finished speaking, Heiat mentally chided himself. Why did he phrase it like that? But the words were already out, leaving him with no choice but to offer an embarrassed smile. Meanwhile, due to the experiences of the previous night, Uchiha had transformed from a girl into a young woman. Overnight, it seemed she had shed all traces of her former innocence. She felt as though she had matured in just one night. She couldn't control her own destiny, and that was due to power. If she were powerful enough to be a Jonin, the ANBU would never put her at risk so casually. Thinking of this, Uchiha's face displayed a carefree smile. She looked at Heiat and said, "Captain Yoro helped me resolve it. The condition is to serve Yoro-sama for 10 years. Uchiha knew her situation couldn't remain hidden for long, but to avoid gossip, Uchiha Yoro had taken care of everything today. Of course, she was well aware of this. The concept of serving brought to mind the feudal system of the samurai era. A century ago, major noble families and clans followed such customs. They would recruit members from smaller families or powerful warriors to serve them, forming an employment relationship. In return, they had to pledge loyalty. If they betrayed that loyalty, powerful families had the right to decide their fate. Moreover, if their reputation was tarnished, they would be hunted by all. Though the ninja era had arrived, these traditions still persisted within major families. The term had evolved to serving. Except for a few families like the Hyuga, who did things differently, most others focused on cultivating skilled civilian ninja as their subordinates. The major families provided resources, and the subordinates gave loyalty. Ujio, I'm sorry I couldn't offer more assistance. Heiei awkwardly scratched his head at this point, his straightforwardness preventing him from understanding her ordeal. Ujio, who had undergone so much overnight, wasn't in the mood for prolonged conversation. Furthermore, she was now tasked with gathering information as a spy, which meant she didn't want to needlessly involve others. She offered a forced smile and shook her head. Thank you, Heiei. You're a good person. But I'm a bit exhausted today, so I'll head off. At this juncture, Ujio didn't want to engage extensively with familiar faces. She was drained, and while Heiei was an exceptional ninja, he was completely oblivious to this aspect. He expressed concern, saying, Ujio, would you like me to accompany you? Yet, Ujio simply waved her hand before departing. As Heiei stood there, money in hand, he awkwardly scratched his head and pocketed the money, his face wearing a smile. Well, this means I can enjoy some barbecue tonight. At the same time, he encouraged himself silently. Don't rush, focus on completing the ANBU mission and gathering intelligence. There's ample time ahead. Both Heiei and Ujio were part of the ANBU, yet they didn't recognize each other. After all, only teammates saw one another's true faces. Additionally, Ujio was a recent recruit, sent out on a spy mission. Naturally, neither of them knew they belonged to the same organization. Heiei's talent for infiltration made him particularly suited for gathering intelligence. Thus, it seemed both of them were unaware of their shared affiliation. This was intentionally arranged to prevent involving others in case of exposure. After all, in the ninja world, there were numerous genjutsu and mind-invading techniques. Outside the village, within a training field nestled in Uchiha clan territory, the melting white snow ushered in a brisk chill, imbuing the air with a sense of crispness. Amidst this setting, two figures materialized. Ujio had managed to subdue the maelstrom of emotions within her. As she entered the training field, her countenance projected a pretense of both bashfulness and complexity. Uchiha Yoru, however, exhibited no signs of discomfort. Ujio, blood type A, born on November 3, with a penchant for flower appreciation, currently holding the rank of Chunin, and proficient in swordsmanship, Uchiha Yoru calmly disclosed all of Ujio's information. A surge of surprise coursed through her upon hearing this. Evidently, individuals from eminent clans were never straightforward. Fortunately, she had only attracted the attention of the ANBU as they prepared to groom her. She had been handpicked by the ANBU head. Concealed by them, her tracks remained untraceable. Yoru-sama. Ujio appeared tense, her already pale complexion becoming even more so. It was as though she feared his probing into her identity. However, when she looked up, she was greeted not by awkwardness but by a gentle smile and a piece of paper pinched between his fingers. Ujio, this is a chakra nature testing paper. Accompanied by a soft smile, Uchiha Yoru extended the chakra paper to her, an invitation for her to give it a try. Ujio momentarily hesitated, then swiftly comprehended his intent. With slightly trembling fingers, she accepted the paper. Thank you. Chakra nature testing papers carried a substantial price tag. Being a commoner, Uchiha Yoru understood the burden it placed on her. Not because they couldn't afford it, but what purpose did testing her chakra nature serve if she couldn't learn advanced nature techniques? For ordinary ninja, these nature techniques were prized knowledge. They would only invest in such costly paper when they had a chance to acquire these techniques and enhance their skills. Until they gained the qualifications to study nature techniques, common ninja wouldn't readily part with their money for this purpose. After all, there were more pragmatic expenditures, such as explosive tags. Infuse your chakra into the paper to ascertain your chakra nature. Uchiha Yoru's voice was soothing as he instructed her. With her slender fingers clutching the chakra paper, Uchiha infused her chakra into it, causing the paper to split cleanly down the middle. Observing this, Uchiha Yoru's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. Congratulations, Uchiha! While you possess a single nature, wind nature is an exceedingly rare attribute. Moreover, it's an attribute inclined towards high-powered offensive capabilities. Despite her status as a commoner, her prodigious abilities couldn't grant her direct access to advanced ninja techniques. Nevertheless, she was well acquainted with these foundational concepts. As she beheld her confirmed chakra nature, Uchiha's face radiated a genuine smile. As he observed the young girl before him, Uchiha Yoru mused silently. No discernible flaws, probably performing true to character. Having graduated only a few years prior, her current demeanor naturally didn't warrant contrived pretense. However, he would find a way to ensure that ANBU would lose this elite member, while his side would gain one. Uchiha, during the morning health assessment, I noticed traces of training-related injuries on your body, and your palms are quite dainty. Midway through his sentence, his tone shifted unexpectedly. Just as Uchiha began to contemplate her response, a weighty object appeared in his palm. Your hands possess a delicate beauty, well suited for cultivating swordsmanship. Your explosive power is also commendable. With a soft chuckle, Uchiha Yoru placed a standard Uchiha clan ninja blade in her grasp, his words interwoven with his actions. His words weren't unfounded. She was indeed suited for swordsmanship. Given his familiarity with the original story, he knew that this young girl, with her remarkable sword skills, had ascended to become a special jounin in ANBU, even earning the moniker ANBU's Blossom. As her battles had shown, she predominantly relied on swordsmanship. Perhaps her background as a commoner contributed to this choice. Still, it was inconceivable that she wouldn't learn basic low-level jutsu. Thus, swordsmanship was truly her forte, and she had embarked on the path of specialization in it. Initially, she believed he was teasing her. Suppressing her internal confusion, she resisted the urge to fluster. Yet, she never anticipated that he would place a ninja sword directly into her hand. A chunin skilled in swordsmanship, she could easily discern the quality of this ninja blade. It was undoubtedly an exquisitely crafted weapon. Yoru-sama, this is far too valuable. Before Uchiha could finish her sentence, Uchiha Yoru waved his hand, smiling. If you like it, keep it. Rest assured, I've removed the Uchiha clan crest from the blade. Outsiders won't be able to discern it. Starting today, ensure you complete your tasks each morning, and in the afternoons, don't forsake your training. I'll personally guide you in swordsmanship every day. Given her commoner background, Uchiha cherished ninja techniques profoundly. Yet, ANBU couldn't simply bestow her with these techniques. Therefore, to win this girl's heart, money wasn't enough. The most precious thing money couldn't buy was advanced ninja techniques. He also intended to share his Uchiha's training insights. Since she's new to the world, I'll show her the splendors it holds with ninja techniques. He'll ensure this girl's head spinning. Chapter 92, Early Graduation. The new year has recently passed, and while the winter snow hasn't entirely melted, there's extraordinary news from the ninja school beneath the wooden leaves. Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan leader's eldest son, has graduated prematurely. At merely 7 years old, Uchiha Itachi has triumphantly completed his studies at the ninja school. Though not a record-breaking achievement, the significance lies in his status as the firstborn of the prestigious Uchiha clan, which commands great influence within Konoha. This news swiftly disseminated throughout the ninja school, where children from diverse backgrounds, including commoners, pursue their education. Within the ninja school, being an early graduate prodigy, when the third Hokage happened upon the news during his visit, he deemed it fitting to personally bestow the ninja headband upon Itachi. In the classroom, numerous classmates gazed upon Itachi with envy and jealousy as he successfully navigated his graduation test at the tender age of 7. Even the third Hokage, on his visit to the school, took notice. "Congratulations on your graduation, Uchiha Itachi," he declared, eliciting a round of applause. Amid the applause, 7-year-old Uchiha Itachi affixed the Konoha ninja headband, signifying his official status as a genin in the village. Observing the young Itachi before him, the third Hokage's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. "Itachi, do you understand the concept of the will of fire? What is your aspiration?" During this moment, the third Hokage's visit to the ninja school held dual significance, an intentional oversight of the early graduation application submitted by Uchiha Itachi. Catching the precocious gleam in Itachi's eyes, the third Hokage was moved. He was resolute in ensuring that this young prodigy remained on the right path. The will of fire? Aspirations. Presently, though Itachi was merely 7, his early maturation, along with the tutelage of his mentor Uchiha Yoru and the frequent counsel of his elder brother, had already edged a sense of solemnity in him. It was worth acknowledging that Itachi, despite his young age, exuded the inherent traits of a formidable ninja. His composed demeanor spoke volumes. Perhaps it was his habitual stoicism or his serene mindset, yet Itachi clandestinely cast a dubious glance at the third Hokage. As fate would have it, Shisui's words found validation. Itachi's exceptional lineage inherently attracted attention and was likely to be probed for vulnerabilities, potentially influencing Orochimaru's ambitions to become the 5th Hokage. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had invested its hopes in Orochimaru, whose bravery was esteemed throughout the clan. Correspondingly, Itachi was bound to be similarly impacted. The future Hokage brought optimism, while the current third Hokage, clinging to power, brimmed with unease. Internal sighs echoed in Itachi's thoughts. "My dream is for the village to experience long-lasting peace." A smile adorned Itachi's face as he shared his aspiration. This wasn't deception, his words carried earnest truth. Witnessing this scene, the third Hokage wore a gentle smile on his aged countenance. It seemed that Itachi stood apart from his Uchiha peers in a unique way. "Do you comprehend the essence of the will of fire, Itachi?" The third Hokage sighed, then began an introspective dialogue. "Where leaves may dance, fire shall perennially blaze. The radiance of fire will continue to illuminate the village, nurturing budding leaves. Itachi, I am convinced that in the days ahead, you shall embody Konoha's eternal flame." In this moment, the third Hokage transitioned into a master of political doctrine, fervently imparting what he deemed the will of fire to his audience within the classroom. The children's excitement was palpable, akin to a form of subtle indoctrination directed towards minors. As Itachi surveyed the classroom, his gaze resting upon the eager expressions adorning his classmates' faces, a chill ran down his spine. The parallel between this scene and teacher Yoru's discourse was stark. In some lesser nations, children as young as 5 or 6 were subjected to indoctrination, sculpting them into fervent war instruments. The will of fire? As this notion reverberated within Itachi, his gaze inadvertently returned to the third Hokage, who remained immersed in his oration. The wisps of white hair adorning the Hokage's temples seized Itachi's attention. A sudden fear enveloped him, encapsulating the disconcerting reality: children enlisted for war, while the elderly luxuriated in privilege, all in the name of safeguarding the village. Could this align with Shisui's condemnation of corruption at the upper echelons? While Itachi acknowledged his role in influencing Itachi to a certain extent, the extent of his impact was beyond his anticipation, particularly due to Shisui's involvement. His intention was to have Shisui mentor Itachi, a natural choice given their rapport and Shisui's evolving ideology. Yet, the extent to which Itachi's thought process diverged due to their profound camaraderie was unforeseen. As the lecture concluded, the third Hokage's fulfillment lingered. However, upon locking eyes with Itachi's determined gaze, a sense of contentment illuminated his expression. Itachi, the village's will of fire will undoubtedly endure through you." At this juncture, the third Hokage never conceived that a 7-year-old harbored such a profound misconception about the upper echelons. Coupled with Itachi's steadfast demeanor, he interpreted his discourse as successful indoctrination. Little did he fathom that beneath Ataka's resolute exterior, a decision was fermenting, a commitment to initiate change, to aid Shisui and his teacher Yoru, and to metamorphose the current state of decay. "Fear not, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itaka will unequivocally inherit the will of fire," Itaki affirmed, his gaze resting upon the aged visage of the third Hokage. Memories of battlefield scenes, where youthful visages met untimely ends, solidified his resolve. "Ha, Itaki, my faith in you wasn't misplaced," the third Hokage remarked with pride. Indeed, this child bore the mantle of the will of fire. The astounding conviction he exhibited at such a tender age was nothing short of remarkable. In a realm of misunderstanding, or rather due to the third Hokage's misconstrued perception, he remained oblivious to the discord brewing within proximity. The sagacious third Hokage had noted Itaka's aversion to war and his incongruent thinking with the Uchiha clan. However, at that juncture, he hadn't deeply considered it. He was oblivious to the extent to which Itaka's advanced ideas, combined with Shisui's influence, had led him to an alternate extreme. As Itaka's gaze settled upon the third Hokage's middle-aged features, and the faint specks of age on his cheeks, he couldn't help but recall Shisui's discontent with the upper hierarchy. The third Hokage's greatest achievement, his tenure as the strongest Hokage, was what, truly? Did he personally engage on the battlefield post-ascension? What distinguished feats did he hold? If there was one accolade the third Hokage could boast of, it was his enduring tenure. Comparatively, most students at the ninja school were barely acquainted with the first, second, and even the fourth Hokage, whose memory seemed to wane. At this juncture, Itaka sensed an unseen force at play, a looming unease that left him breathless. For the village. For the Uchiha. Change must ensue. In this moment, Itaka's resolve was unwavering. Hokage's office. Upon returning to his office in the afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but break into a contented smile. He lit his pipe with a sense of satisfaction. "Ha, it appears that Itaka might truly possess the potential to carry on the will of fire, along with the Uchiha clan's legacy." With this thought, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, his lips curving into a smile as the swirling wisps partially obscured his view. "Ha, it seems that introducing Shisui to certain matters is in order." Shisui Uchiha, a descendant of the Uchiha clan's most accomplished genjutsu master, had crossed paths with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the past. Undoubtedly, he was a ninja who had fully embraced the teachings of the will of fire. Unfortunately, due to the chaos of the Third Great War, Hiruzen had been preoccupied and ultimately relegated to the background as the fourth Hokage took center stage. This had prevented him from engaging in a proper conversation with Shisui. "Hokage-sama, urgent report." In the blink of an eye, a dark figure materialized within the Hokage's office, akin to a flea's agile leap. It was an ANBU operative who had employed the body flicker technique to appear there. Upon examining the ANBU operative's urgent report, the third Hokage's brow furrowed slightly. He slowly unrolled the scroll, and as he absorbed its contents, the furrow in his brow smoothed out. Soon, the sound of forthcoming laughter echoed through the office. "Ha, excellent! It appears that Shinzo has finally earned a significant achievement for Konoha." The Land of Lightning was preparing to re-establish a peace treaty with the Konoha. This news, delivered from the front lines, filled the third Hokage with contentment and a touch of pride. After all, Sarutobi Shinzo was his son. While countless other shinobi, including Narashikaku's strategic insights, had contributed, Shinzo's role as the overall commander couldn't be underestimated. "Very well, instruct Shinzo to frequently seek guidance from Narashikaku on the front lines. We must ensure productive negotiations with the Land of Lightning and promptly confirm the meeting schedule." "Yes." The ANBU operative responded in a subdued tone before vanishing from the Hokage's office in an instant. A smile graced the third Hokage's lips. As he gazed through the window at the carved visages of the previous Hokage atop the Hokage rock, a wistful expression crossed his features. With peace on the horizon, I am committed to upholding the will of fire. In the shadowy depths of the root base. Though the matter was shrouded in secrecy, its existence was not entirely concealed. News of this nature had naturally reached Danzo, the leader of Root. Seated within a dimly lit chamber, Danzo scrutinized the collected intelligence. His brow furrowed involuntarily, and his demeanor grew somber. I hadn't foreseen that the Land of Lightning would move so swiftly to prepare for a peace treaty. This means that Sarutobi Shinzo will earn a great honor. As he contemplated this development, Danzo narrowed his visible eye and tapped his fingers lightly against the desk. With such a significant accomplishment, Sarutobi Shinzo's reputation would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Yet, what of Orochimaru? Presently, Orochimaru's influence had become overly potent. Supported by the unwavering backing of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, could they seize this opportunity to diminish Orochimaru's standing and then assign him to the front lines? There was a risk that Shinzo might struggle to outshine Orochimaru, perhaps even suffering humiliation. In this way, they could undermine Orochimaru's reputation with relative ease, while also dealing a blow to Shinzo, the rising star. By doing so, they would eliminate two potential Hokage candidates, opening a pathway to the Hokage's throne. Shinzo would step aside, and this would be a pivotal step in Danzo's ascent to Hokage. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Danzo's excitement grew. He muttered to himself with a trace of satisfaction, "Orochimaru, your unpredictability is your downfall. You're far too dangerous. I had initially planned to confront you next year, but alas, this opportunity is too rare to pass up. If blame must be laid, it falls on the overwhelming power supporting you." His original intention had been to incite turmoil during the treaty signing with the Land of Lightning, creating circumstances unfavorable to Shinzo. His plan had been to address Orochimaru's situation next year. However, Orochimaru's influence had swelled dramatically, especially with Danzo tightening the financial leash. Furthermore, both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were staunchly backing Orochimaru, providing funds consistently. This had made Danzo considerably anxious. Even if this endeavor failed, the consequences would be manageable. Shinzo had a long journey ahead before assuming the Hokage mantle. It would take at least 3 years to adequately prepare him. But Orochimaru was different. His reputation was solid, and his power was formidable. Were it not for the upper echelons suppressing him, Orochimaru might have already claimed the position of the 5th Hokage. The Land of Water seems to be experiencing turbulence. Perhaps we can assign Orochimaru to bolster defenses along the water country's borders. And regarding the Hyuga and Uchiha, as Danzo considered these two influential clans, particularly the Uchiha, a sinister glint flickered in his visible eye. The Hidden Mist village excelled in assassination techniques and was skilled in water-style jutsu, which countered fire-style techniques. This approach could effectively curb the Uchiha's influence. The gears of the Root organization began to turn. Although these actions hadn't escaped the 3rd Hokage's watchful gaze, his complacency would exact a toll in the end. In the upper meeting room of Konoha, the room was filled with the aroma of tea as Homura Midokado and Koharu Yuditen savored their drinks slowly. "Yuditen, Danzo's methods seem to have gone too far. He's been secretly apprehending ninjas within the village," Midokado voiced with clear dissatisfaction. While their intention was to tarnish Orochimaru's reputation, it appeared that their actions were becoming excessively drastic. Yuditen listened attentively, calmly nodding before releasing a soft sigh and shaking her head. Indeed, Danzo's methods are excessive. However, it's time for him to give up. He's grown old, yet he still clings to the position of Hokage. Since Hiruzen hasn't opposed it, he must have tacitly accepted it. Let's observe how this unfolds. As esteemed members of Konoha's leadership, they had collectively agreed upon this plan. Naturally, Danzo hadn't kept these actions concealed from his longtime comrades. Midokado and Yuditen exchanged reluctant nods. While they were aware that Hiruzen had somewhat indulged Danzo's behavior in recent years, there was little they could say. After all, their actions were all in service to Konoha. Little did they know, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage held his pipe and regarded the scroll presented by Danzo's root operatives. He emitted a soft sigh, shaking his head gently, and spoke, "You may leave." Inform Danzo not to overstep his bounds. He had chosen to acquiesce. Furthermore, he didn't want to witness how Danzo would deal with his own students. In Hiruzen's heart, he was still his pupil. He entrusted this matter to Danzo, Mito-Kato, and Uchiha. With this, the third Hokage refrained from intervening. Mito-Kato and Uchiha assumed he was aware, and under this misguided assumption, it prompted a sharp inhale from Danzo of root. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at the third Hokage's ruthlessness. It seemed that this time, Orochimaru was truly going to face dire circumstances. Danzo instructed his operatives to submit a proposal to the third Hokage. Typically, he would provide it, and the third Hokage would then revise it with cautionary advice. However, this time, it was directly accepted. He had intended to await the third Hokage's response before employing a more delicate approach, but this? Hiruzen. Your ruthlessness is truly astonishing. I underestimated you, old man. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Light that can't be blocked. As the winter snow melted away, Konoha transformed into a scene of vibrant life. The fading winter served as a reminder of time's passage, and Konoha formally bid adieu to the old year. With spring's arrival, Konoha bloomed with a tranquil atmosphere, and the economy of the foremost village among the 5 great shinobi nations was swiftly recovering. In an underground research chamber. Orochimaru-sensei, there have been recent instances of test subjects provided by Root involving village ninjas. Orochimaru's research had consistently necessitated experimental subjects. Apart from his secretive collaboration with Uchiha and Hyuga to target rogue ninjas outside the village, Root had contributed a small number of subjects. Yet, lately, he had discerned faint traces. Ninjas from Konoha who embarked on missions seemed to inexplicably vanish. Fortunately, the intelligence division was under Uchiha's jurisdiction. Though this seemed like routine news, Uchiha Yora became highly alert upon reading it. In the original story, wasn't one of Orochimaru's crimes experimenting on fellow villagers? Though Orochimaru's defection was still a year away according to his analysis, his presence had already ushered significant changes into this world. Consequently, he was employing known future events for analytical purposes rather than relying solely upon them. The village's ninjas. How intriguing! Upon hearing this news, Orochimaru displayed a raspy smile. It seems the rats lurking in the shadows can't restrain themselves any longer. Even my old teacher has chosen to look the other way. After musing to himself, Orochimaru turned to his disciple, his face bearing a smile laden with veiled implications. So, Yoru, in this situation, will you opt to inherit your teacher's legacy? Or will you embrace a bolder approach? Naturally, Uchiha Yora grasped the nuances behind those words. He immediately shook his head, a chuckle escaping him. Considering that my teacher has already decided to depart, I can't disappoint these people. However, Orochimaru-sensei, you might have overlooked the fervent pursuit of the Hokage position by the leader of Root in the shadows. Some individuals don't necessitate my intervention, others will naturally step in. As master and disciple exchanged cryptic words, it became evident that since the moment the third Hokage had tacitly accepted, Orochimaru had chosen to depart. However, he wished to witness how far his teacher would go. Human nature dictated that even when one possessed knowledge, a sliver of hope persisted, and full acceptance only followed first-hand experience. It appears the village is about to become quite lively. Orochimaru's raspy laughter reverberated within the research chamber, and Uchiha Yora's countenance lit up with a smile. Although time was pressing, he recognized the need for action. After all, inheriting Orochimaru's legacy was both justifiable and reasonable for his role as a disciple. Capturing village ninjas, conducting experiments. How many heads did Orochimaru have? Moreover, prior to his defection, Orochimaru was associated with Root, granting him the authority to abstain. Was it imperative for him to personally capture ninjas and stir up a commotion? This already seemed somewhat illogical. Death Forest. Amidst an atmosphere laden with suffocating fear, several dark figures flickered. As their faces emerged from the shadows, it became evident that they were Root ninjas, their identities masked. These are this month's test subjects, the leader stated. Each Root operative bore young ninjas who appeared scarcely older than 10, all of them languishing in a state of unconsciousness. Among them, 3 rendezvous ninjas concealed their features beneath cowls and masks, masking their identities. The leader stepped forward, appraising the situation with calm detachment, evaluating the condition of the experimental subjects before finally nodding in affirmation. Confirmation complete. No traps. All of these are chakra-endowed ninjas, approximately 10 years of age, a cold voice reverberated through the damp, dim air. As soon as their task was done, the Root ninjas vanished into the forest using the body flicker technique. With the departure of the Root operatives, the 3 figures took stock of the situation. The leader carefully removed their cowl and mask, revealing the countenance of Uchiha Yoru. At this juncture, a sardonic smile played upon Uchiha Yoru's lips as he gazed at the 10 unconscious children. His laughter carried a note of mockery. How does it feel? Haven't you always yearned to peer into the village's depths of darkness? Have you seen it now? The other 2 individuals also cast aside their cowls, revealing their faces to the world. They were Uchiha Shisui and Hatake Kakashi. Among them, Kakashi was particularly struck by the situation, his face contorting into a grave expression, and the melancholy in his right eye growing deeper. Uchiha Shisui, having witnessed much in the past 2 years, was more adept at accepting such scenarios. However, he struggled to rein in his anger. Yorinai Aizen, why? Why use the village's children? They're all children of Konoha. Shisui voiced his indignant query, while Kakashi, standing beside him, meticulously scrutinized the countenances of the 10 children. He etched their features deeply into his memory. Concurrently, a doubt surfaced within him. Were they truly the village's children? Kakashi, I surmised that you were sent by ANBU to gather intelligence, right? Haha, do you see it now? These are high-level directives. But the difference between Root and ANBU? You'll have to investigate that for yourself. However, don't you think that after Root's activities have persisted for months, that person wouldn't have noticed? Uchiha Yoru implied, his tone laden with meaning. Did the Hokage truly remain unaware of Root's actions? Faced with this question, Kakashi fell silent for a moment before meeting Uchiha Yoru's gaze, his voice hoarse. Since you know, why proceed? Why? Kakashi, your question is rather amusing. The classified tasks assigned to Orochimaru-sensei are beyond my purview, but they involve human experimentation. So, do you believe these individuals were abducted by Orochimaru-sensei? Or did Orochimaru-sensei instruct his underlings to do so? Uchiha Yoru's tone dripped with mockery as he regarded Kakashi, gesturing towards the group of children. Kakashi, do you comprehend the human and material resources required to locate test subjects outside the village? Uchiha and Hyuga have deployed scores of elite ninjas to identify suitable rogue ninjas. We've even procured substantial resources from other nations. But what about Root? Root lacks funding, hence your answer. The information you yearn to acquire. The unfolding scene left Kakashi utterly shaken. He had never fathomed that the village could harbor such a depth of darkness. To think that Root was conducting human experiments on children from their own village was beyond his wildest imagination. So, what's your plan for these children? Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence. His love for Konoha was unwavering, yet he grappled with an awareness of the political corruption that existed within its walls. This internal struggle left him torn. He yearned to rescue the innocent children, but the decisions were in the hands of those in power. What actions could he possibly take? Gazing at Kakashi's somber, lone eye, Uchiha Yoru's lips curled into a cynical smile. People criticize Orochimaru-sensei for his coldness, yet they remain oblivious to the cruelty that some individuals mask with feigned kindness. A mere nod can unleash countless tragedies. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru let out a soft, resigned sigh, turning his attention to Shisui. Shisui, could you take charge of overseeing these children for now? Once Orochimaru-sensei's experiment proves successful, we can consider releasing them. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in Kakashi's previously silent eye. The immense weight on his shoulders seemed to lighten. His gaze shifted to the group of children, his expression a mix of empathy and concern. In a gravelly voice, he queried, "Is there any way I can assist?" Clearly, Uchiha Yoru had orchestrated this encounter with his fellow classmate, Kakashi, to help him understand the grim reality of their actions. Kakashi had witnessed it firsthand, but now he grappled with a profound sense of uncertainty. "Kakashi, together with Shisui, you'll be responsible for overseeing these children. We must prevent them from causing any disruptions that might lead to their exposure. I can't guarantee their safety if that were to happen." Uchiha Yoru's demeanor betrayed a deep undercurrent of melancholy, his voice tinged with huskiness. It was as though he were insinuating that these children were already earmarked for disappearance. Once they resurfaced in Konoha, Root would take immediate action. As an ANBU operative and a member of Root, Kakashi was acutely attuned to Root's nature. Once these children reappeared in the village, only two fates awaited them. The first was annihilation, complete erasure from the world. However, he surmised that Root wouldn't resort to this, given the wastefulness it entailed. The second possibility was more plausible, transforming these children into emotionless machines through Root's training. Root was replete with such ninjas, and every year witnessed the influx of new recruits. As Kakashi and Shisui prepared to escort the children away, a faint sound reverberated, prompting the three to instinctively shift into combat mode. As Kakashi and Shisui readied themselves to lead the group of children away, a sudden, subtle sound reverberated in the ears of the trio, prompting an immediate and seamless transition into combat mode. The Kusanagi sword was swiftly unsheathed as Uchiha Yoru and Kakashi transformed into shadows, swiftly advancing toward a distant tree stump. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui drew his short sword, focusing his three-tomo Sharingan on his surroundings, ready to shield the children behind him. A metallic clash filled the air as Kakashi deftly launched several kunai. His second eye was unveiled, marked by Sharingan with three-tomo, its spinning frenzy directed towards the space behind the tree stump. In a mere heartbeat. When a hint of green hue emerged around the tree stump, Kakashi's pupils constricted in shock. Startled, he urgently called out, "Yoru! Halt! Sip, ZZIP!" Silver arcs of electricity danced amidst the dim, damp forest. Uchiha Yoru, holding the Kusanagi sword, simulated astonishment. Kakashi intercepted his strike with a kunai, managing to halt it. However, a small portion of the blade pierced Yoru's shoulder, and the Chidori current surged through, inducing numbness. Despite the paralysis, Yoru gazed at them with disbelief, rather than attempting to resist. "Kakashi! Yoru! What are you two up to?" Emerging from the shadows was Might Guy, adorned in a vibrant green jumpsuit. He had covertly witnessed Kakashi and Uchiha Yoru's clandestine conversation the previous day. Today's encounter, however, shattered his expectations and altered his understanding. "Guy!" Kakashi's voice was hoarse as he addressed him, while Uchiha Yoru's expression darkened ominously. His grip on the Kusanagi sword remained tense, and though he eventually retracted it, his gaze remained affixed on Might Guy and Kakashi. "Kakashi! You've been shadowed by someone. Do you comprehend the ramifications?" Eyes burned with anger. Uchiha Yoru's expression displayed a mixture of dark fury and underlying discomfort, eliciting a unique reaction from both parties. Uchiha Yoru had been engaged in covert activities that couldn't withstand daylight, and their exposure was a risk he couldn't bear. Yet today, his secret had been unraveled by none other than his fellow classmate, Might Guy. How should he handle this? Should he eliminate the witness? Uchiha Yoru's demeanor betrayed both agitation and resentment. Within the oppressive atmosphere, Uchiha Yoru's visage exuded sinister, uncontainable rage. He locked his gaze onto Might Guy, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. Guy! Pretend you haven't witnessed anything today. Don't spread rumors. For the village's sake, I'd rather not resort to violence against a comrade. His voice was hoarse and tinged with exhaustion. Kakashi shared in the self-blame for not detecting the tale. In this moment, shock still lingered on Might Guy's countenance. His initial concern had been for Kakashi, yet he had stumbled upon this classified matter instead. With a crisp sound, the Kusanagi sword was ray-sheathed, and Uchiha Yoru, wearing a troubled expression, glanced back at the two before vanishing with the body flicker technique. Kakashi, I. Might Guy looked at Kakashi, his emotions complex, unsure of what to say. He had worried about Kakashi, but he never expected to stumble upon such a revelation. Meeting Might Guy's gaze, Kakashi sighed softly. He lowered his head to conceal his Sharingan behind his forehead protector, then formed seals, releasing the seal once more. Guy, as you've seen, this is a classified village research mission. Act as though you've seen nothing. While it was impossible for Kakashi to attack Guy, he was consumed with regret for not realizing he was being tailed. Unbeknownst to Kakashi and Might Guy, Uchiha Yoru's lips curled into a faint, victorious smile as he turned to leave. He had intentionally leaked his location, setting a trap for Guy. Sometimes, hearing from someone else, even if they're a close friend or family member, might not yield the best results. It's better to personally witness the truth to make an accurate judgment, leaving the decision to the other party. All of this was true, so he wasn't afraid of scrutiny. It's been said that one lie begets countless others to conceal it, but the information he had revealed was genuine. If anyone investigated, the mysteries would unveil themselves. Thus, he didn't need lies to mask the truth. Investigate. He wasn't afraid at all. He had already begun laying the groundwork. Just as the third Hokage had said upon taking office, the new generation had yet to fully mature, leaving gaps. Now, his goal was to win over the new generation. Even if they didn't come to his side directly, they would at least show goodwill. Might Guy, though unable to unlock the 8th gate at present, had a bright future ahead. Uchiha Yoru wanted him as a friend, not an adversary. Yorinai Aizen. Uchiha Yoru returned, and Uchiha Shisui's expression turned grave, as if questioning. However, Uchiha Yoru's demeanor was exceedingly grim now. He couldn't help but say in a deep tone, "Shisui, change the meeting location with route each time from now on." Understood. Though uncertain about the situation, upon seeing his older brother's troubled expression, Shisui knew that the person tailing them was likely an acquaintance. Otherwise, Uchiha Yoru's usually composed demeanor wouldn't have been so downcast. Observing Shisui's solemn expression, Uchiha Yoru's gaze lifted to the towering trees of the Death Forest, shielding the sunlight. Soon, these branches wouldn't block the sun's rays any longer. Some matters needed to be brought into the light. Chapter 94, Seal of the Caged Bird. As news spread about the Land of Lightning signing a peace treaty with Konoha, a sense of calm filled the village. Smiles and laughter could be seen everywhere in the Leaf Village. As night fell, the sounds of laughter slowly faded in the Leaf Village as people drifted off to sleep. In an ordinary apartment, the door creaked open, and a tired, lazy voice echoed in the empty room. "I'm home." Wearing deep grey clothes and a dark blue headband that represented Konoha, Iwashi Tatami, who had spent the whole day guarding the gates, had finally returned. He mumbled wearily as he entered the room. He had lost his parents in the Third Great Ninja War and was now an orphan. Even though he was used to it, every time he returned, he still called out, despite the emptiness that greeted him. Guarding the gate might seem easy, but it's quite boring. When will it ever end? Iwashi, who closed the door, looked downhearted as he collapsed onto the living room sofa. A few years ago, along with Raid Namayashi and Genma Shiranui, he had been filled with pride and excitement. They had become guards for the fourth Hokage at a young age, gaining his trust and favor. But soon after, everything changed dramatically after the Nine Tails attack. Their lives took an unexpected turn. Despite being the fourth Hokage's guards, he had been demoted to guarding the village gate. The routine work drained their enthusiasm, and they lost their former energy. With a deep sigh, Iwashi's eyes still held memories of their past glory. Unfortunately, those times were gone for good. He shook his head and gave a bitter smile, picking up a glass of water from the table and taking a sip. The glass still had some cold water left. He drank it bit by bit, but in the next moment, his expression turned to fear. Plop! The glass fell to the ground, and Iwashi collapsed with a thud. The glass rolled on the floor, while Iwashi's body stiffened, his eyes widening in terror. The water was poisoned. The toxin had invaded his brain, paralyzing his nerves. Despite his clear mind, he couldn't control his body. In his shocked gaze, a black figure emerged slowly from the shadows, wearing a mask. Anbu? Or Root? Why were they after him? As Iwashi's mind raced, the masked figure with lifeless eyes looked at him with indifference. No need to struggle. This is a very rare nerve toxin. At that moment, Iwashi couldn't control his mouth or throat, he could only emit a low, feeble groan. However, the figure extended a hand and placed it on his head. In that instant, fear surged through him. It seems you've figured out what's happening. Don't fight it. You, guards of the fourth Hokage, failed to protect him. You should have died long ago. The masked figure spoke calmly, placing a hand on Iwashi's forehead. Despite his terror, Iwashi's body remained rigid, his eyes wide with shock. Don't worry, I only need the space ninjutsu that the fourth Hokage taught you. I won't take your life. Just listen and obey. When you wake up tomorrow, don't blurt out anything, and keep quiet. The black-clad ninja with the mask spoke calmly. From his elevated position, Iwashi's terrified eyes were filled with astonishment. The space ninjutsu that the fourth Hokage had taught them was a secret technique. How could this person know? Anbu? No. It couldn't be Anbu, they were under the Hokage's command, and he would surely know about it. They wouldn't covet their space ninjutsu. So, there was only one possibility, Root. Once, they had been guards to the fourth Hokage, and they naturally knew some secrets. The leader of Root had always been ambitious, perhaps they suspected that they held the secret of the improved space ninjutsu. Terrifying. But at the same time, it made him give up his resistance. Psycho-mind transmission. The figure formed a seal, and in an instant, Iwashi's eyes rolled back, revealing a semi-conscious state. The figure had entered his mental world, his brain. In this mysterious mental world, Uchiha Yoru opened his eyes, watching this dreamlike world that resembled water with a smile. Even in this mental world, he wore a mask. Indeed, it was a miraculous technique. In the original story, Yamanaka Inoichi had used this technique to extract memories from a captured pain. Similarly, Aoba Yamashiro had used it to access Kisun's memories after his defeat by Might Guy. Disguised in this manner, Uchiha Yoru was naturally coveting the space ninjutsu. He didn't know if he could learn it, but he had to obtain it first. As for the sealing techniques in the scroll, one needed approval from the Hokage, demonstrated loyalty, and enough contributions. With his Uchiha surname, he would never receive it from the third Hokage in his lifetime. He had asked Orochimaru about it, but without the innate talent for space ninjutsu, he couldn't access it. Orochimaru wouldn't waste his time on the useless. Thus, Orochimaru was clueless. If he were to ask Hokage at this point, he probably wouldn't get it either. Space ninjutsu was among the most bizarre in the ninja world. However, the easiest way to obtain it was likely through the Konoha's Gatekeeper's Genma team. In the original story, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Team Genma used a mark previously placed on Tsunade to swiftly transport the 5th Mizukage and Team Genma to the battlefield where Madara was. "Let me see this most mysterious space ninjutsu." Muttering to himself, Uchiha Yoru extended his palm, touching the surface of the mental brain. Instantly, a massive scroll materialized, a manifestation of memory, not reality. Uchiha Yoru closed his eyes, placing his hands on the scroll. The massive scroll began to rapidly unravel, simultaneously revealing countless memories of Iwashi. These memories flipped through like a fast-forwarded film. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's brow furrowed, quickly finding the time when the 4th Hokage had taught them the space ninjutsu. Luckily, it wasn't too far in the past. Team Genma, consisting of Genma Shiranui, Raiden Amayashi, and Iwashi Tatami, was his focus. Among them, Iwashi was the weakest, making him the prime target. Uchiha Yoru had observed silently for a while before making his move. On the second day, when sunlight streamed through the glass onto his cheeks, Iwashi abruptly opened his eyes. He took deep, nervous breaths of fresh air while looking around in terror. He found himself lying on the living room floor, with a fallen water glass nearby. Seeing this scene, Iwashi was immediately overwhelmed by fear. The sharp pain in his mind made him recall the memories of the previous night, causing a pounding headache akin to being pricked by needles. "Ah, darn it, darn it! Why?" At this moment, Iwashi held his head in agony. The memories from last night replayed continuously in his mind. He knew it wasn't a genjutsu, it was a real situation. He had been invaded, or rather, his mind had been invaded. In Konoha, as spring arrived, the village thrived with newfound vitality and welcomed an envoy from the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning. The villagers of Konoha looked at the arriving envoy with joy in their hearts. They weren't cheering for the ninja from the hidden cloud village, they were cheering for peace. Once the peace treaty was signed, it not only marked the end of friction at the front lines of the land of lightning but also allowed countless ninjas to return home. Everyone longed for peace, especially in the constantly war-torn shinobi world. In this year, the Hyuga main family's heiress, Hyuga Hinata, turned 3 years old. The envoy from the Cloud Village had arrived. This negotiation wasn't something that could be settled overnight, but at the very least, it was a political signal. The people of Konoha wore smiles of longing for peace. Hyuga branch family. Hyuga Hisashi. In a clean and orderly room, the two of them sat facing each other again, sipping tea. However, unlike the last time, when the window was filled with falling snowflakes, this time it was filled with the vibrant green of life. Yoru-sama. At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi was extremely respectful and humble. After all, he was in need of something. Under his expectant gaze, Uchiha Yoru sighed softly. The senior members of the Hyuga clan are indeed exceptional. The cage bird curse seal is almost flawlessly designed. The difficulty of deciphering it is immense, especially since the cage bird curse has been in place since childhood. Over the decades, it has become integrated, pulling everything along with it. Although he had prepared himself in this short amount of time, when he heard this response, Hyuga Hisashi couldn't help but reveal a tinge of disappointment in his eyes. He still clung to a hint of unwillingness. He looked at Uchiha Yoru and said, "Is there really no hope left?" At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi hated himself beyond measure. He knew the fate they were bound to, so why? Why did he let Niji be born into this world? Why? Seeing Hyuga Hisashi's unwilling expression, Uchiha Yoru chuckled lightly, sipped his tea, and then slowly took out a scroll from his pocket. He pushed it in front of him, and despite the puzzled and bewildered look in his eyes, his next words caused Hyuga Hisashi to experience a sudden turn of events, an uncontrollable excitement. While it's true that the cage bird curse can't be broken, I have successfully developed a sealing technique that lives up to my promise. This sealing jutsu is the result of studying all the sealing technique data that Orochimaru-sensei collected. I call it the seal of the caged bird. This seal requires chakra control at the Jonin level, so only Jonin can master it. After casting the seal, the sealing marks appear outside the cerebral cortex, invisible to others. This seal is like covering the cage with a black cloth, preventing anyone from manipulating the cage bird. Likewise, they can't sense it. However, the effects of the cage bird curse seal remain, such as when a ninja dies, the curse seal will still activate. A twist of fate. At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi held the compact scroll tremblingly. Upon hearing the explanation, tears welled up in his eyes. Fate. The 100-year-old fate of the Hyuga clan was finally being shattered. Uchiha Yora's face maintained a relaxed smile as he looked outside the window, not interrupting the melancholy of the other. He might not be able to feel it, but he understood. Moreover, he wasn't lying, this seal of the caged bird was indeed a result of his own effort, albeit with some help from the system. The caged bird was like a prison, enslaving generation after generation of the branch family. They called it fate, and no one would willingly accept it. But once upon a time, they could finally break free from this destiny. Trembling, Hyuga Hisashi opened the scroll and couldn't even control his own Byakugan from activating. The sealing jutsu was imprinted firmly in his mind. Just this small scroll. But now, it had broken open the door to freedom for the Hyuga branch family, breaking their destiny. A very intricate sealing technique, a protective barrier crafted for the brain, tightly bound to the cage bird. While it wasn't impossible to break, it came with a requirement: they needed to be controlled, then the seal could be deciphered. Yet, when the seal was broken, it was also the moment when the cage bird curse seal would activate. Because the principle of this sealing technique was simple, connected as one with the cage bird, deciphering the seal was easier said than done. It would be easier to directly kill the host of the seal when it was broken. After a long while, Hyuga Hisashi finally suppressed his emotions. He placed the small scroll solemnly against his chest. Hyuga branch family, I will forever remember Uchiha Yora's great kindness. Reflecting on his words, wasn't he saying that he had developed this sealing technique himself? Even though there was Orochimaru's help. Indeed, intelligent people speak simply. Upon hearing Hyuga Hisashi's words, Uchiha Yora smiled and nodded. It also requires Hyuga Hisashi to request additional funding from the main family before this operation starts. After all, there won't be another chance in the future. Besides, when I came here today, I noticed that someone was watching outside. Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Hisashi's gaze lifted, revealing a determined and even resentful look. Yes, the main family's funding wouldn't be available in the future. And it was indeed a good excuse to use for camouflage. Chapter 95, Yora's Hihi Moments. The Yamanaka clan. For Uchiha Yoru, who came to visit, the Yamanaka clan showed great respect and even invited Chisa Akimichi, the head of the Akimichi clan. Because Shikaku is still on the front line, the two of us represent the three clans, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi, in welcoming Yorosama's arrival. Indeed, these three tribes Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi are truly working together. As soon as he arrived for a visit, the Yamanaka clan promptly informed Chisa Akimichi. They even mentioned that Shikaku Nara couldn't come because he is on the front line. The respect shown was not only for Yora's presence but also for the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru. The fact that both clan leaders received him in person indicated their respect for his strength. The three of them sat in the living room, the aroma of hot tea filling the air. Uchiha Yora displayed a political smile and raised his cup, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, respected elders. I apologize for intruding." Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi both wore kind smiles on their faces, though their hearts were full of tension. Could it be that Orochimaru was trying to win over their clans, the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi? Damn it, Shikaku had already given them a heads up. They knew a bit about the situation and were filled with seriousness. Beneath Yoru's polite smile, there was a mocking smirk in his heart. His teacher was about to be driven out of the center of power in a sorry state. He wouldn't miss this chance to gain some benefits before it was too late. Respected elders, Sarutobi Shinzo's recent achievements on the front lines have greatly pleased Orochimaru-sensei. He believes that Konoha has promising successors. Wow, Uchiha Yoru really knew how to speak at length, but Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi were nervously shocked. Orochimaru was truly something. His political instincts were so sharp, he already guessed the situation from just this much. Now, Konoha's excessive praise for Sarutobi Shinzo's achievements was simply to boost their reputation. It was quite similar to what Minato did back then. Orochimaru-sensei believes that Konoha is on the path to peace, except for the constant conflicts on the border with the water country. He's planning to request funds to go there, but Konoha is struggling financially right now. With the conversation reaching this point, nobody in the room was foolish. Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi looked at Uchiha Yoru, who seemed to have a hint of bitterness behind his smile, and they exchanged knowing glances. Could it be that Orochimaru had sensed the political climate and chose to abandon the plan? It was possible. After all, during the 4th Hokage's election, Orochimaru had left for the front lines after the signal from the 3rd Hokage. It was almost identical, just different people. Sarutobi Shinzo's reputation was nowhere near comparable to Minato's. He's here to ask for money. Before he leaves, he can't become Hokage. Therefore, he needs money for his research. After exchanging a glance, Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka both displayed expressions of astonishment. Orochimaru asking for money? That was unexpected. Uchiha Yoru lowered his head and revealed a hoarse smile. Orochimaru-sensei's research has hit a bottleneck and requires a substantial investment. Therefore, I'm here on behalf of my teacher to borrow money from the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Borrow money? Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka were taken aback. It was the first time someone had come to borrow money from them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru had a smug smile. He was representing his teacher. If they needed money, they could go find Orochimaru-sensei. I hope the two esteemed clan leaders will offer their support. After all, I'll be visiting the Sarutobi clan to meet Hokage-sama. A trump card. Uchiha Yoru's words caused both Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka to breathe a sigh of relief. If he visited Hokage-sama, it seemed like Orochimaru was truly giving up. Although the situation was awkward, as leaders of prominent clans, they had thick skins. Both of them smiled, and Choza Akimichi even pretended to pat his belly, putting on a friendly expression. Orochimaru-sama has made great contributions to the village. The Akimichi clan has also benefited on the battlefield. Whatever funds are needed, the Akimichi clan is willing to provide them without charge. 300 million. Cough cough. When Choza Akimichi heard this number, he choked on his tea and started coughing violently. His round face turned red, but he continued to force a hoarse laugh. It's okay, it's okay. The Akimichi clan is willing to lend to Orochimaru-sama. Goodness gracious, he actually thought it was just a few million, but then his mother opened her mouth and it was 300 million. They really think their money comes blowing in with the wind. At that moment, Choza Akimichi immediately closed his mouth, no longer daring to mention anything about doing things without compensation. Even 100 million from the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans is not a small sum. Meanwhile, Inoichi Yamanaka, the head of the intelligence department, wore a worried expression. As someone who knew about Orochimaru's affiliation with the Root, he was aware of the forbidden research he was involved in. After exchanging a glance, Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi displayed expressions of concern. Without Shikaku around at this moment, it was indeed troublesome. Especially since the other side represented both the Uchiha and Orochimaru, two powerful figures they didn't want to provoke. After all, what if something unexpected happened in the future? After all, nobody anticipated that the fourth Hokage, a master of space ninjutsu, would die within a year of taking office. Who could have predicted that? What if another unexpected event occurred? Yorosama, you know that after the Third War, everything is in shambles. Even though it seems peaceful now, there are still tensions along the borders. However, we're having a bit of difficulty producing this 300 million at the moment. As Inoichi Yamanaka danced around the topic, Yoro maintained a serious expression. He slowly pulled out a scroll from his pocket and unfurled it, placing it in front of them. Thinking they could deceive him, Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi stared at the opened scroll, dumbfounded. Could things really turn out like this? The scroll was filled with records of loans, essentially ES. It started with Inyazuka clan, 30 million funds, Abarame clan, 50 million funds. Practically every major clan in Konoha was listed. Except for the Hyuga and Uchiha, nearly all wealthy and influential clans were on that list. Wow, Konoha only had so many clans to begin with, and now all of them had been swept up. Looking at the situation, it seemed like they were prepared to visit the Sarutobi clan next, with the same request. After a shared glance between Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi, a sense of helplessness filled them. It seemed there was no escaping this situation. After all, they couldn't disregard the face of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin. Other clans might not understand the situation and could consider this an investment in the future Hokage. Wasn't that better than directly taking sides? Investing some funds could yield significant returns. At the very least, they'd gain Orochimaru's favor. However, Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi knew too well the current political landscape within Konoha. With an exchange of glances, they shared an unspoken understanding. Choza Akimika's expression revealed his inner turmoil. They were truly going to take a hit this time. Inoichi Yamanaka, on the other hand, shook his head in frustration. 100 million. They had assets, but this was liquid capital. Coming up with such a huge sum all at once was truly a painful experience. Yorosama, it's not that our three clans don't want to support Orochimaru-sama's research, it's just that our current resources are a bit tight. As if afraid of upsetting him, Inoichi Yamanaka put on a determined expression and extended his hand. Our Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are willing to lend Lord Orochimaru 80 million each. Seeing Inoichi Yamanaka's determined appearance, Yoro nodded with a grateful expression. On behalf of Orochimaru-sensei, I thank the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans for their support. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, he signaled, and Inoichi Yamanaka saw that the other didn't hesitate to agree. He felt a bit stunned, and then regret hit him. He should have said less. This guy was the embodiment of following orders. He'd take as much as he was given, without thinking about securing better terms for his master. But once the words were spoken, with no other option, Inoichi Yamanaka helplessly turned to look at Choza Akimichi. However, the large man just gave him a puzzled expression, seemingly oblivious to his friend's gaze. In the end, Inoichi Yamanaka picked up the brush that appeared on the scroll and wrote down the loan amount, finally signing his own name. He pressed his bleeding finger onto the paper, leaving his imprint. As he pressed his bloodied finger, white smoke appeared from the scroll, revealing an identical paper, the IOU. Thank you, Inoichi-sama. Please keep this IOU. When the funds from Root are allocated, you can present it to Orochimaru-sensei. Seeing the IOU in his possession, Inoichi Yamanaka's expression of frustration eased. From the way things were going, it seemed they were being fair. Their preparations were thorough. It appeared that the research was truly facing a major problem. If that was the case, waiting a bit to get the money back wasn't a big deal. Rolling up his scroll, Uchiha respectfully rose and bowed to the two. Thank you for your hospitality, clan leaders. I still need to pay a visit to the Sarutobi clan. I won't take up any more of your time. Please prepare the funds as soon as possible, preferably in gold. You can deliver it to the 7th Division of the police force, to my office. The loans from the others have already been processed. Understood, we'll get everything ready and deliver it tomorrow. They truly were sticking to official business. After Uchiha Yoru left, Inoichi Yamanaka sighed softly. Choza, do you think if we had said 50 million instead, he would have tried to negotiate? But instead, he was met with a reproachful look from Choza Akimichi. Come on, Inoichi, it's clear this kid is all business. He wouldn't have bargained, even for a single yen. He wouldn't waste more words than necessary. Of course, that was just a way to put it. Given Orochimaru's reputation, if they asked his disciple for money, they'd have to offer their faces too. Well, it seems we're not doing too bad. Look at the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, they probably invested a lot. And did you notice, their names weren't on the loan list earlier? Though it was painful, Inoichi Yamanaka found some amusement in the situation. Looking at the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, he imagined they were suffering big losses. Betting big on Orochimaru, and not even getting any interest? Quite the loss. Yet, let's just hope this matter concludes soon so we can get our money back. Clearly, Choza Akimichi was most concerned about his own purse. Inoichi Yamanaka had already figured that out and gave his friend a hearty pat on the back. Haha, Choza, don't worry. This will be resolved in 2 or 3 years at most. The Sarutobi clan. When Uchiha Yoru arrived at the Sarutobi clan, it was already evening. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over Konoha. In the spacious living room, the one receiving him was the current 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a brush in his hand, calmly and leisurely writing the character for ninja. And seated in front of him, Uchiha Yoru glanced at the calligraphy on the white paper with a look of disdain. You're really into calligraphy in the ninja world, as if you can truly combine ninjutsu and art? There are only 2 artists in the entire ninja world. Hehe, getting old, can only pass the time by writing characters. After finishing his stroke, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a kindly and cheerful smile. He looked at his calligraphy with satisfaction. Looking up at the young man, he could tell from his gaze that this person's age prevented him from appreciating his calligraphy. He shook his head and sighed, truly trying to teach a cow to sing. Uchiha Yoru pays respects to Grand Teacher. Under the eaves, one has to bow. He cursed inwardly, but Uchiha Yoru's face displayed an expression of respectful admiration. According to reason, Orochimaru was the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and Uchiha Yoru was Orochimaru's disciple. Naturally, they were considered part of the same lineage as the Hokage. However, political struggles have always been ruthless, something even readers could discern from the original work. And then there's that Konohamaru. Not only could he freely enter the Hokage's office, but after the 3rd's death, he even set up traps in the information database to hinder Tsunade. He treated the Hokage's office as his own. It's evident how influential the Sarutobi clan is. Looking at Uchiha Yoru, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette, blowing smoke rings. Finally, he sighed softly. Orochimaru is probably still blaming me. He didn't even discuss such a big matter as taking you as a disciple with me. It's clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen is both complaining that Orochimaru took in an Uchiha without considering his feelings and feeling complex emotions. After all, Orochimaru was his most highly regarded disciple back then. Now, he has to suppress him for the sake of Konoha. Chapter 96, Astonishment. Sarutobi Clan. The teacher has never held any resentment towards you, Grand Master. Looking at the Uchiha Yoru in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's kind face concealed his inner annoyance at the sly young man. Orochimaru really didn't make a mistake this time, he had actually taken in such a unique disciple and managed his forces so efficiently. Amidst the swirling smoke, Uchiha Yoru endured the stinging smell, his face showing a respectful demeanor that revealed no trace of disrespect. "These are gifts from Orochimaru sensei and the clan head, brought by me. When visiting the Hokage, it's only natural to come with offerings. After all, countless eyes were watching in the shadows." This time, he also had requests to make, knowing that asking for help often required some humility. The Sarutobi clan had seen all sorts of precious gifts, so these were nothing out of the ordinary. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face cracked a smile, a trace of contentment passing through his heart. The Uchiha's indifference didn't matter, after all, Orochimaru was his disciple. The fact that he brought gifts naturally pleased him. "Hehe, don't blame me for Orochimaru, it's all for the sake of Konoha. After all, this is what I'm doing for the village." As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, he turned his habitual gaze towards Uchiha Yoru, his gentle smile turning persuasive. "Yoru, you're still young. A ninja's strength isn't determined by how powerful their jutsu are, but by their heart. When you go back, advise your teacher. Tell Orochimaru not to stray from the right path." Despite the Hokage's benevolent smile, it depended on the context. In his eyes, the will of fire was not to be challenged. He was essentially carrying on the ideals of the first Hokage and embodied the role of an authoritarian ruler. To the third Hokage, it would be great if Orochimaru could just stay quiet and inherit the position of Hokage. He could slowly transition the power without causing disruptions. Orochimaru's abilities could easily be passed down. There was no need to create a separate faction and stir up turmoil. The extreme political ideologies he held were unnecessary. "Grand Master, rest assured, I will definitely advise Orochimaru sensei when I go back," Uchiha Yoru said respectfully, but in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, he couldn't help but shake his head. This boy was truly a promising material. Unfortunately, he was born into the Uchiha clan. With his audacity, he might really inherit everything from Orochimaru. "Did you visit the major clans in the village before coming here?" Though he had heard the reports from Anbu long before, Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to be unaware, looking puzzled. Uchiha Yoru's expression relaxed as he saw this, relieved that he had finally reached the crucial point. The old fox didn't dare let his guard down. "Yes, following Orochimaru sensei's orders, I visited the major clans." In the eyes of the third Hokage, Uchiha Yoru nodded honestly, feigning excitement. "Hokage-sama, Orochimaru sensei was given a secret research mission by Konoha. But after the war, the village is in ruins, and there's a shortage of funds. His research has come to a halt due to lack of resources. He had to borrow from the major clans. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans selflessly contributed for the village's development," Uchiha Yoru continued. "All this is for the sake of Konoha. But the funds are still insufficient. Unable to personally request, Orochimaru sensei sent me to visit the clans and borrow research funds. Once the village stabilizes, the funds will be returned to the clans." Goodness, although the third Hokage has been in power for many years, this is the first time I've seen him raise funds like this. He's using the village's name, claiming that the village is facing difficulties. He says that once the village recovers, the funds will naturally be repaid. Won't that solve the debt issue? This doesn't seem to be a problem." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression changed to one of realization. It seems he's considering this reasoning as well. It appears that Danzo has gone too far, implementing such strict measures. But with Orochimaru's personality, he probably won't have the audacity to ask for money directly. At the thought, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also felt a pang of guilt. After all, Orochimaru was his student. Unlike when they talked about the fourth Hokage, he didn't choose his own students back then, and it's the same now. "Ah, how much is Orochimaru's research fund lacking?" My Sarutobi clan still has some resources. At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already figured it out. Orochimaru's heart must be heavy, and he must have given up his position as Hokage. Otherwise, he wouldn't involve his own student in such matters. He should try to make amends. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'm sure Orochimaru-sensei will be touched when he hears about this. When he heard this, Yora quickly put on an act, praising and then guilt-tripping the third Hokage, all in an attempt to make him feel even more remorseful. Thank you for your generosity, Hokage-sama. I'll be sure to tell my teacher about this. The third Hokage's care for him is truly remarkable. Oh, and my teacher said the research fund is lacking 1 billion. While the first half of Yora's speech seemed to carry a sense of guilt and gratitude, the last sentence caused Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes to widen in shock. He exclaimed, "You said how much?" Seeing the third Hokage's look of astonishment, Yora scratched his head in an embarrassed manner and said, 1 billion, yes. Most of Orochimaru's research fund has already been provided by the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan has also made significant contributions. So, the deficit isn't that large. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was nearly tempted to flip the table. 1 billion? Did they think it's just a small amount? Though he's old, he's not naive. 1 billion, what the hell are they researching that requires such funds? Observing Hiruzen's shocked expression, Yora looked down, feeling somewhat ashamed. He sighed and explained, Orochimaru-sensei operates in 3 separate research facilities every day. While the specifics are classified, the research is quite costly. 3 research facilities? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's face displayed a hint of astonishment, followed by realization. He suddenly realized something and his anger flared up. Damn it! How many forbidden jutsu research projects did you give Orochimaru, Danzo? Though he was the Hokage, he had his responsibilities, and it wasn't possible for him to oversee every aspect. He only knew that Danzo had provided Orochimaru with forbidden jutsu information for research, but he never expected it to escalate to this extent. 1 billion. I can't just pull out that much temporarily. After his anger subsided, Hiruzen Sarutobi was left with a sense of helplessness. One was his good friend, Danzo, and what could he do? Danzo must have exploited his authority for personal gain, causing Orochimaru's research to be driven by his own desires. The other was his student, Orochimaru. There was nothing he could do. For now, he just wanted to quickly sign a peace treaty with the Land of Lightning and then settle accounts with Danzo later. Looking at Hiruzen's resigned expression, Yoru also sighed in resignation. It seemed like he was worrying about his teacher, Orochimaru. The research fund deficit for Orochimaru-sensei is substantial. He specifically instructed me before coming here to raise funds and prepare to establish a new research facility in the direction of the water country. This will facilitate better research. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression changed instantly. A complex emotion washed over his face. Orochimaru, are you disappointed in the village too? Are you planning to follow Jiraiya and Tsunade in distancing yourself from the village? Well, it might be for the best. Once the village stabilizes, my intentions will surely be understood in the future. I can't gather 1 billion from the Sarutobi clan. How about this? Seeing your young face, Yoru, I'll allocate 500 million to Orochimaru as a start. Consider it for the village. The remaining 500 million will be paid once Orochimaru establishes the new facility in the water country. Upon hearing this, Yoru's heart raced, and he displayed a look of shock. Inwardly, he was exclaiming, wow! Sharing 500 million with the Sarutobi clan would already be enough to treat the entire clan to a feast. But Hiruzen still felt a pang of guilt. After all, Orochimaru would not only lose his eligibility to compete for the position of the 5th Hokage, but his reputation would also be tarnished. Well, let it be considered compensation. In his current state, Hiruzen had placed all his focus on signing a peace treaty with the Land of Lightning. But he failed to realize that Danzo's actions had brought about a massive crisis. As he walked out of the Sarutobi clan mansion's gates, Yora's previously relaxed smile carried a hint of fatigue. His back was drenched in sweat. During this period, the chakra pressure exerted by the third Hokage was terrifying. Even during Orochimaru's preeminent days, he hadn't reached such a level. However, as he looked down at the ninja scroll in his hand, Yora's expression relaxed. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique in the third Hokage's hand. I've gained something from this as well. Today, Hiruzen was feeling a bit guilty, so he didn't try to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, things wouldn't have been so easy. Before leaving, he even gave him a ninja scroll, a technique that the third Hokage had created. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, an A-rank technique, was used by the third Hokage during the Chunin exams to battle the first and second Hokage. It was extremely powerful and encompassed all of the third Hokage's experience, making it incredibly valuable. Is this to hush me up? Yora chuckled self-deprecatingly. Gripping the ninja scroll in his hand, he walked for a while before a faint smile curved his lips, and then he stowed the scroll away. By now, the scouts should have already seen this ninja scroll, right? Heh. Is this a signal released by the third Hokage? Is he preparing to mend relations with the Uchiha clan? Or is it due to the respect for his student, Orochimaru's reputation? Tonight, countless people will likely begin to doubt. After all, currently, only a few high-ranking individuals, along with the heads of the Inoshikacho trio and the leaders of the three major clans, know about the third Hokage's decision. The rest are still observing and waiting. Even now, Orochimaru's odds of success are still considerably high. As the sun set, Yora's silhouette vanished from the Sarutobi clan's premises. However, tonight turned into a restless night for numerous major clans. After departing from the Sarutobi clan with the ninja scroll, many clans immediately contemplated numerous possibilities and began hastily raising funds. Tomorrow, they must ensure that all the funds are delivered. Yora's simple action certainly did not escape Hiruzen Sarutobi's notice. Or perhaps this could be perceived as compensation. Without the third Hokage's tacit approval, how could all this have happened? The jutsu itself isn't the critical part, what truly matters is the third Hokage's stance. Uchiha clan. As the night fell, someone had been waiting for Uchiha Yoru at the Uchiha clan territory. Naka Shrine. Inside a dimly lit secret chamber, Uchiha Fugaku and the elder Setsuna sat solemnly in a row. Uchiha Yoru, looking exhausted, sat opposite them. Yoru, today's actions were quite significant. Uchiha Yoru was no longer just an ordinary ninja. He was a representative of a certain identity, a representative of both the Uchiha and Orochimaru. Every move he made had an impact on countless people. Seeing the clan head and the elder, Uchiha Yoru pretended to look tired, rubbing his forehead and sighing, "Clan head, elder, it seems the situation is not favorable. The Land of Lightning sent representatives for negotiations today, but within the village, the reputation of Sarutobi Shinzo seems to overshadow everything else. This doesn't seem like a good start." Regarding this, they had already become aware of it after hearing news about the Land of Lightning's intention to negotiate before the new year. After all, there was propaganda about Sarutobi Shinzo's reputation everywhere, and no one was naive. Humph, that old monkey Sarutobi probably wants to pave the way for his own son. But it's not enough. Becoming a cage-level power is the most important aspect. After a cold snort from Elder Setsuna, he disdainfully commented, showing contempt for such tactics. On the other hand, Uchiha Fugaku frowned and spoke in a low voice, "Though Shinzo's reputation seems considerable, among the Jonin, it's well known that the accomplishments on the front lines belong to Orochimaru. So, there's no need to worry." One was the clan head, and the other was an elder, but they were truly Uchiha through and through. Uchiha Yoru sighed inwardly, acknowledging their ongoing pride even in this situation. However, he wasn't the same Yura who used to bow to the clan head and the elder. Clan head, elder, Orochimaru-sensei is preparing to counterattack. This sentence instantly made the two elders, Fugaku and Setsuna, turn serious. Finally, the Cold Emperor was officially going to vie for the position of Hokage. However, the next sentence they heard filled them with shock. Orochimaru-sensei plans to fully integrate the Hyuga branch family under his command, thus requiring a suitable place for them to reside. Pausing slightly at this point, Uchiha Yura looked at the clan head and the elder with a grave expression. The Uchiha are currently being pushed to the outskirts of the village, and the designated living area is just right to accommodate the Hyuga branch family. Hyuga branch family. The two men's eyes were filled with astonishment. Elder Setsuna even realized something and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, could it be? Could Orochimaru have resolved the caged bird issue of the branch family? Uchiha Fugaku, unable to restrain his shock, took a sharp breath and said in amazement, if Orochimaru has indeed resolved the caged bird issue of the Hyuga branch family, then when their power combines with our Uchiha, it will form an entirely new force. If Orochimaru had truly resolved the caged bird issue, then the Hyuga branch family would be different from them. They would be under Orochimaru's direct control, a genuine subsidiary of Orochimaru, a situation where they would rise or fall together. What an astonishing development! At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Elder Setsuna exchanged a glance, both showing excitement and fervor. Chapter 97, Land of Lightning Schemes. Naka's Shrine. In the dimly lit chamber, at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Elder Setsuna's faces were flushed with excitement. They hadn't heard such good news since the chaos caused by the Nine Tails. Haha, if it's true, then the fifth Hokage's appointment is just around the corner. That's right. Although the Hyuga clan may not be as prominent as our Uchiha clan, they are still the second most powerful clan in Konoha. The strength of their branch families far surpasses that of the main family. Humph, what main family? They're just a bunch of ninja relying on the branch families to protect them on the battlefield. All they do is subjugate the branch families. Don't be fooled by the main family's high status. The Hyuga clan's true fighting force lies within the branch families. When the time comes, At this point, Elder Setsuna wore a contemptuous expression. He had always looked down upon the Hyuga clan's concept of main and branch families. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the night sky, and a rare smile appeared on his stern face as he nodded. Good, even though our Uchiha clan's territory is vast, it's been quite lonely. If the Hyuga branch family could join us, it would be perfect. Even Elder Setsuna couldn't help but show a satisfied smile as he nodded. Indeed, the Hyuga branch family consists of elite members. We've never seen a Hyuga from the branch family who fears death on the battlefield. In the future, the Uchiha clan will finally have genuine allies. The Uchiha clan had been isolated for far too long. They had tried to find allies before, but ever since the incident during the founding of the village, they found it difficult to gain allies naturally. Now that they finally had a potential ally, they welcomed it eagerly. After all, it was just a matter of sharing resources and benefits. Mutual support and unity were more important. The Uchiha clan had been lonely for far too long. If the Hyuga branch family could truly rise up, it would be almost like breaking away from their isolation. They could cooperate with them to establish a new Hyuga clan, and then the two clans would become natural allies. In the future, when dealing with the higher UPS of Konoha, they would stand together. Both the clan head and the elder were not fools. They could naturally see the benefits of this alliance in the future. Even though they would have to give up a portion of their resources for now, considering the Uchiha clan's vast assets, it was worth it. Previously, even if they wanted to gain allies by giving up resources, no one would come forward. Now, this opportunity was presented to them, and they were determined to seize it. Fugaku, this time we must treat the Hyuga branch family seriously. They will become trustworthy allies in the future, and I can imagine Uchiha and Hyuga fighting side by side in the police force or on the battlefield. Elder Setsuna, with a heart full of gratification, even revealed an excited expression. The Uchiha clan finally had genuine allies. Uchiha Fugaku also nodded firmly after hearing this. Rest assured, Elder. The Hyuga's close combat and reconnaissance abilities will complement our Uchiha's Sharingan perfectly. Seeing the clan head and elder decisively agreeing to allocate resources to help the branch family establish a new Hyuga clan, Uchiha Yoru sighed inwardly with a tinge of guilt. He hadn't lied, but he had hidden information. After Orochimaru-sensei's incident, the Hyuga branch family became the most valuable inheritance he received from his sensei. Clan head, elder, this is the caged bird seal that I developed together with Orochimaru-sensei. Although the caged bird seal is a means to control the branch family, it does have its merits. Moreover, this seal could be a gift from fate to our Uchiha clan's dojutsu lineage. Uchiha Yoru solemnly presented the perfected version of the caged bird seal scroll. Uchiha Fugaku and Elder Setsuna received it with seriousness and began examining it. Wonderful, wonderful! This is truly tailor-made for our dojutsu lineage. This caged bird seal, or rather, the perfected version of it, removes the control aspect and becomes a prison. It's a perfect sealing technique that safeguards our dojutsu bloodline. Elder, if all those with awakened eyes in the clan apply this seal, we won't have to worry about losing the Sharingan outside. The Hyuga branch family's caged bird seal had a keyhole, and the key was kept by the main family. This perfected version of the caged bird seal was directly sealed without any seams, perfectly connecting the brain and the optic nerve. It could be said that even without human control, it acted as a seal protecting the Sharingan and the brain. Uchiha Fugaku and Elder Setsuna were truly surprised by this additional benefit. It might have some limitations, but at the very least, it provided protection. For many years, the reason Uchiha's Sharingan hadn't fallen into the wrong hands, except for Denzo, was mainly due to its dominance and extreme rejection. Kakashi was just an exception. Nobody could guarantee that no one was secretly researching something in the ninja world. While observing the clan head and elders' pleased expressions, Uchiha Yoru sighed inwardly. This seal might be a boon to the Uchiha for now, but when the Mangekyou abilities of the Uchiha clan spread throughout the ninja world, the seal would become a timely advantage. Afterward, the three began discussing how to distribute benefits once the Hyuga branch family joined. Under the moonlight, the people of Konoha fell into the fragrant dreams of envisioning a peaceful future. Yet, on this night, a shadow emerged from the embassy of the Land of Lightning. Uchiha Yoru, supporting his weary body, entered a snake-shaped entrance to a research base under the cover of darkness. In the dimly lit study, the various scrolls and documents that used to fill the room seemed a bit disarrayed this time, as if many important materials were missing. Clearly, Orochimaru had prepared for the worst and started moving some crucial research data. What remained were seemingly useless materials. Hehe, Yoru-kun, you've caused quite a stir today. Although Orochimaru had always stayed inside the research base, he hadn't missed a single move made by Konoha. Uchiha Yoru never intended to lie, at most, he concealed some information. He believed lies couldn't deceive a person for a lifetime. The truth was the ultimate form of deception. Sensei, this could also be a way to gather research funds. After all, you've made significant contributions to Konoha. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's unashamed demeanor, Orochimaru let out a raspy laugh. His disciple was skilled in politics, and even more adept at accumulating funds. It seemed that ever since they became master and disciple, he hadn't worried about research funds. With his disciple coming forward to secure funding for him, this was the most gratifying aspect for Orochimaru. It allowed him to delve deeper into his research without constraints. Yoru-kun, are you so impatient that you're already preparing to claim the teacher's legacy in the village? A hoarse laughter reverberated in the dimly lit study. However, Yoru felt no threat at all. Instead, he shrugged and chuckled lightly, saying, if the teacher were in Konoha, it would naturally be for the teacher's benefit. But if the teacher is no longer here, as the disciple, it's only fitting for me to take over. After all, I've learned from the mistakes of the past Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Upon hearing this comparison, Orochimaru's face broke into an intriguing smile. Yes, it seems that the only inheritance left by the Nine Tails is the Nine Tails itself. Indeed, if he has no place in Konoha, then his influence within the village will dissipate like smoke. Hehe, so this is your urgent reason for wanting to manipulate the Hyuga branch, Yoru-kun. If you were born during the Warring States period, undoubtedly, you would have a significant role among the 5 great shinobi nations. Orochimaru, unusually, gave high praise and even admiration. He's constantly scheming, yet his actions are seamless and natural. He can maneuver forward or retreat with ease. If he were to become the 5th Hokage, naturally, Yoru's status would rise. If he left Konoha, he could rely on the Hyuga branch as his mainstay. He'd possess his power, something beyond the family. Once the Hyuga branch separates, they're seen as traitors, and they can only align themselves with Orochimaru. If Orochimaru departs, the branch would be in an awkward position. The branch is like a double-edged sword, affiliating with Orochimaru would mark them with his symbol. It becomes a tricky situation, while Yoru, as Orochimaru's disciple, becomes the best heir. Hehe, but Yoru-kun, you better be prepared. Though intelligence is important, strength is paramount in the shinobi world. No matter how sharp your mind is, what's the use without the strength to back it up? As Orochimaru spoke, his lips curved into a sneering smile. Look at Narashikaku, he's intelligent, right? Yet, ultimately, he's forever dependent on others. Intelligence might yield temporary benefits, but strength allows you to stand on your own. Strength? At the mention of this, a proud smile tugged at Yoru's lips. Orochimaru-sensei, I'll show you my strength in due time. He currently needed a battlefield to prove his strength, and it seemed that someone had already set the stage. The time for him to take the spotlight was approaching. Calculations. He never liked them because they were too exhausting. But until he's formidable enough to overlook everything and reshape Konoha's strength, he must blend in, not change. When your strength reaches a certain level, you can alter the injustices you see. But if your strength is only on par with other strong individuals, then you need to assimilate, learn to use others' strength. Hehe, I'm eager to see how strong you've become, Yoru-kun. With an evil grin, Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. His disciple was becoming more and more interesting. It seemed that he had grown considerably stronger during this period. How strong? Seeing Orochimaru's enigmatic smile, Yoru-kun also grinned. Orochimaru-sensei, I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. Under the nightfall, there suddenly arose a commotion in the Hyuga clan's territory. In the darkness, Hyuga Hayashi held his daughter, Hinata, with a solemn expression on his face. At this moment, guards who had been informed of the situation had also arrived. In front of them, a masked ninja dressed in black lay on the ground, lifeless. The mask was being slowly removed, revealing the face beneath it. In the instant the face was revealed, the composed expression on Hyuga Hayashi's face turned to one of shock. It was unexpectedly the leader of the emissaries from the Land of Lightning, who had just recently signed a treaty with the village. His forehead protector was slanted and his pupils were dilated, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His facial features, including the stubble on his chin, were all familiar to Hyuga Hayashi. Clan head, this is... Even among the guards who had rushed over, some recognized the identity of the deceased person. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. It was well known that when facing emissaries from the Land of Lightning, the Leaf Village would greet them respectfully along the way. Many shinobi had seen them, so they were fully aware of the emissaries' identities. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi instantly understood that the situation had taken a serious turn. Beneath his shocked expression, a hint of panic was revealed. The Land of Lightning was truly scheming. That night, the lights in the Hokage's office were still on. High-ranking officials who had just signed a peace treaty hurriedly made their way to the office in the middle of the night. In the well-lit Hokage conference room, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Konoha elders Homura Mitokado and Koharu Udaten, the Leaf Village's top F4, gathered together. Each of them had a terrifyingly grim expression, indicating that the Leaf Village was about to face significant upheaval. We just signed a treaty with the Land of Lightning, yet tonight, the leader of their emissaries secretly went to the Hyuga clan's main branch and abducted Hyuga Hayashi's daughter. It's evident that this was premeditated. The other side didn't even plan for their mission to succeed. The shrewd third Hokage directly pointed out the key issue. The Land of Lightning's methods were clear, they were deliberately trying to provoke them. Not to mention an emissary, even if their Raikage came, let's see if he could walk out of the Leaf Village unscathed. The emissaries seemed to think of themselves as a ninja deity. To create a diplomatic conflict with such methods, Kumigakure's tactics are as despicable as ever. It was clear that Danzo was filled with anger. He had initially thought of having someone impersonate an Uegakure ninja on the way back to stir up trouble and frame them. However, he ended up being hoodwinked right at their doorstep. As one of the higher UPS, Shimura Danzo, who had been quiet, furrowed his brows and shook his head. Now isn't the time to dwell on this matter. The question is, how do we respond to Kumo's provocation? Should we engage in war or continue negotiating? It had to be said that while Kumo's maneuvers might not be particularly ingenious, they were certainly nauseating. After all, this constituted a diplomatic incident. They were determined to play the victim, and Konoha had no choice but to suffer this setback. You claim that Kumo's emissaries came to your home, the Hyuga clan's territory, and managed to infiltrate the main branch, abducting the Hyuga clan head's daughter, and were eventually killed by your own people. Putting aside whether this explanation would be believed, just the fact that they managed to infiltrate the Hyuga clan's main branch under their noses made it a joke. Complacency. They had been too complacent. Homura Mitokadu's brows furrowed. At the moment, the Konoha wasn't afraid of Kumigakure. But it wasn't a matter of simply going to war. The last war wasn't fought for the sake of interests, there were no interests at stake now. Sarutobi, tomorrow, Kumo's people will definitely come causing trouble. This autumn is full of turmoil. Kumo has also seized the opportunity while our village is in chaos. At a time of tension, if the border turns into a stalemate, I'm afraid we'll have no choice but to call on Orochimaru. Homura Mitokado pointed to the crux of the matter. In an instant, the expressions of the three changed. However, when Koharu Udaten heard this, she shook her head. Sarutobi, at a time like this, it's better to prioritize stability. The village has already experienced too much turmoil. As Mitokado said, if Orochimaru makes further contributions, by then, no one will be able to stop Orochimaru from becoming the Hokage. After enduring the wars, if the Konoha were to face Orochimaru again, Orochimaru is indeed a qualified candidate. But in times like these, Konoha can't afford turmoil. Perhaps there were some personal interests at play, but mostly it was because they were getting older. They were afraid that the prosperous era they had built with their own hands would crumble in their grasp. Their minds had become so narrow that they believed only their ideas were correct. Once Orochimaru came to power, the various factions in Konoha would be reshuffled. The Konoha that had just gone through a series of wars would have to endure political turmoil. Could enemies seize the opportunity? Just like during Great Shinobi War II, after the deaths of the first and second Hokages, the entire shinobi world fell into chaos. Chapter 98, Team Genma. The lights were brightly lit in the Hokage's office meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a cigarette and gazed sternly at the three individuals before him. He wasn't the aging leader from the Chunin exams, even in this final peak period, he exuded authority. The tactics of the Hidden Cloud Village are indeed despicable. We must strike. After enduring 3 wars and the Nine Tails incident, the younger generation might not have matured yet. If we don't take action, other ninja villages might take advantage. We can't avoid confronting the Hidden Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence was imposing, but Homura Mitokadu's brows furrowed in concern. Sarutobi, be careful not to act rashly. The village is still recovering from the losses of the 3 wars. If Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village get dragged into a war, it might be years before we can catch our breath if other villages decide to team up against us. Indeed, Iwagakuer, Kirigakuer, and Tsunagakuer are all recuperating and shouldn't be provoked, added Koharu Yudatan, also frowning at the current situation. The Third Great Ninja War was undoubtedly the most devastating in Konoha's history. While the First and Second Wars were brutal, they were mostly fought on foreign soil. However, the Third War had reached the Fire Country's borders, turning Konoha into the battleground. The battle with Taisuke was fought within the Fire Country, and Kirigakuer even sent its 7 ninja swordsmen deep into Konoha's heartland. This illustrated just how dire the situation had become for Konoha. The battle at the Konobe Bridge had even allowed Minato to force Iwagakuer to retreat, elevating his reputation to rival the legendary Sunin and solidifying his candidacy for Hokage. The Third War was the harshest by far, leading even the third Hokage to consider stepping down due to the losses suffered. Quietly observing, Danzo Shimura's voice carried a cold smirk, perhaps you're overthinking things. The incident involves the Hyuga clan, and it's an opportunity to quell internal unrest within the village. Enough, Danzo. Homura Mitokadu's brows furrowed upon hearing Danzo's words. He was about to retort, but Danzo continued with a sneer, did I say something wrong? The Uchiha and Hyuga, the 2 strongest clans in Konoha, have already become integral to the village's strength. The Uchiha control the police force, how can any of you command them? Moreover, under the strict rules of the Hyuga clan, between the main and branch families, their traditionalism runs deep. Just like the Uchiha, they're unyielding. This is an opportunity to remind the Hyuga clan that even if they're strong, they still must follow the village's lead. Danzo went on, and what about the Uchiha clan? If they get involved in a war now, what if another Nine Tails incident occurs? Danzo's words caused Homura Mitokado and Koharu Yudatan to tense up instantly. The Sharingan and the Nine Tails were indeed their greatest concerns. But upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said with determination, Danzo, don't indulge in baseless speculation. Konoha hasn't reached the point you're describing. Hiruzen was still at his peak, and he couldn't bear hearing how his current leadership was being criticized. With full confidence, he declared, as long as I'm here, Konoha won't fall into chaos. The painful lessons of the Third War were still fresh in his mind, he couldn't afford to make the same mistakes again. The losses from the war had forced him to step down. With a determined frown, Hiruzen had already made up his mind. The village needs to recover, and it's time to discipline the Hyuga clan. They need to know who's in charge now. Danzo, continue to monitor the Uchiha clan covertly. As for the emissaries from the Hidden Cloud Village causing a commotion, I'll handle them. Send Orochimaru to the border, and notify all the border ninjas to be ready for war at any moment. I want to see if the youngsters from the Hidden Cloud Village dare to initiate a battle. If they do, Konoha won't back down. Hiruzen was unwavering in his determination, exuding immense power. Homura Mitokado and Koharu Yudatan smiled, relieved. Hiruzen, it's good to see you so confident. They had faith in their old friend's capabilities. As for Danzo Shimura, witnessing the third Hokage's autocratic display, a pang of bitterness struck his heart. Damn monkey, showing off your authority once again, just like always. Sarutobi Hiruzen had repeatedly proven his capability to lead during the most chaotic times, making him a master of strategy and courage. On the second day, as expected, the envoys from the Land of Lightning arrived at the Hokage's office building in anger, causing a commotion. However, being the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't involve himself in such matters. Therefore, Homura Mitokato and Koharu Udaten, both higher UPS in Konoha, were assigned to deal with the situation. Homura Mitokato and Koharu Udaten took turns confronting the envoys from the hidden cloud village in the Land of Lightning, engaging in a heated argument. En route's headquarters, Danzo Shimura's face became extremely grim upon his return. His exposed eye bore a sense of malevolence, and he exclaimed in anger through clenched teeth, "You monkey! What a clever tactic, and I fell for it again." Only after returning to route did Danzo realize that not only had Konoha suffered heavy losses in the Third Great Ninja War, but the hidden cloud village in the Land of Lightning was also in dire straits. Could the hidden cloud village match Konoha's strength, allowing them to be bold enough to fight? Did they really think the hidden cloud village wouldn't dare? You cunning monkey! You're exploiting the fact that the hidden cloud village won't initiate war. In this moment, Danzo was nearly biting his teeth in frustration. He realized that he might once again be blamed for disciplining the Hyuga clan. Damn it, you took all the benefits, and when it's my turn, I'm left to shoulder the blame. Very well, Sarutobi, you're ruthless. Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless too. The eye revealed by Danzo held a malicious glint. Konoha doesn't solely belong to you, Sarutobi. You've suppressed me for far too long. I won't let Shinzo, that brat, ride on my shoulders. Konoha's actions were swift. In the afternoon, Orochimaru's figure appeared outside Konoha's gates. Teacher, please be careful on your journey to the border. Yoru respectfully came to see them off. Just last night's incident had led to the third Hokage sending Orochimaru to make an appearance at the border today. Truly, this old Hokage shouldn't be underestimated. Based on the original storyline, after the Hyuga incident, it was deduced that Orochimaru would defect a year later. However, before his defection, he took Mitarashi Anko to the Land of Water near the border. Clearly, he was already considering defection at that time, but he was thwarted by the third Hokage in Konoha. Thus, it's speculated that Orochimaru was dispatched to the border by Sarutobi as a means to deter enemy nations. Providing an explanation. Haha, Yoru-kun, rest assured. Anko, carrying a backpack, was filled with excitement. She had no idea what this journey had in store for her. Teacher, would it burden you if Anko accompanies you? Yoru gave his teacher a meaningful look as he said this, but Anko widened her eyes. Yoru, don't think that having the Sharingan makes you a genius. Just wait, I'll catch up to you sooner or later. Orochimaru didn't seem perturbed by their argument. Instead, he smiled in his unique way and rasped, Yoru-kun, perhaps in the future, Anko will need to rely on you. After all, every ninja mission is fraught with danger, even a C-rank mission shouldn't be taken lightly. Clearly, Orochimaru was implying that their plans were both dangerous. Wherever Anko followed, danger loomed. Either she should distance herself or exit early to allow both of them to move forward without hindrance. Upon hearing this, Yoru smiled. In the original historical trajectory, Anko evidently refused to follow Orochimaru's defection, resulting in her being left behind. However, this could also be seen as a form of unconventional protection. Very well then, take care, teacher. They exchanged glances and smiled. This was Orochimaru's chance to transfer all the information within Konoha. As the sun set, Orochimaru, clad in a Konoha vest and forehead protector, disappeared from view along with Anko. Seeing this scene, Yoru sighed softly, a melancholic expression on his face. Indeed, there's no guarantee of success. Only when one's strength reaches a level where they can confidently push forward can they face anything without fear. Yoru-sama. At that moment, a soft voice reached Yoru's ears. He turned his head, looking puzzled at the person addressing him. It was a ninja guarding Konoha's gate, wearing a blue hat and holding a senbon in his mouth. Awkwardly, he greeted Yoru. Seeing the newcomer, Yamato's expression turned astonished. Shiranui Genma? Quickly, he composed himself, smiled, and nodded in response. Internally, though, he felt a bit nervous. Had he revealed something? Well, who are you? Genmei had an embarrassed smile on his face as he stepped forward. He looked at the person before him who was clearly younger but already a prominent figure in Konoha. There was an odd feeling, as if this person had more charisma than him. I'm Shiranui Genmei, the 4th Hokage's guard. It was evident that Genmei's face flushed with embarrassment as he said this. As guards, they were still alive, but the 4th Hokage had passed away? Still, Shiranui Genmei scratched his head awkwardly and lowered his voice. Yoru-sama, do you have time later? We're about to change shifts in half an hour. Seeing Shiranui Genmei's cautious yet embarrassed expression, Yoru also wanted to know what he was planning. He even felt a bit guilty. Sure, I'll be at the first tavern on the main street later. Yoru nodded slightly, a smile on his face. Genmei visibly relaxed, showing a grateful expression. Despite his age, he had reached this point without arrogance or a sense of superiority. Instead, he radiated a sunny disposition, leaving Genmei feeling deeply moved. When they initially became the 4th Hokage's guards, they were on cloud 9. But in a blink of an eye, within less than a year, they had experienced the harsh realities of society, learning firsthand about the fickleness of human relationships and the cooling of tea left untouched. Under the cover of night, 3 shinobi entered a private room in a small tavern. Yoru-sama, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shiranui Genmei, Raiden Amayashi, and Iwashi Tatami entered the room with apologetic expressions. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled and waved his hand. I haven't waited long. Please, have a seat. Yoru was curious about why these 3 had come to find him. He had spent the past half hour thoroughly reviewing everything, but hadn't noticed any oversights. Their demeanor also didn't seem to indicate that they had discovered anything. These 3 individuals, Shiranui Genmei, Raiden Amayashi, and Iwashi Tatami, were clearly around 18 or 19 years old. Facing a shinobi younger than themselves made them visibly nervous, leaving them fidgety and uneasy. Seeing their expressions, Yoru nodded with a smile. May I ask what brings the 3 of you to me? In terms of rank, Shiranui Genmei and Raiden Amayashi were special jounin, while Iwashi Tatami was a chunin. Yoru was a jounin. In terms of status, the 3 were civilians, while he was from the prestigious Uchiha clan and held actual power. He was also one of the current 3 Sunin as Orochimaru's disciple. Thus, referring to him as Sama was not an exaggeration. Raiden Amayashi and Iwashi Tatami exchanged awkward smiles, their gazes constantly indicating Shiranui Genmei. Clearly, he was their leader, as they formed the Genmei team, as indicated by their team name. Prompted by his teammates' looks, Shiranui Genmei gave an embarrassed smile. Under their gazes, he steeled himself and hesitated before tentatively speaking to the young man who was even younger than him. Currently, the Hidden Cloud Village and our village are about to establish a peace treaty. At that time, it's likely that Orochimaru-sama will ascend to the position of Hokage. We, Shiranui Genmei hesitated nervously, biting his lip. He lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Our Genmei team wants to join the 7th Division of the Police Department, and we are willing to serve Orochimaru-sama. Upon hearing this, Raiden Amayashi and Iwashi Tatami also stood up hastily, respectfully bowing at a 90-degree angle. Seeing this scene, Yoru's expression shifted from confusion to realization. So, this was their intention. Realizing this, Yoru's face broke into a knowing smile as he looked at the 3. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the silence lingered for a good while, subjecting the trio to their own turmoil and unease. Finally, Yoru broke the silence. Please, have a seat. Perhaps we can discuss this further. Yora's smile was genuine. It was clear that they had walked into his hands. He would certainly accept them, but they needed some testing. After all, if things were too easily obtained, they might not be valued. Chapter 99, Trouble in Hyuga Clan. In the Konoha, inside a small pub. Tapping his fingers on the table, the 16-year-old Uchiha Yoru exudes an air of authority as he sizes up the 3 18-19-year-old ninjas sitting across from him. The trio seems somewhat uneasy. It's not that their mental states are poor, they are simply embarrassed. As bodyguards for the 4th Hokage, they were unable to protect him. Now they are coming, faces unashamed, to curry favor with the prospective 5th Hokage. The three feel as if their faces are burning with shame, but they also feel cornered. Shiranui Genma, Raid Namayashi, Iwashi Tatami, known as the Team Genma, were once favored by the 4th Hokage. Born as commoners and achieving this much at your age shows exceptional talent, Uchiha Yoru said, exuding an air of authority despite being younger than the trio, who didn't seem to mind. I have never met you three, but I remember Orochimaru-sensei mentioning that the 4th Hokage once told him that his bodyguards, the Team Genma, had mastered the Flying Thunder formation. I'm curious, is that true? Uchiha Yoru asked. The trio was momentarily stunned, but then realized that Orochimaru was a student of the 3rd Hokage, part of the same team as Jiraiya, who was the mentor of the 4th Hokage. So, knowing such a secret seemed plausible. Shiranui Genma hesitated for a moment before firmly saying, yes, the 4th Hokage did teach us the Flying Thunder formation. If you need it, we are willing to share it. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru smiled. This was like their letter of introduction. By giving him this technique, they were imprinting his mark, or perhaps that of Orochimaru's lineage. After all, this advanced ninjutsu was taught to the three of them by the 4th Hokage. Even though the 4th Hokage has passed away, this ninjutsu involves some secrets. Therefore, if they want to pass this technique on to others, they need to report it to the current ruling Hokage. Right now, it's clear that the three people want to use this ninjutsu as a stepping stone, a letter of introduction. I'm curious, Uchiha Yoru began, we're meeting for the first time, but I trust my judgment. You three don't seem like the type to abandon your principles. What drove you to join the 7th Division of the police force? His words touched the trio deeply, lightening the weight of their long-carried burden. They had been suffering from rumors and accusations since the 4th Hokage's death. Iwashi Tatami, his eyes reddening, slammed the table and said with a quivering voice, we're not cowards, nor do we fear gossip. Some people just don't treat us like human beings. We're afraid that we might end up being killed by our own people without even knowing why. At this moment, Shiranui Genma wanted to intervene, but ultimately sighed in resignation. The floodgates were open, and Raid Namayashi also began to speak. We didn't abandon our beliefs, nor did we want to. Yes, we failed to protect the 4th Hokage, and we're prepared for any punishment. Even if it's just guarding a gate, we deserve it. Even if they execute us, we accept it. But it can't go on like this. At this moment, the two men, Raid Namayashi and Iwashi Tatami, were filled with anger. Finally, it was Shiranui Genma who sighed softly, looking at Uchiha Yoruaki and telling the truth. Lord Yoruaki, the three of us have been a team since graduation. Some time ago, people from the Root Division secretly attacked us. Root Division. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoruaki immediately understood. The other side thought it was the Root Division that attacked them that night. He calmly shook his head and said, although I don't know much about the Root Division, if they had acted, the three of you would have already secretly disappeared from Konoha. Though the words were somewhat dismissive, they were also true. If the Root Division had acted, the three would have silently disappeared from the village. However, after hearing this, Iwashi Tatami gave a wretched smile and sarcastically said, yes, but unfortunately we three have important things in our minds, like the secrets of the Flying Thunder formation. The root division uses secret techniques to enter our mental worlds to directly extract our memories. This is a secret technique from the Yamanaka clan of the intelligence department. Though they were ordinary people, they had served as guards for the 4th Hokage for a year, so they did have some knowledge and naturally knew about the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. Probably they initially hesitated to act. Now that the heat has died down, we're useless. They probably first investigated the Flying Thunder formation, and soon will be accused of either betraying or endangering the 4th Hokage. Or maybe we'll just silently disappear from the village for appearing cowardly in facing the Nine Tails. Seeing Iwashi Tatama's sarcastic words and true feelings, Shiranui Genma and Raiden Amayashi also shook their heads with wry smiles. They knew it was a real possibility. There was another possibility, which was to force the three of them to join the Root Division, becoming expendable in missions. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoriyuki finally understood everything. These three were cornered by the Root Division, otherwise, they wouldn't have shamelessly asked to join Orochimaru's team. Clearly, in their eyes, Orochimaru was the most powerful figure now and the most likely to become the 5th Hokage. If they joined him, they'd naturally be protected. Lord Yoriyuki, it's not that we're afraid to die. We just don't want to die so pitifully. Even if we're sent to the battlefield now, we'd rather die there than suffer at the hands of the Root Division. At this moment, Shiranui Genma also spoke. After they found out what happened to Iwashi Tatami, all three were enraged. But after the anger, they felt more stifled. They'd rather commit suicide than fall into the hands of the Root Division, so they decided to join Orochimaru. Just as they made up their minds, they saw Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoriyuki returning from a mission in the evening. They naturally didn't dare to stop Orochimaru on a mission, but Uchiha Yoriyuki was approachable. I've naturally heard about the cruel methods of the Root Division from my teacher, Uchiha Yoriyuki said, looking at the three people with a face full of hatred. What Root has done is indeed hateful. Don't worry. Tonight, the three of you will follow me to the police department to go through the formalities. It's a waste for Konoha to assign such an elite team just to guard the gate. After hearing the experiences of the three, Uchiha Yoriyuki angrily slammed the table to express his feelings. The three people present, who were from Team Genma, were visibly touched by his reaction. Ever since they caught Root's attention, they have been unable to eat or sleep, fearing that they would disappear from Konoha or be taken back to Root's base for cruel interrogations and experiments. Now, finally finding someone they can lean on, could put their hearts at ease. The reputation of Root was so huge that they felt uneasy. Uchiha Yoriyuki smiled, thinking that being blamed for Root's actions wasn't new, and he could gain three capable assistants. Especially since they were loyal, it would be all the better. For the three, they hadn't betrayed the village. They just wanted to live and had taken refuge under Orochimaru within the village, which was part of the Hokage's lineage anyway. They were not estranged. That night, they all went to the 7th Division of the police department's office building. They even decided to resign from their gatekeeping jobs the next day due to the intimidation of Root, which not even the Hokage could retain. Choosing to stay under the Hokage could risk falling into Root's hands, and they'd rather be laughed at in the police department. They knew too well the close relationship between the 3rd Hokage and Root. In the following days, Konoha seemed peaceful. High-ranking officials were negotiating with envoys from the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning. Root and the 3rd Hokage were busy with their plans, and there was an unusual troop movement at the front lines, aimed at the Cloud Village. Uchiha Yoriyuki from the police department was almost too happy to open his eyes lately, as all the wealthy clans in Konoha, even the 3rd Hokage, had sent funds. Only the Hyuga family seemed a bit depressed, different from before, as if they couldn't catch their breath. Time flies, a month later. The 4th Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village angrily slammed his fist on the table, cursing, "What a wicked old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, truly despicable. Lord Raikage, some elite squads from Konoha have started to reinforce the front lines. At the same time, Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, has been spotted near the land of the sea. Hearing the report from his subordinates, the 4th Raikage couldn't help but stand up and curse, "This Sarutobi old man is truly cunning, damned be he. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tactics are really crafty." The front lines are reinforced, and one of the 3 legendary ninjas, Orochimaru, even appeared at the border. This is a clear threat. Do you dare to start a war with Konoha? Do you dare? Out of anger, the 4th Raikage could only swallow his broken teeth. It's not that he didn't dare, but a confrontation would reveal that Hidden Cloud Village simply didn't have the resources. Konoha has already shown their strong foundation in previous wars, they could easily withstand the pressure. Send orders to the envoy team heading to Konoha. No matter what, just stall them. Hiruzen must give an explanation. Feeling slighted, the 4th Raikage could only vent his frustrations through such rogue tactics. After all, not only Konoha but their Cloud Village had also suffered from the recent wars. Konoha, Hyuga clan. Dim candle light illuminates the room. In this quaint, historical room, 6 clan elders of the Hyuga family sat on both sides. And sitting at the head was the 3rd Hokage, wearing his Hokage hat. He lowered the brim and puffed smoke from his pipe. Now, the head envoy from the Land of Lightning has been killed within Hyuga territory. Regardless of the reason, this is Konoha, and Hidden Cloud Village has used this as an excuse to say that Konoha immediately violated the newly signed alliance agreement, putting forth many unreasonable demands. Even recently, due to disagreements, tension has risen at the border. The crafty 3rd Hokage calmly shifted the pressure onto the Hyuga clan. You Hyuga people boast of being a powerful clan like the Uchiha, right? Fine, now someone has died on your doorstep, you deal with it. Expect me to clean up your mess? If war breaks out at the front line, the Hyuga clan will be Konoha's sinners, and it's all caused by you. Would anyone believe you if you claim that the Cloud Village envoys deserve death for kidnapping a Hyuga bloodline? One sentence, right now, the Hyuga clan is in an awkward position. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tactics are crafty, he's cleanly removed himself from the situation. Since Hyuga's territory is almost exclusively under their control, it's up to you to say what to do next. After finishing his sentence enveloped in smoke, the 3rd Hokage calmly waited for the Hyuga clan to take a stance. He was in a win-win situation and could take this opportunity to discipline the Hyuga clan. Chapter 100, Brother. Hyuga clan. In an old and dimly lit room, the elders of the Hyuga clan all looked a bit displeased at the moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods were still exceptionally cunning. He seized the opportunity and acted decisively, truly swift and ruthless. Hyuga Hayashi, as the clan head, glanced emotionlessly at the sly and wily 3rd Hokage and said in a deep voice, "3rd Hokage, rest assured. Regarding the issue with the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hyuga clan will definitely give Konoha a satisfactory explanation." Even at this moment, Hyuga Hayashi still maintained the dignity of the ancient family, not losing any ground. The 3rd Hokage, seeing this, simply shook his head and held his pipe in his hand. "All right, I will try to delay it for a few more days. But it's already been a month, I fear it can't be delayed much longer." As the not-so-tall figure of the 3rd Hokage left, the elders of the Hyuga clan immediately began to frown and talk. Such means of 3rd Hokage, not only intimidating the Hidden Cloud Village but also trying to take advantage of this to suppress our Hyuga clan. What's so great about Sarutobi? He was nothing more than a third-rate player during the Warring States period, and now he's actually above our Hyuga clan, despicable. When his Sarutobi clan was founding the village, they didn't have this kind of courage. Now that they have produced a Hokage, they even want to produce another one. Each of the clan elders was also furious. As rigid and arrogant individuals, they always considered themselves superior. If the Uchiha were proud, then the Hyuga clan was inherently condescending. The Hyuga were completely like a wealthy family that had secluded themselves within their own territory. Inside their territory, they were the gods, the rulers of everything, and the branch families were their servants. Hyuga Hayashi, as the clan head, looked at the discomfort of each elder and also kept a calm face. Since the third Hokage wants an explanation, then we, the Hyuga clan, will give him one. We should not cause friction with the Hidden Cloud village because of this, otherwise the whole village will say that the trouble was caused by our Hyuga clan. What are you trying to do, Hayashi? Seeing Hayashi's indifferent demeanor, one elder immediately lowered his voice and shouted. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi was clearly unwilling to bow his head for the dignity of his Hyuga clan, thus, he chose to counter. Perhaps Hayashi's idea is correct, but we can use another person. What do you mean? It seemed like everyone's eyes turned to the oldest elder, who lightly smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen does have good tactics, but he forgets that the dignity of a prestigious clan is never to be trampled upon. Does he really think everyone is like his third-rate Sarutobi clan? The branch family has always been responsible for protecting the main family. Now is the perfect time, Hisashi can replace Hayashi. This will be our Hyuga clan's answer. Upon hearing this, the usually composed Hayashi's face changed dramatically, angrily saying, Hisashi cannot go. A flurry of eyes turned toward him, and Hayashi, resisting the pressure from everyone, stared at them. I am the head of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi is my brother, I absolutely won't allow it. He couldn't change the destiny of being a caged bird, so he had to accept it all, but he could never let his own brother take his place in death. However, the clan elders were indifferent. Hayashi, remember you are the head of the Hyuga clan, and you bear the rise and fall of our clan. Hisashi's destiny has always been to protect the main family. That's right, the branch family was born to protect the main family. Let Hisashi go, let's see what Sarutobi Hiruzen will do then. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to take the opportunity to suppress the Hyuga clan, but little did he know that the Hyuga clan wasn't idle either and came up with a fierce countermeasure. Once the Hyuga clan offers one of their own, the ball is in the third Hokage's court. A life for a life, we, the Hyuga clan, are willing to give the life of a branch family head. You, as the third Hokage, would you say it's enough? If it's not, the Hyuga will continue to send bodies. In short, as the third Hokage, you have the final say. One could say that the Hyuga clan's counter-tactic was extremely powerful, hitting the nail on the head. It could be said that in a duel of masters, every move is deadly. Hyuga Branch House. Inside the quaint room, although not as imposing as the main families, there was still an aura of antiquity. With a creak, the sliding door opened, and a member of the branch family inside immediately showed joy upon seeing the visitor. Someone, quite anxious, discreetly activated their Byakugan, scanning the surroundings before saying in a deep voice, Lord Hisashi, there's no one surveilling nearby. Entering was Hyuga Hisashi himself, looking at the four trusted members of the branch family. The once lifeless eyes of the branch family members were now filled with a hint of excitement. The plan has changed, we must act earlier. Hisashi lowered his voice as he spoke, startling the four, but one of them excitedly said, Lord Hisashi, we've been waiting for this. First, tell me how far we've come in completing the task. Hisashi had just returned from the main house, his heart full of anger and resentment. If it had been earlier, he might have just accepted his fate, but now he had another option. For his children and for the future of the branch family, he had to make a move. Lord Hisashi, to prevent any leaks, all actions under Jonin level within the village were secretly performed. Rest assured, the caged bird seal was placed while they were unconscious, they are unaware. Some are on missions far away in the land of fire or guarding the borders and couldn't be contacted, as it risks exposure. The women and children were easy, almost none were missed. However, we haven't dared to act rashly against the uncertain Jonin levels. Hearing the four's report, Hisashi nodded under immense pressure, all right, tomorrow, under the pretext of a branch family meeting, we will summon all branch family jonin in the village for a gathering at night. Those willing to join us will receive help in sealing their caged bird, those loyal to the main family will be subdued. We'll act in the middle of the night. Why the rush? Someone exclaimed. Hisashi forcefully suppressed his worries, the main house is already suspicious. We can't wait. Once we act and succeed, the main house won't dare lay a hand on the branch members outside the village because their caged bird seals will have been rendered useless. If the main house does act, it's a lose-lose situation. They aren't stupid. The external branch members will be safe. Once we succeed, we will send people to seal all the caged birds among the branch members, ending the caged bird curse in our generation. Ending the caged bird curse. When this phrase echoed in the ears of the 4 branch members, tears of excitement flowed from their white eyes. Their hearts had long been numb, accepting their fate. However, a month ago, their branch family head, Hisashi, discreetly told them that he found a way to seal the caged bird, shocking them into realizing that their hearts weren't dead but confined by the curse of the caged bird. Now, they were no longer living for themselves but for their descendants, to end the fate of the branch family. The atmosphere in Konoha is seemingly peaceful, yet turbulent under the rule of the 3rd Hokage. His shrewd governance has caught the attention of other major nations, especially since Konoha is not making any effort to hide its military preparations. This bold stance has earned praise for Sarutobi Hiruzen and increased his reputation. Inside Konoha, the citizens believe that peace is on the horizon. High-level disputes, such as the one with the Cloud Village, are unlikely to affect the general population, given the diplomatic stakes involved. 3 days pass quickly, which was the time the main Hyuga family had given Hyuga Hisashi, the head of the branch family, and the younger brother to the head of the main family. The sun sets, casting a red glow over Konoha. Inside the stern, oppressive Hyuga residence, the 2 brothers sit together in silence. Despite the division between the main and branch families, the brothers share a strong bond. Tonight is the deadline, says Hyuga Hayashi, maintaining his composure. I understand. Tomorrow morning, replies Hyuga Hisashi calmly. Hayashi takes a sip of his tea. You haven't changed, Hisashi. You never lie. Hisashi nearly spills his tea, surprised by his brother's words. However, he controls himself and replies, Big brother, I don't know what you mean. Hayashi doesn't elaborate. Instead, he finishes his tea and sighs, maybe the Hyuga clan has truly decayed. The enmity between the main and branch families has lasted for generations. At one point, I wished I were in the branch family, but after becoming a father and seeing Hinata, I'm glad I belong to the main family. He slowly pulls out a scroll from his robe, showing a rare smile. Hisashi, you've protected me for many years. Let this be my duty as an older brother. I've also studied the Byakugan but found no solution. Perhaps you'll succeed. This scroll contains some of my savings and the Hyuga clan's secret gentle fist techniques. Take care of yourself. In that moment, the brothers feel like they're back on the battlefield where the distinction between the main and branch families didn't matter. Their faith was unwavering. Hisashi is filled with conflicting emotions. He realizes that his plans have been discovered, yet his brother chooses to conceal it. Big brother, I want to ask you, if the Byakugan remains unsealed, would you? Though the words were left unfinished, both of them clearly understood what was meant. Hayashi Hyuga did not hesitate and firmly nodded, I will. Because I am the head of the Hyuga clan, and your brother. If I die, there will be a new leader for the Hyuga clan, but you and Niji would still be from the branch family. The curse has not been broken. Only when I'm alive I can protect Niji. Despite hearing his own brother admit that he would watch him go to his death, Hisashi Hyuga was not disappointed. Instead, he smiled. So, what about now? Hisashi Hyuga already had an answer in his mind, but he wanted to hear his brother's response. Now, I see an opportunity to break the curse of the caged bird seal. I don't want Niji to hate the main family. Let's end the grudge between the main and branch families with our generation, Hayashi Hayaga calmly said as he stood up. As he walked to the door, Hayashi Hayaga paused and softly asked, "Will you still protect me?" Neither looked at the other, but in their unseen gazes, there seemed to be a hint of moisture. Hearing this abrupt question, Hisashi Hayaga scoffed a little. With a sigh of disappointment, he slowly opened the sliding door. The branch family will no longer protect the main family. If we still have to fight, I'd protect you as a brother. In a gruff voice echoing in their ears, the typically stern and unsociable Hayashi Hayaga looked at the setting sun and genuinely smiled. If it comes to that, I'd also like to protect my little brother as an older brother. It feels really good. Footsteps gradually faded, and though a chasm seemed to separate the Hayaga brothers, both wore faint smiles. In that moment, they were not representatives of the main and branch families, but brothers. In the quiet room, Hisashi Hayaga suppressed his complex emotions and said in a still hoarse voice, "You heard, didn't you?" The partition door opened, revealing two figures, members of the branch family, Elite Ninja. Both were silently watching their former branch family leader. "We heard." The relationships between the main and branch families were complex. They were, after all, blood relatives, but systems in place had caused an unbridgeable rift between them. Over the years, there has been resentment, but there also existed relationships like that between Hisashi Hayaga and his brother, still retaining a sense of brotherhood. After all, this is a world of ninja. The branch family has protected the main family numerous times. And they are not cold-blooded, especially when watching their own younger brothers protect them with their lives. Despite the caged bird seal, their blood still ran hot. Many in the main family have watched their own brothers protect them to the death, only to later collapse in regret. The enmity between the main and branch families of the Hayaga clan was filled with complexities, a sibling rivalry. They envied the relationships between civilian brothers while also taking pride in their lineage.
Thanks for listening.